Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us to this important conference about nuclear defense. My name is Dr. Ori Nissim Levi, and we would like to start the presentation. Thank you very much. And I would like to call Professor Pinchasov to take the floor.
הוא לא ידע להדליק. פרופסור פנחסוב מברך את כולכם, יום טוב ובהצלחה. יום טוב ובהצלחה.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm delighted to open this important conference about nuclear defense, NP1 2020. I would like to ask to Professor Pinchasov to greeting of this conference.
You said ask to Professor Pinchasov.
כן, אני לא באנגלית, אני
ask Professor.
בסדר, טוב. עכשיו, פנחסוב כנס, תודה רבה ואני ממשיך.
תבורכו.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Ori Nissim Levi, and I would like to present to you and open this conference about nuclear defense. Nuclear defense in the world is a new topic, and we can see Washington and DC and the United States. Thank you very much. Please, Dr. Bronson, please take the floor. Okay, I would like to take care about some technicalities and open the conference. World, how the day is going to go. Can you please put my presentation on? Can you put next slides, please? Okay, the day is going to be divided to 4 blocks. Block A, can you, next slide, please, C and D. Thank you. One back, please. לא, אני רוצה את תחילת המדינות. ולא לרוץ, that's it. Thank you very much. The first and most important announcement is a global announcement about RN-SR1 2020, which is International State Rating Readiness Index of all countries of the world. Today in the world, we have 193 countries, and we're going to discuss first, but I would like to open with a few thanks. Next slide, please. Okay, the standard was beginning a year ago where we saw that the country needed some tool in order to be ready and to get ready. Next slide, please. We're going to see an example of 15 nuclear. Please, next slide. Next slide. Okay, that's how you can join the nuclear forum. Thank you very much. And please go on to next slide, and next slide, and next. Okay, this is an important topic. Please go on. This is how you can contact us. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to ask the next speaker of today. Wait, one back. Okay, Dr. Rachel Bunson, but I would, if you, we would like to announce today, the next year, there is going to be November 11th. We're going to meet in London for the second conference. Okay, I would like to ask Dr. Rachel Bunson to take the floor. This is Dr. Rachel, please take the floor.
Okay, זה ההרצאה של רייצ'ל.
To join you today in person, but of course, we all know what the challenges we face are with this pandemic. So hopefully in the future, I'll be there in person with you. I was asked today to talk about the geopolitics and the changing political landscape that we are finding ourselves in. And I was asked to do that to frame the subsequent conversations. So I hope this opening presents you some framework for the conversations that we're going to have over conversations. And I look forward to joining you in the future in person. Thank you.
Dr. Rachel Bunson, I would like to present Major General Uzi Dayan to take the floor. Uzi Dayan is a member of the parliament and is the chairman of the Defense Committee, and his family is in the root of Israel. So I would like to pass on the floor to Major General Uzi Dayan.
Shalom, I'm Uzi Dayan and I'm going to talk about deterrence. I'm going to do it from a very Israeli point of view because I'm very Israeli. You will never tell it by my accent, but you can take my word for it. I was born here, my parents were born here. I served in the IDF to live with it. This is the dilemma, the Israeli dilemma, and this is our choice.
בוא נעצור רגע, בוא נקרוא את המילה של שנייה כמה הסגרות וזה. לא.
כך, זהו, שאני אראה אמיתי מה כולם רואים.
עכשיו מחובר, או הנה עכשיו כן, יאללה אז בוא נמשיך. רגע, יאללה רצים הלאה. אגב אתה רואים? בוא נמשיך חבר'ה כדי שנראה איפה אנחנו עומדים. לא דבר, תמונה למטה. עוזי דיין סיימנו, אתה עולה ומציג את קומאצ'י. אוקיי. תגידו, מאיר או... כן. לעלות? לא משנה, לא מעניין. לפני שאלה לכם אחרונות. אפשר? Thank you, Major General. Thank you, Major General Uzi Dayan and Member of the Parliament. I would like to go over to Japan to my colleague, which we once a week have an important Zoom meeting. Professor Asuchi Komigai from Japan, please take the floor.
Hello, everybody. This is Atsushi Kumagai from Japan. We experienced Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power station.
Thank you, our colleague in the team, Professor Asuchi Kamigai, for this excellent information from the heart of Fukushima site. I would like to talk about dirty bomb. As we all know, dirty bomb is a bomb that you explore with a lot of materials. Please, Dr. Moti Bril, take the floor.
שלום, היום אנחנו נדבר על פצצות רדיולוגיות בשמן האחר, ונתחיל בשאלה שהיא שאלה פשוטה למדי, מהי פצצה מלוכלכת? לכאורה התשובה פשוטה. פצצה מלוכלכת היא פצצה שמכילה חומר נפץ, ובנוסף היא מכילה חומר רדיולוגי, חומר רדיואקטיבי, כך שהפצצה תגרום לנזק בגלל האנרגיה של חומר הנפץ, ובנוסף
Thank you, Dr. Moti Bril, who is talking from the real-life radioactive materials. I would like to go over to India and to take the floor to Dr. Sushil Gupta, my dear friend. Dr. Gupta, please take the floor in India.
Namaste. My name is Dr. Sushil Gupta from India. The topic of my today's discussion is immense amount nuclear disaster insurance. Next.
Thank you, Dr. Sushil Gupta. We would like to jump over to to Germany, to my dearest friend, Dr. Daniel Fries, in order to talk about space and nuclear and batteries. Dr. Daniel Fries, please take the floor.
One of the most fascinating fields of science is the exploration of space. This can be done from Earth using telescopes, or we can send spacecraft. But in this case, we need a reliable source of power. Hello and welcome to my talk, Safety of Radioisotope Power Sources for Space. Slide 2. My name is Daniel Fries. I'm a nuclear engineer and I work as a scientific officer for the European Commission's Joint Research Center in Karlsruhe, Germany. The JRC is the scientific service
דני, אתה שומע אותי? דני, שומע אותי? כן, הכל בסדר, הכל בסדר. אז למה? כן שמעת אותו? אז משהו לא היה בסדר לפני. למה?
מה, בברייק? אני צריך עוד אחד, שזה אתה, שאתה עושה לי ככה, ואני יודע ששומעים, כי אני רואה מה רואים,
יאללה, בוא נמשיך. אני רואה ואנחנו לא שומעים אותו.
תעשו לי להיכנס או לא. Okay, we would like to go over to Dr. Benny Brosh, who is my colleague, and talk about Army explosion. Dr. Benny Brosh, please take the floor.
שלום לכם, אני דוקטור בני ברוש, מנהל אגף מעבדות הבניין במכון התקנים הישראלי ומרצה באוניברסיטת אריאל לתכן מבנים במחלקה להנדסה האזרחית. נושא ההרצאה שלי היום זה שרידות.
עכשיו אני מתרגל על מקפיץ אחד ממכם. Thank you very much. Now, before we would like to jump over to Italy, to our dearest colleague, Dr. Luigi, I would like to call Professor Stilian to comment on the presentations. Professor Stilian, please take the floor.
Thank you. Congratulations to Benny for a very interesting lecture. And צריך קודם לחכות
עד שאני אומר לך לזוז, אתה מרביץ נאום, אני עומד פה, ועכשיו אנחנו בתקלה כאילו. אתה תמשיך לדבר על מה שאתה רוצה. דבר על איכות הסביבה, על רכבים שנגנבו.
אוקיי, אז תראה את השיקופים של גופים הבאים? מה? אני אומר לא, אז אתם מעלים שיקופים של גופים הבאים וזהו. חבר'ה, נקווה לטוב בהצלחה.
Good morning, everybody, all over the world. I'm delighted to open this important conference about nuclear defense and the Nuclear Power One 2020. My name is Dr. Ori Nissim Levi, and my specialty is nuclear defense. A few words about nuclear defense. Until 3 years ago, more or less, give or take, the world was very concerned about countries like North Korea, Iran, and other countries not to get a nuclear weapon. Since a few years ago, cities like Washington, D.C., Japan, Hawaii are trying to start to train what to do once the nuclear bomb happens. So nuclear defense is what we're talking about all day long. I hope everybody will enjoy this important conference. We have colleagues all over the world. And the nuclear defense is from the moment that something happened, a dirty bomb, a radioactive car that's fell off, or an accident, what happened once it's happened. I would like to ask Professor Pinchasov of Ariel University to open this conference. Professor Pinchasov, Director of Ariel University, please take the floor.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It depends where you are. It is my great pleasure to open this fascinating conference. This is a challenging time, and it's really it's not easy these days to conduct such events. And I was told by Professor Ori Nissim that more than 1,000 participants joined us from all over the world. I'm very glad to see among speakers representatives from Israel, United States of America, Brazil, Germany, Italy, India, Russia, and many other countries. Before I will continue, I would like first of all to express my sincere gratitude to the steering committee of this conference, Dr. Ori Nissim Levi, Major General Uzi Dayan, Professor Stilian Gelberg, Dr. Ephraim Laor, Dr. Yeshua Sokol, Mr. Halid Barel, Dr. Benjamin Brosh, Dr. Andrei Breisman, Dr. Moti Bril, and the researchers of Ariel University, Professor Aaron Friedman, Dr. Avi Zigdon, and Dr. Eyal Levin for making this event happen. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to take a few minutes and tell you a little bit about our university. Please. So, Ariel University, next slide, please. Is established in 1982, and it was recognized at the time as a college. And we received recognition as a university only in 2012. Just to remind you, the last time that university in Israel was established, it was 40 years ago. We have 7 faculties and schools, 26 departments, about 16,000 students, and about 500 academic staff members. Next. Our area of study expands from Faculty of Engineering to Faculty of Humanities, Faculty of Social Sciences, Health. We have very strong School of Architecture, School of Communications, and last year we opened medical school in our campus. Our faculty come from all over the world, and we are still hiring. So if you want to be part of our family, this is the time to join us. Next slide. Our students come from all over the Israel, from Tel Aviv, from Jerusalem, Judea and Samaria, north of Israel, southern of Israel. We have Jews, Arabs, Muslims, Christians that are working together in our and studying in our campus. We have master program, we have a PhD program, and we also have a postdoctoral program. And in this program, also students from all over the world are research, teach, and study in Ariel University. Let me now just tell you a little bit about another program, fascinating program in Ariel University. This is the only one academic program in Israel and probably in the world where students with autistic spectrum disorders are integrated together with other students in normal classes and making this university different. So we put very strong emphasis to support people with disabilities. Next slide, please. A little bit about research. We put very strong accent on research in our university. We have different research centers, and I would like to tell you a little bit about them. We have very strong center for cybersecurity, headed by Major General Ami Shafran. We have Institute for Personalized and Translational Medicine, one of the leading centers in Israel. It was established a few years ago. Integrated Brain Center that established in Ariel University also several years ago, and scientists from different department research in this center. In our university, we have a Center for Compact Accelerators, Radiation Sources and Applications, and leaders of this center, Professor Aaron Friedman and Yehiel Vajdi, are also a participant of this conference. And this is one of the leading centers in Israel with collaboration all over the world. Next slide, please. Ariel University is very strong in archaeology. We dig everywhere, and our scientists collaborate with scientists from all over the world. We have a strong center for Middle East and Central Asia Research Center. Material Research Center is also among a prominent research institution in our university, which research different aspects from aluminum, scandium, and other materials which find implementation in medicine, in security application, and others. We put very strong emphasis on energy research in our university. And recently we also established Morris Family Medical Simulation Center, which is part of our medical school. And this year we also established several research centers. Indeed, we expected that this conference will take place in Ariel University in the campus. And one of our vision was to share with you with our academic winery, which is the only academic winery in Israel. So I believe that next time when this conference will take place, it will take place in Ariel, and you will have a chance to visit this winery. And in addition, we also established several additional centers, data science centers. We are strong in navigation and accessibility research. And during last several years, we hired scientists in the field of astrophysics, geophysics, and together with them, we established Center for Space Research. So all this reflected in scientific publications. When Ariel University in 2012 was granted university status, we published less than 200 papers in peer-reviewed journals. Now it's more than 650. And I think this is great achievement for so young university. We collaborate with industry, and we have very strong technology transfer office, and some of our achievements also reflected in different startup companies. We collaborate with scientists from all over the world, and we believe that this conference also will lead for additional collaborations. Ariel University has also joint funds. We have joint funds with with universities in the United States of America, with Europe, with different entities in Israel and all over the world. Excellent. We build a lot in order to make our research infrastructure stronger. This is natural science building that was established only several months ago. Adelson Medical Science building, which will also include a medical center, and this medical center will serve also Jewish and Palestinian populations that live in this space. We are building a Motovich Center for Jewish Heritage, Institute for Archaeology that will be ready in few years, Wine Research Center, as I mentioned before, and many other different infrastructures, among them high-tech park. And we believe that Ariel and Ariel University will be among the leading technology institution in Israel and all over the world. So I would like to thank you again for your participation. I wish you fruitful meeting. And again, as soon as it will be possible, you are welcome to visit our university. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Albert Pinchasov, our rector of Ariel University. Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Benny Brosh, very happy to welcome my dear friend, Dr. Ori Nissim Levy. Good morning, everybody, our partners from all over the world. Dr. Ori Nissim Levy, my dear friend, a colonel of the Home Front Command, a lot of mutual experience in emergency time, fighting in emergency time, and a lot of trainings. And Ori succeeded in taking all of this experience, of command experience and military experience, to take and put in academic level of discussion, and a lot of researchers to put together a lot of researchers all over the world, and to academic studies and discussion. Good luck, Ori. Good luck, everybody. Ori is after a lot of days and night of a lot of efforts to put all together, all of the lecturers and materials to put in this very short day. Good luck and have an excellent day.
Thank you, Dr. Benny Brosh, for these nice words. I would like also to say one word about, before I go to my technical and material presentation, I would like to say a few words about Professor Pinchasov and Ariel University. When I met him a few months ago and we discussed the beginning of this conference with Expo Consulting Company, he said one thing. He said, Mr. Levy and Mr. Caspi, if you want Ariel University to be with you with full power, you need to go deep and serious about research. And that's what we did. We took the defense, we took the army, we took all the organizations, and we went into the research. So you will hear today, professor with senior professors from Japan, from Germany, from England, from many countries, and they all understood that we have to take the security and the defense deep into the research level, and that's what we did. So thank you, Professor Pinchasov, and I would like, with your permission, to talk about some technicalities and go into the material. My presentation, please. Next slide, please. Okay, a few technicalities we'll talk today, and will be about until 6 p.m. The day will be divided into 4 blocks, block A, B, and please go on with the slides, B, C, and D. We'll have a short break. The lectures are, some of them are very deep in the research, some of them are very deep in the defense, and some of them are very deep in the cyber. So I hope you enjoy the day, and please, next slide. Okay, the first opening of the conference, we'd like to discuss about the formal announcement of the world 193 countries of the world, the Nuclear and Radiological State Rating 1 2020. This is going to be once a year. There is a few tenths of researchers who sitting for the last 5 months and discussing weekly hours in order to make the countries of the world grading, in order to be able to make ourselves, each country is better, and to negotiate and to give the information to the public. So this is, I will go over it in a few slides. And I know it's the beginning of the day, but I would like to say thanks for 5 very important people who carry this courage. First of all is Professor Aaron Friedman, who is the head in the Ariel University, is the head of the research center. Second of all is Dr. Avi Zigdon, which is the head of the mass casualty event. The third one is Professor Stilian Gelberg, which is the Ministry of Environment, responsible for all radioactive and noise occasions. Also, Dror Ettlinger from Weizmann Institute of Science. And last but not least is Avichai Koresh, which is a philosophy major in the Ariel University, and Dr. Ephraim Laor. Next slides, please. Okay, the standard readiness of nuclear and radiological emergency are laying on 3 major vectors. One of them is a team of researchers in a few countries of the world, and we are open to more researchers to join us. They are set and discuss how the engine of rating is going to work, and the main point is to make everybody better. We have about 100 parameters that we consider like openness to the opening to the information to the public, and so countries can be better. Also, the information received from the countries, so we will send the grading before it's published. In the next few months, it will be sent to the authorities all over the countries so they can comment and decide. Next slides, please. Okay, we're going to see 1 example or 2 examples for the readiness of a country. We're going to take the 3 big ones, what we call them, the United States, Russia, and China. For example, we take a parameter like a research nuclear power plant, which means, a research institute. So, for example, we can see here the United States with about 300 million people. They have 50 nuclear reactors. If we take Russia with less population, that 145 million people, they have 52 research. And if we take China, for example, our team thinks that China should get better. Why? Because according to the population, with 1.4 billion, they have only 16 research centers. So this is one, for example, and how parameters is going to work. We have almost 100. It's a lot, but we group it, and we'll discuss it a little bit later. Next slide, please. Okay, who's going to use this rating? The users are senior decision makers, chairman of system, for example, the police system, the army system, etc., politicians, head of authorities, and law and order. All those people will get the rating, and they will know exactly in which area they can be improved and change what the country to be. So if we take, for example, the chief of the army, which should not supposed to be a nuclear expert. That's what we see today all over the world, not only Israel, but Germany, but Canada, but I don't know, Australia or others. They're not a nuclear expert. So they will take the rating and they will do, straightforward what they need to do better. In other words, what their system should be improved. Next slide, please. Okay, as we said, we have a few tens of researchers working on this project, but we need more researchers. So please, you have the World Nuclear Forum on the bottom. It will be sent to you by the chat as well. If you want to join for the research and help this make the countries of the world better, so please join us, and we are very welcome if you in the nuclear or radiology area. Next slide, please. Okay, how this conference and nuclear forum and everything was born. A few years ago, when I was doing with a team of experts the research in the PhD research, we study the models of a few countries, and the few countries were the most advanced. Like we took Germany, we took France, we took Israel, we took Canada, we took Australia, which means we took the most advanced countries, USA, and we study what the models that they have to do today. So we study the countries of Canada, Finland, United States, Germany, France, and others. It is the point to say that France, in our research, found to be the most advanced model, even though the group of research we will discuss today, we will tell you about the new models that we have. And it's the point to say that 3 countries all over the world are discussing to have this model to be their major national emergency model, which called the ONDM, Operational Nuclear Defense Model. So we took these 3 vectors. First of all, we took the countries. Then you see on the left, we took Fukushima, Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island, Nagasaki, and Hiroshima. The countries, the event on the world, if someone doesn't know, it was all more than 2,000 incidents. The average of incidents today, every day, is more than 2.5 incidents per day, for months, which means each one of you all over the world, the more advanced country you belong, like Canada, like Australia, like Israel, you're probably standing behind a car with load of materials, like radioactive materials, between once to twice a month, which means when you park a new horn to some truck to move, you have to understand that once a month at least, you are standing behind a radioactive material, and we'll talk about this later on. So we took the countries, we took the incident, and we took interviewees, high professional. We took public opinion, for example, people like judges or project manager, but they know nothing about nuclear and nothing about emergency. And we talked about experience people, for example, the person specific, Sasha, that he was responsible for building the sarcophag. When I say sarcophag, I mean the sarcophag of 1986. Once the incident happened, we took people like this that have been in Fukushima, and we took scientists and security. And we did the model out of those things, and we got to 71 conclusions. So this is just to conclude these slides, once we do this research a few years ago, we saw some closed door. And I hate to say that, and I'm sorry to say that if I defend someone, we went to authorities like the IAEA and other emergency and nuclear authorities all over the world, and they all said, if you're not a country, if you don't have a license, you can't get information. I was shocked, and the team was shocked by this. And then we decided, with the idea of Dr. Ephraim Laor, to give this information free all over the world. So that's how the forum was born. That's how the model was born, and that's how the nuclear forum was born. So we call this awareness. Please, next slide. This is, I will go quite briefly. This is the model, the ONDM. It goes from 1 to 9. The first one is routine, then emergency routine, then you go to the incident, and this is how the model works. And each stage, we have each person what to do. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the nuclear forum. It's on the internet. You can join us. We have today more than 75 high senior scientists who discuss, and we have like a major general in the army, and we have people from all over the world, and you're more than welcome to join us and to share information and to get information. It's all for free. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the operational nuclear defense model. You can see there, and you have the website. Next slide, please. Okay, A few technicalities about today. First of all, the conference will be mostly in English, but some of it going to be in Hebrew. So you have both ways translation. If you hear a lecture in the language you need the other language, you just push on the button below and you can get the translation, the live translation. And thank you very much for the translators. How to send questions, you're going to see in a minute the email that you can say, and after that we will send you a survey in order to prove for next year. So please help us to improve. The schedule, as I said before, we have a few breaks. We're going to have an amazing panel today at noon, Israel time, 2:20. You're going to have a questions and survey. Next slide, please. Okay, this is important slide. Once you say nuclear, once you say army, once you say country like excuse me, Iran, Israel, North Korea, and the United States, and you have to be sensitive about information. So everything we discussed today was approved by the censor, by the authorities. Nothing that someone not should know is not here. All the people are well understood this. We discussed only about open information from the internet, from all sources that each one of you can go into the internet, click, and then get the information. So we'll not discuss anything which you're not supposed to do. And once we discuss countries like Iran, and we have some people that contribute information, we never want to know, and we don't ask, and we even don't know about secret information. So we all, please, I'll ask you all the questions and also to respect this because this is a major point. Next slide, please. Question and registration, you have the email, the World Nuclear Forum 193 ONDMCO. This is the mail, and then you can send questions. You have the form site. You can sign up and join us in the upcoming meetings. We have once a month or 2 months, we have meetings, and we discuss, for example, the next one going to be the HEMP, high amplitude electromagnetic pulse, and we go to a deep information. It is important to say or to emphasize that we will discuss about this conference is very professional, but all the lectures are very open to people with no background. So you can all listen and enjoy and contribute. Please share friends with in the profession. Next slide, please. Okay, you can contact the forum on the Facebook, LinkedIn. This is the phone number, international and the international committee. Next slide. Okay, collaboration with the Nuclear Forum, and I'm about to finish my opening presentation. You can be in any country. It doesn't matter if you have peace or war. We don't go into politics. If you want to contribute information and want to get information, the Nuclear Forum is the place. We don't see if you speak Arabic, Hebrew, German, Japanese, or whatever language you want. You're more than welcome, and we discuss only this. You can benefit and you can get information. We'll be happy to transfer knowledge in any nuclear radiological issue. Next slide, please. Okay, I will end with this slide of next year. Please write in your diary, November 11th next year, we will meet in the next Nuclear Power Forum. So thank you very much. I really appreciate to open this conference. You see how you send the question. It is important that you give us the information. We want to get live questions so we can discuss it, and we can really, because all over the world, more than 15 countries we have now. Okay, and also we have people waiting for your questions in the presentations. So I would like to welcome Dr. Rachel Bronson, my colleague, which is in the United States, and she is the chairman of the Atomic Scientists of the United States. This was opened in 1947 by Albert Einstein. He started this atomic bulletin, and she's going to talk about world nuclear trends. Dr. Rachel Bronson, please, I appreciate your cooperation. Please take the floor.
Hello, I'm Rachel Bronson, President and CEO of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, and I'm delighted to join you here for this very important conference. I had hoped to join you today in person, but of course, we all know what the challenges we face are with this pandemic, so hopefully in the future, I'll be there in person with you. I was asked today to talk about the geopolitics and the changing political landscape that we are finding ourselves in. And I was asked to do that to frame the subsequent conversations. So I hope this opening presents you some framework for the conversations that we're going to have over the next few days. So let me start by saying, as many of you know, that the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist is our 75th anniversary. We are the ones who set the doomsday clock, and the doomsday clock is currently set at 100 seconds to midnight. So hopefully that will frame, that in of itself will frame the discussions that we're having today. But let me give you some background to that of why we're at 100 seconds to midnight and where we're finding ourselves as we convene today. The clock was originally established in 1947. It was set at 7 minutes to midnight. It clicked towards midnight in 1949 when the Soviets tested their atomic bomb. And then it moved to 3 minutes to midnight in 1953, after both the US and the Soviets had tested their hydrogen bombs. The clock has moved backwards and forwards throughout history, having moved as far away as 17 minutes to midnight in 1991, as the Cold War came to the end, as the two countries began to take themselves off of hair trigger alert, as there was a reinvigoration of arms control agreements around START, and a series of events that led the experts at the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist to move it as far away as it ever had been, which was 17 minutes to midnight. Over time, it began to click forward for a number of reasons, but in 2010, moved backwards when we had the signing of New START. And then subsequently, we've moved forward pretty much regularly to where we stand now. It's important to know, especially in the context of this conversation, that the clock is not just about nuclear weapons and nuclear risk. In 2009, we made it quite clear that climate change was also part of the discussion. And we'll return to that at the end of my remarks today. But the reason climate was added was what the clock is supposed to be signaling is the answer to two very important questions. The first, is humanity safer or at greater risk today compared to last year when we asked this question? But also, is humanity safer or at greater risk today compared to the nearly 75 years that we've been asking that question? And in 2009, the scientists and experts at the Bulletin decided they could no longer answer that question with just a focus on nuclear weapons, that we had to add climate to that calculation. And since then, we've included both climate and nuclear and asked and any other issues that we think should be folded in to be able to answer that question. And you can see the background to all of this in our previous clock statements, which can be found on our website at thebulletin.org. So what I'd like to start off with is to suggest to you that we are in a very, very uncertain and chaotic and dangerous moment, particularly when it comes to the nuclear landscape, the climate landscape as well, but particularly the nuclear landscape. And that when people ask our experts, is it really true that it's as dangerous now as it has been during the Cold War? Our scientists and experts say yes. And you can see that in the language of many, but I would refer you most specifically to former Secretary of Defense Bill Perry, who is the chair of our board of sponsors. And he is probably the most effective ambassador for that argument that we're in a very dangerous moment. So what I'd like to focus on in the few minutes that I have remaining that have been given to me from the organizers is three key areas that I want us to focus on to understand why the landscape is as dangerous as we believe it to be. So first off, the international architecture that has defined the nuclear order since the end of the Cold War, is really in collapse. It's atrophying, it is old and creaky, and it is being dismantled. So what do I mean by that? When I think of the nuclear landscape, I think of it divided into three periods. I think of 1945 to 1970, which was truly the can be best characterized as the arms race as we know it. We had the scare of the Cuban Missile Crisis. We had many different accidents and alerts. At the beginning of it, there was no architecture. We had to build it from scratch. And you can really look at 1945 to 1970 as one period of a full-on arms race with the beginnings of attention to how might we limit it. And that's where the bulletin has been kind of active in trying to build that architecture. We can then turn to 1970 to 2010 and think of that as the golden age of arms control, starting with the implementation, if you will, of the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which made 3 key statements and is really the foundational arms control agreement that everything is built on, right? And an international one at that. So the first concept is those who have nuclear weapons will seek to reduce them. Those who don't have nuclear weapons will not try to acquire them. And everyone is, every signatory is eligible or it's available to have peaceful nuclear power. Again, a topic I know that is on our minds today. So those are the 3 pillars. And from that sprung a number of different arms control agreements over time that have led to a safer and more secure planet. And I ended at 2010 because that is when the last arms control agreement between the United States and the Russians was signed, New START, which we know is due to expire in February of 2021. So just a few months from now, which is the last arms control agreement between the 2 countries that exists, and it's due to expire. After 2010 into the current period of where we are now, I think we can look at it as a arms race 2.0, that everything we know about arms control is in reverse. There is very little constraining the United States and Russians when it comes to arms control. We haven't seen effective arms control agreements between new nuclear powers. We haven't seen new ideas emerging from the Indians and Pakistan. We haven't seen new ways to keep control of other programs. And here is the signing of and then the walking away from the JCPOA and that was monitoring Iran's program, or we thought would monitor Iran's program. And so everywhere we look, the NPT, there's a review conference on its 50th birthday that was due to happen in May. Now that's been pushed forward to January, and very few experts are expecting anything to come out of that. So the NPT now at 50 is really kind of hanging on by a thread. And I don't think most experts think that there's anything right now that we see that will lead us to feel more bullish or positive about it. So the international architecture that has defined the nuclear order is in collapse and disarray. I think the second important key issue that defines the moment we're in is a return to the belief that nuclear weapons are usable. And we see that as we look across, whether it's North Korea and their thinking and strategy around nuclear weapons. You can begin to look at it among the Iranians as they're learning lessons for what the collapse of the JCPOA means. And in particular, I think you can look at the Russians, whose military exercises under conditions of nuclear use, hypothetically. So their exercises take place in the context of a potential nuclear detonation. And if you look at Pakistan's and the US's own policies, there are written, if you look at the nuclear posture review from the United States and look at the things that are coming out of Pakistan, you can see that there's an increasing belief that there may be cases in which using nuclear weapons are appropriate. And in the US case, outside the context of a nuclear attack. So there's hints at the fact that massive cyber attack, for example, could be considered existential, and the notion that a nuclear response would be warranted. So across the globe, we're seeing the collapse of the nuclear architecture and also the increasing belief that nuclear weapons may be usable. And the third factor that I think requires our attention is changing technologies, which are changing the way we're thinking about the use of nuclear weapons and could lead to confusion, whether that's advances in hypersonic weaponry and additional changes that make it confusing as to whether or not what defense planners are seeing is actually a nuclear attack, right? And so changes in technology are changing how we think about the offense-defense balance, if you will, and are therefore also making a confusion, which is leading to many of us to be concerned that the possibility for blunder or misperceptions or accident is increasing. So those three factors, among many others, I'd say those three factors lead me to believe, and I would suggest should lead us to believe, that we're in a very, very dangerous environment. So why does that matter for today? We could stop there, but let me leave you with this final thought, which is, and this comes back to adding climate change to the clock. If you believe that climate change is an existential threat, we must throw everything we have at it to attempt to mitigate the worst consequences that we expect. And one of those is an investment and attention to peaceful nuclear power. We know that to respond to climate change in an isolated world, we should be investing in nuclear power. We don't have the options to say yes to renewables and no to nuclear, or to say no to nuclear and no to carbon capture. We really do need to be investing in all options to address climate change. However, at the same time, it would be truly irresponsible to trade off one existential threat for another. That is, we cannot move forward with nuclear power and pursuing it to advance the safety and security of humanity in such a volatile and dangerous nuclear weapons landscape. It is too dangerous. We can't trade one existential threat for another. What we do need, though, is a clear, bold, and convincing story that nuclear material won't end up in the wrong hands through sloppy waste storage management or shoddy security protocols. We need to be explicit about how we are working to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons and nuclear security in order to advance our needs for climate and peaceful nuclear power. Going back to that trade-off of the NPT that was so prescient and is under such threat 50 years later. The NPT makes it clear that we can have both, but we need to think about what that means in 2020. And the fact that we haven't been thinking about that is, I think, embodied in the Nuclear Ban Treaty, which won the Nobel Peace Prize and will come into force on January 22nd, 2021. How are these related? The fact that most of the world did not believe that the nuclear weapons states were committed to continuing to reduce their reliance on nuclear weapons has led them to argue that the NPT is no longer the bargain between the haves and have-nots that they could have argued. And despite the pressure of the nuclear power states, enough countries around the world have defied that pressure and signed on to the Nuclear Ban Treaty, which quite frankly is appropriate given the clear lack of commitment to reducing the risk of nuclear weapons that has been evident over the past 10, 20 years, 10 in particular. The fact that the NPT is in disarray, that balance between nuclear power and nuclear security, should give those of you and us at this conference who are thinking about nuclear accidents, who are thinking about new fuels that might make nuclear power safer, who are thinking of new reactors that might make nuclear accident less likely. We need to be investing in that, but we also need to be advocating for a new and engaged architecture that keeps the future of that keeps us safe and reduces the threat of nuclear weapons. So what I would like to leave us with is this notion that if you believe that we must be investing in nuclear power for the advancement of technologies that will help us manage the climate, we must at the same time invest in and engage in arms control agreements, new verification opportunities, or new strategies in this new world of new powers and new technologies of nuclear weapons so that we can reduce both existential threats and not trade one for the other. Because in trading one for the other, we haven't solved any problems. Thank you for your attention today. I hope we have a great set of conversations, and I look forward to joining you in the future in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rachel, for this important global perspective. And we do have some questions from the audience, but especially the question about the plutonium from Mr. Floss. So we will answer it later on in the conference. Rachel, I know you're very busy, and with Biden administration, we wish you good luck. I would like to, and the important conference you have in 1 month, which of course I registered, and I suggest you all do the same. I would like to call Major General Uzi Dayan, former Deputy Chief of Staff in the IDF, Chairman of Israel National Security Council, member of the Nuclear Forum, had to talk about deterrence. Uzi Dayan and his family is well rooted in the Israeli history and the establishment, and is a person that coming from the major decision-making level in Israel. He's been all his life in this, and today he's a member of the Congress. And I think the perspective of Major General Uzi Dayan is enlightening. So please, it's also too important to say that he's a chairman of the Defense Committee of this conference. So Major General Uzi Dayan, please take the floor.
Shalom. I'm Uzi Dayan, and I'm going to talk about deterrence. I'm going to do it from a very Israeli point of view because I'm very Israeli. You will never tell it by my accent, but you can take my word for it. I was born here, my parents were born here. I served in the IDF for 37 years in the Israeli Special Unit, and by the end as the commander of the Central Command and the Deputy Chief of Staff. I was also at the head of the Security Committee in all the Israeli negotiations with the Palestinians, with the Jordanians, with the Syrians, with others, and the National Security Advisor of 2 prime ministers. So I know also 1 or 2 things about national security in our region and about Israeli deterrence. Everybody likes deterrence. It's maybe the best way to win without fighting, to win without making a real war and paying the cost. And the Israeli likes deterrence even more than others because of the Israeli blood tariff, which means Israel is the most sensitive society to paying the cost, and by paying the cost here we mean funerals. So we are very sensitive to it, so we use deterrence. And we use deterrence in 3 levels. Deterrence, as I said, is the best way to avoid fighting, but basically deterrence succeeds until it doesn't work, because of misunderstanding, because the other side don't think you are serious about it, or you don't have the capabilities. But we try and apply deterrence in 3 levels. The upper one is the Israeli nuclear policy. We adopted the policy of ambiguity because we are very responsible. In the same times, if there is a policy of ambiguity, you can't really deter without saying, watch out, we can do that and that. And the policy of ambiguity of Israel is saying, we don't say yes, we don't say we don't have it, we don't say we got it. All we say is we don't say much about it. But from time to time, there is a kind of a hint or a leak that display the Israeli capability here and play an important role in deter our opponents. Maybe a nice example of it, it's the meeting in 73, after the 73 war, the Yom Kippur War, between Golda Meir and Bruno Kreisky, the Chancellor of Austria. Two very different people, they didn't get along, and this meeting was also a very bad meeting. First of all, because Kreisky didn't give the early warning to Israel about the Yom Kippur War, and he knew it from Egypt 3 days before. Later on, he said that he knew it only in the last day, and didn't have the time, and didn't whatever. His secretary said that he knew it 3 days before. So basically, there was a very bad feeling, but Golda Meir went all the way to Austria, to Vienna, in order to change an Austrian, actually surrounding to a terror group who kidnapped 5 hostages, Jewish hostages, and finally Kreisky let them went off to Libya, I believe, and he tell them that he meet the terms and say, okay, I won't let the Jews from the Soviet Union to go to Israel, to immigrate to Israel through a place, a very well-known camp now in Vienna. So Golda went there to change this policy, and she didn't succeed at it. It was a very bad meeting. By the way, finally she succeeded, but the meeting was very bad. And after the meeting, when they asked the two sides, how was the meeting, Kreisky said that it wasn't a good meeting. And by the way, he said later that Golda Meir, that he was the only person that Golda Meir didn't blackmail, didn't succeed in blackmailing him. And she said, he didn't even offer me a glass of water or a cup of tea. Later, Kreisky told people that Golda Meir said to him regarding the Holocaust and regarding the differences between them. And she said, watch out. Next time we are going to take all of you with us. And we can do it. So this maybe was the most blank hint about during this many years of policy of ambiguity. This is the grand strategy level. Under it, there is a level of, let's call it operative level, the wars. Now, Israel can't afford losing even one war. This is, if we are going to lose a war, it's going to be the last war. We know it. And all the Israeli doctrine is built on the idea that we can't afford to lose a war. Now, implementing it many years and many wars, we want to win the war, we need a victory in order to postpone the next war as much as possible. that the time between wars will be as wide and as long as possible. But there is a very interesting outcome to it, because war after war that we won in the Middle East, we arrived to a situation in which the other side and the rivals, our enemies, understood by the time that they will never win a war. I heard it from Syrians and from Egyptian generals who said to me later, you know, Yom Kippur War was apparently the Egyptian victory. But what we understood from this war, that if we can't hit you, if we can't win such a war, that there is a surprise and there is a misconception on your side and you are not ready to such a war. And if we don't win such a war, we will never win a war against you. And this is what bring Egypt to the peace process from the Egyptian. I'm talking from the Egyptian side. So on the operative level, if we are building a kind of an iron wall and win every war, by the time this is a kind of a magic deterrence that bring the opponent to the negotiation table. And finally, there is another very important area of deterrence. Let's say, call it the non-existential but strategic area. I mean counterterrorism. You know, terrorism is not an existential threat, but it's a strategic one. If you don't fight terrorism effectively, you leave the key to any progress in the hands of some terrorists, and they will derail it once they want. Is there a way to deter terrorism? My answer is yes, but it's rather complicated. I mean yes, because I think that in the personal level, you can deter terrorism by not only by killing terrorism and prevent terror attacks, but also by hurting its own family, the family of the terrorist. I know. I know because when I was the National Security Advisor, we made a kind of a survey and interviewed all the suicide bombers at that time. There was 21 of them. How do you interview a suicide bombers? You get to take all the terrorists who went all the way and even pushed the button, but it didn't work. There were 21 of them. And we talked to each of them and find that what encouraged them to do terrorism is what the kids in the street will say about them. What will, if they hang their posters, their picture in the nearest basic high school. And what deterred them and what make them think about it more than everything is what will happen to their family. So if you can hurt their family, by the time it makes a deterrence, they deter by it. It's not even easy stuff from the legal point of view. But if you find a way, and actually the family knows about it or collaborate without it, by the time you make your deterrence. The other level is the organizational level. Here it's getting more complicated. Can you deter a terror organization? The answer is yes, but you have to threat its own existence. It works for example, from Bader-Meinhof, for the Japanese Red Army. Even the PLO, when we kicked them out of their territory in Lebanon and sent them all the way to Tunisia, the reason that they came from what they say, to the negotiation in Oslo is because they didn't have a territory. They didn't have the way to apply their revolution. Let's take an example and show why it's quite complicated. Let's take the Hamas in Gaza, for example. We can threat the Hamas that will destroy the leadership or kick them out of Gaza. But in order to do it, you have to enter Gaza, because if you don't enter Gaza and do it by remote control, by Air Force, for example, you can destroy many houses, thousands of houses in Gaza, you can kill thousands of people, but all they have to do, I mean the leaders of the Hamas, if they are not destroyed, is to come out of their shelter after this small war, limited war, and say, we won. Israel is the almighty and power is the power, not a big power, not only in the Middle East. And we are here, we continue to fight, and they say we won this round. And their people will believe it, and the Israeli people will say they are still there, they are still launching rockets, etc. So it's not enough to threat. You have finally to enter to Gaza if it doesn't work and destroy their leadership and or kick them out of Gaza Strip. And in order to do it, you have to pay. There is a cost to it, a bloody cost. So you have to make up your mind, what do you prefer? To enter Gaza Strip and destroy the Hamas, or to enter Lebanon and destroy the Hezbollah, or to continue to have one round and then another round, and finally you can win and deter terrorism by threat their own existence, or by fighting from one round to another and say, okay, we can live with it. It's not very pleasant, but we can live with it. And our victory is in the long run. Take the Israeli who live in Beersheba and the Palestinian who live in Gaza and say, who do you want to be? This is the threat of terrorism, and this is actually what we can do in deterrence when it comes to counter terrorism. We have to choose to really destroy the terror group, and then the other one who will come will understand what happened if you mess up with Israel, or to live with it. This is the dilemma, the Israeli dilemma, and this is our choice.
Thank you, Major General Uzi Dayan, for the interesting presentation, and also, as we said before, the real life perspective. I would like to go over to Japan, to Professor Asuchi Komigai, our dear colleague that we have conferences and discussions, sometimes more than once a week. Professor Asuchi Komigai, the head of the Center of Advanced Radiation Emergency Medicine of the National Institute for Quantum and Radiological Science Technology. The presentation will go over the medical lessons learned from Fukushima disaster. Professor Komigai, our colleague, has been in Fukushima University for some years, and he knows exactly what's going on there, from connecting, as we all want to do, from the research side to the real life side, because we know the power of experience, which is the most important in our decision. So, Professor Komigai, please take the floor. We'll go over to Japan.
Hello, everybody. This is Atsushi Kumagai from Japan. We experienced Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant accident 9 years ago. Today, I will focus on the risk communication and share the lesson learned from this disaster. Many people worried about radiation health effects in Fukushima. First of all, I will give you one question. What do you think about health effects around Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant? According to the governmental health survey for the Fukushima residents, around 30% people think high possibility of radiation-induced cancer. Besides, around 40% people think high possibility of second-generation effects. However, scientifically, radiation health effects among residents are considered as non-significant level. Initial dose was less than 5 millisievert. Concerning internal dose, since 2012, we couldn't detect the case with 1 millisievert or more. Anscare concluded the lifespan dose is also less than 20 millisievert. Then, what is the real health risk? According to the health checkup for the residents, we observed increase in obesity among evacuees. As you can see, obesity and glucose intolerance increased just after disaster year. We observed severe body weight changing, especially in the evacuees compared with the non-evacuees. Lifestyle changing by the refuge life and relocation made them obesity. Then, obesity-induced glucose intolerance. According to the epidemiological study, obesity is a real cancer risk, as same as atomic bomb survivors with several hundred millisievert. Of course, diabetes mellitus is certain cancer risk. We know diabetes increased 20% of cancer risk. As you may know, mental stress level among Fukushima residents has been still higher than national average. Mental stress is also cancer risk. Epidemiological study indicates a stress level dependent future cancer risk. We learned that cancer risk from lifestyle changing and mental stress are much higher than cancer risk by radiation in Fukushima. We can say countermeasure for the risk would cause a real risk. Actual radiation is not the issue. The word radiation is. Most of people don't know what is a real health risk. Basic concept of the risk communication is like that. It is to support citizens in understanding about the risk level. Moreover, it is to support citizens to make their own decisions. We have to convey the information and suggestions and leave judgment. I will show you our experience of the general health consultation for the Fukushima residents. It was a face-to-face style. We analyzed the consultation sheet. As you can see, radiation anxiety approximately 10% overall. Such small percentage of radiation consultation means radiation became a taboo topic. Many people couldn't update the information and the perception at the time of crisis. Different perceptions of radiation risk induced interpersonal conflict. Failure to acknowledge anxieties, elephant in the room. It is consoling to think that radiation effect will not be significant. However, Scientists and medical professionals who said like that became target of abuse in emotional discussions. People recognize that situation as the mistrust of scientists. Some equate emotional opinion with scientific certainty. Humanists might say Fukushima is dangerous. Almost 10 years already passed. Currently, evacuation zone was scaled down to less than 30%. Of course, it is a good aspect. However, lifting of evacuation order reactivate people's anxieties. Lifting of evacuation order ends financial and residential support. Now they have to decide what to do. They face change and reconfront radiation anxieties. This threatens social and cultural harmony. We know the loss by earthquake or tsunami is lowest loss. However, evacuation by radiation induced ambiguous loss. Building a new house elsewhere means never going home. They feel they have abandoned their hometown. There is big generational differences. Some elder people hesitated to enter their new home. Moreover, some fell into depression after entering their new home. What do you think about this situation? One old man surprised completely broken kitchen when he went back his home 4 months later. Yes, wild animal broke his kitchen. Wild animals severely increased instead of people in evacuation zone. There are many non-radiation, so-called social issues after Fukushima accident. Individual conflict disturbed good communication. In addition, there are big problems in their real life. Of course, collapsed infrastructure, increased wild animals, and lost social relationships induced difficulties. What is the role of medical professionals under the nuclear disaster? People usually expected that medical doctors must know radiation well, because they use X-ray usually. Even after the Fukushima accident, many of medical professionals think about radiation health risk as out of their field. People observe the behavior of doctors' family. Do they put their laundry outside to dry? Did the doctor's family evacuate or not? What is the principle of trust? Ability, fairness, or honesty? Of course, there are important issues. However, they are not enough. We need salient value similarity. We have to have same goal with people. Radiation anxiety is health anxiety. Medical professionals' goal should be people's health and well-being. It will be sustainable goal. Please convey and confirm this goal together. It is the starting point. One interesting report demonstrated that there is difference of the reliability of information sources on radiation between Fukushima citizens and others. Citizens outside of Fukushima believed the radiation expert. It is understandable. However, Fukushima citizens believed medical doctors. We need to understand not only scientific concept of radiation health to understand Fukushima's situation, but also we need to understand the public psychological and sociological problems. We should take the next step together with people. Ultimately, medical professionals have a responsibility to improve public and individual health status. Conventional concept of risk communication was like this. From the medical perspective, medical professionals have to improve people's health status. We faced nuclear accident. It was crisis. During crisis phase, we need to decide under uncertainty. We have to talk to all with unified information. After 2 years and 3 years, it will be chronic phase. We have to update by reliable information and turn off the alarm. In addition, we have to respond to a personalized problem. In future, I believe Fukushima people can move to the purple-colored next stage. It is before accident stage. You are in this stage too. We have to think about not to ignore the risk. Thinking about surrounding risks is important for strengthening civil society. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Asuchi Komigai. You know, they say powerful words are spoken quietly. So really appreciate this information from Japan. I would like to go over to Dr. Moti Brill. Dr. Moti Brill is a PhD in nuclear engineering with extensive experience in working in a nuclear reactor, former mayor of Arad City, senior scientist in physics, member of the nuclear forum. Dr. Brill will talk about the dirty bomb, and I just would explain so people do not know that a dirty bomb is a regular bomb. He will break some myth about this. We know that country like Israel, Germany, United States, Canada, they're all working by a reference scenario of dirty bomb, but we have doubt if dirty bomb is really exist in the world. So Moti Brill will explain how difficult it to do, if at all possible to do it. So Dr. Brill, our dear friends and colleague of some committees, he's from the real life. He's the person that holds radioactive materials for all his life, and he knows what to talk about. So Dr. Brill, please take the floor.
שלום, היום אנחנו נדבר על פצצות מלוכלכות או פצצות רדיולוגיות בשמן האחר, ונתחיל בשאלה שהיא שאלה פשוטה למדי, מהי פצצה מלוכלכת? לכאורה התשובה פשוטה, פצצה מלוכלכת היא פצצה שמכילה חומר נפץ, ובנוסף היא מכילה חומר רדיולוגי, חומר רדיואקטיבי, כך שהפצצה תגרום לנזק בגלל האנרגיה של חומר הנפץ, ובנוסף בני אדם ייפגעו על ידי החשיפה לחומרים רדיואקטיביים. השאלה שתשאל בהרצאה היום היא, מה המשמעות בעצם של התוספת של החומר הרדיולוגי? האם אנחנו בכלל צריכים חומר רדיולוגי לפצצות, וכמה זה עוזר לנו? אני רוצה להזכיר, אנחנו מדברים על פצצות מלוכלכות ולא על פצצות אטום. מה המשמעות של הפצצה הזאת? בשנת 2010 מדענים ישראלים עשו סדרה של ניסויים כדי לחקור את המשמעות של פיצוץ של פצצות מלוכלכות בישראל. הפרויקט הסתיים ב-2014, התפרסמו התוצאות שלו. בעיקרון היו 20 ניסויים, פיצצו מרבע קילו עד 20 קילוגרם של חומר נפץ, ופיזרו חומר שקוראים לו טכניציום 99M, שהוא חומר שמשמש ברפואה. המסקנה של החוקרים הייתה שליד מוקד הפיצוץ הייתה רמת קרינה מאוד מאוד גבוהה, אבל רק חומר בכמות מאוד קטנה נמדד ככל שאנחנו התרחקנו מהמוקד, ולכן המסקנה שלהם הייתה שהסכנה הכי גדולה של הפצצות האלו היא בעצם האפקט הפסיכולוגי שלהם על הציבור. האם היו פצצות מלוכלכות? האם בכלל בעולם מוכרים סיפורים על פצצות מלוכלכות? המטרה היא להפחיד את העולם, ולכן במשך עשורים שלמים אנחנו מדברים על פצצות מלוכלכות. כפי שתראו, המציאות היא קצת שונה. לפי דוח של האו"ם, המשטר העיראקי פיצץ ב-87 פצצה מלוכלכת במשקל של טון, אבל מיד אחרי זה הם עזבו את הפרויקט, כיוון שרמות הקרינה שהפצצה פיזרה היו הרבה מתחת לדרישות המבצעיות שלה. בשנת 1995, צ'צ'נים שמו פצצה מלוכלכת בפארק במוסקבה. הפצצה הכילה דינמיט וצזיום 137, אבל הם לא הצליחו ליזום את הפצצה והסובייטים פירקו אותה. עוד סיפור צ'צ'ני היה ב-99, גנבים נכנסו למפעל לייצור חומרים רדיואקטיביים, וניסו לגנוב מכולה שמכילה חומרים רדיואקטיביים. חצי שעה אחרי זה, אחד מהם מת ואחר קרס, ובעצם הם נתפסו כאשר התוצאות של המחלות שלהם נוצרו תוך כמה דקות אחרי שהם התקרבו לקונטיינר הזה. פימה זה גוף החירום האמריקאי, והוא הגדיר מוצר שקוראים לו RDD, Radiological Dispersion Device, שזה בעצם הפצצה המלוכלכת, והיא מורכבת מתערובת של חומרי נפץ ושל אבקות או חלקיקים של חומרים רדיואקטיביים. בזמן פיצוץ, החלקיקים האלו עפים למרחק גדול ממוקד הפיצוץ. ועוד פעם אני חוזר, פצצה מלוכלכת היא לא פצצת אטום. היא לא מייצרת את הפטריה האטומית המוכרת שאנחנו רואים בסרטים. בפצצה מלוכלכת, החומר הנפץ מתוכנן רק לפזר את החומר הרדיואקטיבי, ולא ליצור ריאקציה גרעינית בתוך הפצצה. מהם המטרות? המטרות של הטרוריסטים זה להפיץ פחד בין האזרחים של האויב. הסכנה העיקרית של פצצה מלוכלכת היא נובעת מהפיצוץ הרגיל, הפיצוץ הקונבנציונלי של הדינמיט או של החנן, שיפצע אנשים ויגרום לנזק סביבתי. החומר הרדיואקטיבי בתוך הפצצה לא יגרום לסינדרום שקוראים לו acute radiation syndrome, למעט לאלו שנמצאים ממש בתוך ה-ground zero כמו שקוראים לזה. אבל, ככה אומרת פימה, נשימה של אבק או של עשן רדיואקטיבי יכולה לגרום לנזק לבריאות של הציבור. פצצה מלוכלכת תגרום או הופכת להיות בעיה אסטרטגית רק ואך ורק כאשר היא גורמת למספר משמעותי של אזרחים לחטוף acute radiation syndrome, או למות מיד כמו שראינו בצ'צ'ניה. אם רק מעט אנשים נפגעים מקרינה, זאת לא בעיה אסטרטגית. אם הרבה אנשים נפגעים מקרינה, אבל בדוזה נמוכה, ולכן הבעיה היחידה שתהיה זה שהסיכון שלהם לחלות בסרטן יגדל, אז זה לא בעיה אסטרטגית. ולכן אנחנו מתמקדים בבעיה של safety, הבטיחות של האזרחים שלנו, ואנחנו לא מתעסקים, לפחות לא בהרצאה הזאת, לא מתעסקים בפסיכולוגיה. איך מתכננים פצצה כזאת? אז כמו שהגדרנו, אנחנו רוצים שהרבה אנשים ייפגעו, ואנחנו רוצים שהם ייפגעו מ-acute radiation syndrome, זאת אומרת שהם יחלו וימותו בזמן של נגיד כמה שבועות או כמה חודשים. ולכן אנחנו צריכים כמות מאוד מאוד גדולה של חומר רדיואקטיבי. בואו ננסה לעשות חישוב משוער. כדי לחטוף את המחלה אנחנו צריכים לפחות 1,000 מיליסיבר. אם אנחנו רוצים לפגוע ב1,000 בני אדם, אבל היעילות של ההדבקה היא בערך 10%, שזה אחוז מאוד מאוד גבוה, אנחנו צריכים להכניס לתוך הפצצה בין 10,000 ל-300,000 סיבר. כשאנחנו מתקרבים למקור, שזאת העוצמה שלו, מי שמתקרב ימות תוך דקות. עוד לפני שהוא הגיע לשים את הפצצה או להרכיב את הפצצה, רק כשהוא יתקרב, בדיוק כמו שקרה לצ'צ'נים עם הקונטיינר. ועדיין אנחנו נדרשים לשאלה, איך אנחנו לוקחים חומר בתוך הפצצה, והופכים אותו לאירוסול נשימתי, שמאפשר לרוח לקחת אותו למרחקים משמעותיים. כדי להפוך את החומר הזה, לא משנה אם הוא התחיל בתור מוצק או בתור נוזל, ל-Radioactive Dust and Smoke, הפצצה צריכה להכיל חומר נפץ עודף, באנרגיה מאוד מאוד גבוהה. אם אנחנו סתם נשים חומר נפץ, מה שיקרה זה שהמתכת תישבר או החלקיקים יעופו, או שהטיפות יהיו נורא גדולות, ולא נצליח לחלק את החומר לחלקיקים מספיק קטנים שיעופו ברוח. האם בכלל אנחנו צריכים פצצה מלוכלכת? אנחנו נזכיר שלפי פימה, המטרה של הטרוריסטים היא להפיץ פחד. האם כדי להפיץ פחד אנחנו צריכים חומרים רדיואקטיביים? התשובה שלי, ממש לא. הם יכולים לפוצץ פצצה רגילה, אבל לשלוח הודעה לתקשורת שזאת הייתה פצצה מלוכלכת. צריך לזכור, פחד הוא האמצעי הכי יעיל כדי להפיץ בעולם שלנו חדשות. האם אנחנו צריכים להבריח חומרים רדיואקטיביים? לדעתי התשובה היא לא, כי ממילא אנחנו צריכים להניח שאם הטרוריסטים יעשו משהו, אז הם יפוצצו פצצה מפוברקת, ולא פצצה שמכילה באמת, כמו שראינו, מקור ב10,000 סיבר. במקרה הקיצוני לדעתי הם יוסיפו קצת יוד, אפילו לא רדיואקטיבי, כדי לבלבל את אנשי החירום שהתקרבו למקום, והם יצליחו להאיץ את ההיסטריה הציבורית. בואו נשחק, בואו נראה מה קורה כשאנחנו משתמשים בשיטה הזאת. בשעה 2 אחרי צהריים, התקשורת הבריטית ויחידות החירום שלה ובפייסבוק אזרחים מקבלים את המסרון הבא. אתאיסטים מגעילים או מכוערים, בשעה 4 אנחנו נפוצץ פצצה ליד הביל אבו בכר אל-בגדדי, דאעש. אפשר להניח שמה שיקרה מיד זה שהמשטרה תגיע לאזור של הביג בן, תסגור את האזור, תרחיק את כולם, תייצר איזשהו אזור סטרילי ותתחיל לחפש את הפצצה הזו. יחידות מיוחדות שמתמחות בחומרים רדיואקטיביים יתחילו להגיע לאזור, ותמונות וידאו של חיילים ולבושים בלבוש מגן ובמסכות יתחילו להופיע בתקשורת, בטלוויזיה, וכולם יחפשו את הפצצה. בשעה 4, ממש לפי הזמן, פצצה או מכונית תופת מתפוצצת, אבל לא ליד הביג בן, אלא ליד פיקדילי. מהפיצוץ נפצעים כ10 אנשים, ושניים מהם באופן חמור, ואז השאלה היא מה עכשיו? האם כוחות הביטחון יגיעו למכונית הזאת בלי ביגוד מגן, בלי מסכות? מה יהיה המצב של הציבור? מה תהיה רמת הפאניקה? האם הטרוריסטים יכולים להשיג את המטרה שלהם, שהיא פאניקה, אני רוצה להזכיר לכם, רק מפיצוץ המכונית? האם הם היו צריכים חומר רדיואקטיבי בשביל לייצר את כל הבלגן הזה? אבל כמו שאנחנו יכולים לראות, ואנחנו נראה בעוד דקה, מי שמייצר הרבה מאוד היסטריה זה דווקא פימה עצמה, והם בעצם, כשהם מדברים על פצצות מלוכלכות, מה שהם מראים לנו זה בעצם מה יקרה כשפצצה של 10 קילוטון תתפוצץ. אבל כמו שאמרנו, פצצה של 10 קילוטון היא בעצם פצצה בגודל של הירושימה. זה לא מתקן מאולתר וזה לא פצצה מלוכלכת, ולכן כל ההיסטריה שהם מכניסים, שהם עושים את כל הדוחות שלהם, היא היסטריה מיותרת. קרינה היא קרינה היא קרינה, זאת קרינה לבדיקות רפואיות כאלו ואחרות. הקרינה המותרת, המוכרת לנו, זה 1 מיליסיברט לשנה לבן אדם, אבל אנחנו לא כוללים בה את הקרינה שאנחנו חוטפים בקרינה טבעית, ואנחנו גם לא כוללים את מה שאנחנו חוטפים בקרינה רפואית, אבל הגוף שלנו חוטף את זה והכל בסדר. אנחנו לא פוחדים מקרינה כקרינה. אנשים שותים חומרים רדיואקטיביים וטיפולים רפואיים והכל בסדר. כדי למנוע את הפחד, אנחנו צריכים לחנך את הציבור. אנחנו צריכים לחנך את הציבור איך מתנהגים במקרה חירום, איך מתנהגים בהתקפה של טרוריסטים, ואנחנו צריכים לעשות את זה כשאין לנו סכנה באמת. כי בזמן סכנה ההיסטריה עובדת ולא שום דבר אחר. לסיכום, פצצות מלוכלכות זה לא איום אמיתי, אבל איום טרוריסטי בהחלט. רוב הנזק בפצצות כאלו יגיע מהפיצוץ עצמו, מהחומר נפץ. הסכנה תהיה פאניקה ציבורית שהיא, כמו שהראינו, יכולה לחול תמיד, ולכן התשובה לזה היא חינוך בזמן רגיעה. אנשים בולעים חומרים רדיואקטיביים לטיפול בבעיות רפואיות, ואפשר לחנך אותם לא לפחד ולא לחשוב שכל בעיה של קרינה היא בעיה פטאלית. פצצות מלוכלכות הן לא אמיתיות, ולכן אנחנו יכולים להפסיק להתייחס לבעיה. תודה רבה לכם.
Hi, I'm Professor Aaron Friedman. I'm the head of the Schlesinger Accelerator Center here in Ariel. And I think this issue is important enough that I want to comment on what Dr. Brill said. I think that, one thing that we have to take out of this lecture is that dirty bombs are actually only dangerous to the terrorists that make them, and that they are much more dangerous before they exploded than after they exploded. And I'm talking about the real danger, not the mental danger. One of the things that we teach in our radiation safety courses is put distance between you and the radioactive materials. So imagine a bomb goes off and spreads radioactive materials around. But you know what? So you have like 1 milligram of some radioactive isotope, and you're 100 meters away from it, you get nothing. And I think the important thing is, like Dr. Brill said, we go to hospitals and get checked with gamma ray cameras and with X-ray. We do CTs, we do MRI with radioactive materials injected into our veins, and we do it without blinking an eye. And yet, FEMA and maybe other bodies in other countries are scaring us about the dirty bombs, which are not really a threat. And I think that it's very important message to take out of this conference that no, they're not a threat. They're more dangerous to the terrorists than to the victims of terrors. I'd like to invite Dr. Ori Nissim to come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Friedman, for this enlightening information. And I heard Professor Friedman for many times, and I can tell you that each time he comes to stage, the discussion became more interesting. So hopefully in the rest of the day, we'll hear more of Professor Friedman and Professor Stilian to get more important information. I think the presentation and the lecture of Dr. Moti Bril is an excellent example of what the Nuclear Forum is doing. We get together and we discuss, sometime by Zoom, sometime physically, and everything is allowed to say. Even if you say the most peculiar or unrealistic thing, we can discuss, we can argue. And I think that dirty bomb, it's classical, but I can tell you it's definitely not the last. We have many topics like this that all over the world, all of the news, and unfortunately, authorities and governments are talking about things that if they ask the professionals, they'll see that it's like an empty balloon. So thank you, Dr. Moti Bril, for this enlightening information. And we have some questions for the audience, but please, I would like to go on, so we'll try to answer them later. We would like to go over one more thing. It's important also to say, I remember that, I don't know if people know, but mice, they can drink radioactive water. And mice, they can drink radioactive water and nothing happens to them. They just go with the flow. There's no other animal in life that found out to be. So there are many experiments made on mice, but just so you know, so if mice come to a territory with nuclear problem, he has no problem. So we have to learn something from the mice as well. We'd like to go over to India, to dear colleague, Dr. Sushil Gupta, former senior member of the Nuclear Power Corporation of India, Ltd, the Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India. He will talk about enormous amounts of nuclear disaster insurance. And I know for Dr. Gupta, like many others from this Congress, we know each other for a few years, but we never actually met physically, but we are really friends. We go in some committee together. And we all know that money talks. So Dr. Sushil Gupta will talk about how money is changing the world. If I take Fukushima or Chernobyl, they had an insurance, Fukushima, you know, we all understand that Japan is an advanced country, is a rich country, is very disciplined, very professional. And any parameter you check, Japan is a very high level in training and everything. And although that Fukushima incident had happened, they didn't know what to do. And I'm not pointing a finger at them, but we can do it at the same other countries. So for example, the insurance was insured at $1 billion and the damage was $450 billion. So today there are some solutions all over the world to do some funding, etc. So I would like to take the discussion to Dr. Sushil Gupta in India. Dr. Sushil, please take the floor.
Namaste. My name is Dr. Sushil Gupta from India. The topic of my today's discussion is immense amount nuclear disaster insurance. Next. The agenda of my presentation is why nuclear insurance. So, and then including past major nuclear accidents, insurance basic concepts such as insurance pool, nuclear pool coverage and basic requirements, type of coverage and duration, nuclear pool in different parts of the world, financial cost of nuclear pool, and with an example and conclusion. Why nuclear insurance? This is the first question which comes to my mind. So there had been several nuclear accidents worldwide. As we know, nuclear accidents are low probability, high risk events. The 1945 Hiroshima-Nagasaki bombing compelled the world to understand degree of nuclear risk. the need to generate electricity from nuclear power plants, which is clean, green, and safer, met with few major accidents such as Chernobyl, Fukushima, and 3 Mile Islands. The Chernobyl nuclear power plant accident, it was the worst man-made nuclear disaster that resulted in core meltdown. It occurred on April 26, 1986, and it has happened due to operator errors, which caused a reactor explosion, releasing huge radioactive material into the atmosphere. So over 7 million people, including 3 million children, lived in contaminated areas. Over 5 million people still live in contaminated areas. Radioactive fallout affected a large area. You can see on the right figure the affected areas and radiation levels, and it has created so far over 25,000 fatalities. On the left, you can see the collapsed dome of the reactor building. The Fukushima nuclear power plant accident, it was a double whammy. First 9 magnitude Toku earthquake, which resulted in a 10-meter height tsunami at the Fukushima nuclear power plant site location. It occurred on March 11, 2011, and this event was much beyond the design basis of the nuclear power plant. For example, the tsunami height of 10 meters, while it has been built for a maximum tsunami height of 5.7 meters. It was also the worst nuclear disaster in Japan history, which resulted in failure of emergency power supplies to all the 6 boiling water reactors. At the time of the accident, Unit 1, 2, and 3 were operational, and Unit 4, 5, 6 were on outage. In fact, Unit 4 was not even having the fuel loaded in the reactor building. It has a combined capacity of 14,380 megawatt thermal energy. This is a world's 15th largest nuclear generating station. This combined earthquake plus tsunami, this double whammy, it created hydrogen explosions in Unit 1, 2, 3, and 4, which released the radioactivity to the environment to a significant amount. However, all the nuclear power plants in Japan has automatic seismic scrams, and that has worked in this case also because magnitude was very high. So it's shut down even Unit 1, 2, and 3, which were operational. But as you know, that seismic scram just doesn't completely stop the nuclear reactions. You know it very well. So it became subcritical in a very short time, but still you need cooling water to cool the reactor cores to remove the heat from which is happening due to the nuclear reactions. The economic losses were of the order of USD 360 billion as per some estimates, and it has also resulted over 25,000 fatalities. Japan country declared a state of nuclear emergency, and people completely evacuated in over 20-kilometer radius areas. Now coming on to some basic concepts about the insurance. The first term is which comes is risk. Risk is nothing but uncertainty regarding financial outcome. Insurance is a social device or instrument for dealing with risk. A reinsurance is insurance for insurance companies. Co-insurance is sharing one risk amongst multiple insurance companies. Policy is a contract that specifies what risks are covered and how much will be paid out for the losses. Premium is money paid to purchase the policy. There are other two terms which is called pure premium or average annual loss. So in catastrophic modeling, average annual loss plus margins are called as a premium. Risk management for individuals as well as for companies. So for individuals, risk management can be done, for example, by retaining risk. because as you know, one cannot do anything about an aeroplane fall on your house or choose to ignore risk. For example, you don't buy earthquake insurance or fire insurance. You can avoid risk by don't having or buying a house in high seismicity prone area or in a high flood zone. Or you can reduce the risk by having your house which is seismically strong and having provisions like earthquake early warning systems. You can transfer the risk through insurance, of course, the financial risk. Insurance companies, they can spread their risk across geographies, for example, transferring the risk through risk transfer mechanism. They can also reduce the risk by underwriting guidelines, by giving discounts to houses or buildings or structures, which has, for example, seismic alarm, which also has smoke detectors, which has a base isolation. As you know, the large numbers is nothing but it is a, as you know, larger the number, you can more easily predict the future losses. Insurance company must predict the future losses on a group basis in order to arrive at fair premium for individual within the group. Insurance pool is a mechanism whereby a number of insurers through an association jointly underwrite a technically challenging type of risk. Pools are typically found when a risk is high in severity and low in frequency, such as the nuclear accident. Pools are further categorized by insufficient capacity being attracted to a class of business. This may be from an individual insurance company because that company may not have its risk appetite so big. So that's why several insurance companies join in a pool. Nuclear insurance pool associations of insurers who jointly insure a particular risk or class of business. Nuclear pools cover nuclear power plants and other nuclear facilities such as research reactors and nuclear transport. The type of coverage for nuclear power plant, it could be on-site, that is material damage insurance. It could be off-site, legal obligations liability insurance. Coverage and durations. Earlier, the coverage duration for a nuclear pool was 10 years, which has now been extended to 30 years. So nuclear insurance pool in different parts of the world, there are several insurance pools worldwide that are active in different countries and geographies, and their list is given here. I can read a few. That Nuclear Risk Insurer Limited, this is from UK. Chase Nuclear Insurance Pool, this is from Chase Republic. Nordic Nuclear Insurers, the Finnish and Swedish merged in 2020. This is Finland and Sweden. Swiss Pool of the Insurers of Nuclear Risk. Switzerland, American Nuclear Insurance, US, like that. There are many more. And last but not least is Indian Nuclear Insurance Pool, which is from India. Financial cost of nuclear insurance pool. This is one example from US. The total pool in US is 13.46 billion. Owner of the nuclear power plant pays for 450 million in private insurance. There are about 104 nuclear power plants in US. And if a nuclear accident surpasses this amount, then each plant pays up to USD 1.121 million into the second tier insurance, plus a 5% surcharge. In conclusion, I would say there had been several nuclear accidents worldwide. Nuclear accidents are low probability, high risk events. Nuclear insurance pool in help in mitigating financial risk of a nuclear disaster, risk transfer across geographies, and effective way to mitigate financial risk. And there is an immense amount in nuclear disaster insurance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sushil Gupta. And we say the money talks. We do have some questions, but I would like to bring you up, Dr. Sushil Gupta. The question comes from Dubai, from Dr. Jabari Mahmoud, and he's asking the question I think many people ask, how this problem of the delta between the sum of money of the insurance, which is usually low, and what do the country does, which means if we take Chernobyl and Fukushima, as mentioned before, the money insured and the funded is quite low, and they need to bring a lot of money. So I will raise you in a minute. Dr. Sushil Gupta, please wait 1 second. So I think that the money problem is the money is showing the problem, because money is just a transformation of energy. So if we solve this problem of money, we can do how to do better things in the future. Do we have Dr. Sushil Gupta or not yet, please? Okay, Dr. Gupta, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much for this fascinating presentation. Did you hear the question of Mr. Muhammad Jabari from Dubai? Dr. Sushil, did you hear the question? Okay, can you?
Yes.
Okay, please answer Mr. Muhammad Jabari.
Okay, the answer to his question is it's a very good question, and I would say very practical question, and I appreciate the question. The answer is it's a very small fraction of the total cost of the nuclear facility if you see in terms of insurance. So pool is a best way to mitigate the financial losses from a nuclear disaster. It is hardly of the order of 0.1 to say maximum 1% of the total facility cost. So it's a very low amount which can help in ensuring the nuclear facilities. When I say nuclear facility, there could be research reactors, including nuclear power plants, and even a transportation of nuclear material. All these are covered under nuclear insurance pools. And number of share of the insurance pools are more, lesser is the premium. That is another advantage. If 2-3 countries goes together to make an insurance pool, that further reduces your premiums or the cost of having nuclear insurance. Moreover, through nuclear insurance, in a way, you are transferring risks across geographies. For example, in Fukushima, if Fukushima has a primary insurance, if Japan has taken insurance of Fukushima nuclear power plant, but had it been only that insurer, it would have was the beyond capacity of that single insurer. So what insurer can do, it can transfer its risk across geographies through reinsurance. So there are reinsurance products. So insurance can go to reinsurance pools and they can join them. And so risk goes transferred from Japan to India to say US to Bermuda. There are a lot of reinsurance companies which can also take part.
Okay, can you give us 1 or 2 more example of other incidents? Because we all know Fukushima and Chernobyl. Can you tell us from your experience? Because the audience doesn't know, but you are also advisor to the National Federal Bank of the world. So I know you have a lot of experience with this. Can you give us 1 or 2 more examples, more others than what we all know about?
One more is 3 Mile Island accident, which is quite big in size, and there are many more which are I would say a smaller accident, or which in a way just saved at the, I would say, nick of the bird. Means somehow they have been they could not become a disaster because of timely control of the situation. So there are many such events. Yeah.
Okay, I really appreciate that, Dr. Sushil, not only for this conference, but the team you are part of and the global rating, which is you're a major player. I really appreciate the excellent experience of global perspective. I thank you very much. And with your permission, I will go to the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you.
I would like, thank you very much from India.
Yeah,
Hi, say hi.
Pleasure to attend. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I would like to go now, before we go to Germany, I would like, because we have some requests from the audience, to go over the schedule of the day, because there was a bit slight of change. So I would like, thank you very much. So I would just say, and please, all the audience all over the world, please, you can take a picture in your telephone about this 4 slide that I will talk about. So you can see this is almost the exact time of the conference today. So please take your camera out and take a picture of what you see right now on the screen. So we have block A, we started. We're gonna have one more lecture from Germany, our dear colleague and expert of radioactive materials, and then specifically battery in space. So this is going to conclude the next slide. The next lecture from Germany of Dr. Daniel Fries will conclude this block A. Now we'll go to block B, so you can all please take a picture. Please go to the next slides. Thank you. This is block B. I'll give you a few seconds so you can take a picture of this slide. Block B will take us to the afternoon side. Okay. We'll talk about Aaron Friedman, which are Steele and Gelberg, which will go on in a few minutes. And then we have this a very interesting panel, and we're going to expose kind of the Israeli ambiguity. Does or does it not still holding to do what have been done for 70 years or so? So please, next slide. And this is block C. You can all also take a picture of it so you know what the time is, what lectures are more specific, important to you. And please go to the last slide. Okay, this is block D. This is going to conclude the evening. And we're going to see, we have Roy Laufer, which is an expert. And one back, please. One back, please. Okay, so this is block D. You can take a picture of it. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce our friend, our dear colleague friend from Germany, Dr. Daniel Fries. Dr. Daniel Fries is a leader of European Commission, DJ DONT Research Center, JRC, Nuclear Safety and Security. The lecture will go over the safety of nuclear fuel and atomic batteries in space. It's not a new thing of nuclear battery in space, because, you know, like submarine, they can go for a few months and sometimes year on the same fuel. And we have the same problem with energy in space. So Dr. Daniel Fries, which I have to say we met in Europe in a visit in a laboratory that deals with nuclear waste, is also important. And I'm sure that Dr. Joshua Sokol will explain to us in the future, and we'll break another myth like the dirty bomb. So about nuclear waste is not a problem as people or as institute unfortunately present to the world. So Dr. Daniel Fries, please take the floor.
One of the most fascinating fields of science is the exploration of space. This can be done from Earth using telescopes, or we can send spacecraft. But in this case, we need a reliable source of power. Hello and welcome to my talk, Safety of Radioisotope Power Sources for Space. Slide 2. My name is Daniel Fries. I'm a nuclear engineer and I work as a scientific officer for the European Commission's Joint Research Center in Karlsruhe, Germany. The JRC is the scientific service of the European Commission, and we support the development of EU policies with independent evidence. The JRC employs about 3,000 scientists at 5 research sites, which are located in Belgium, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and Spain. Slide 3. JRC Karlsruhe is located at the site of the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, and our mission is to carry out the nuclear work program funded by Euratom. Our directorate contributes to the scientific foundation for the protection of the European citizens against risks associated with radioactive material and provides scientific support for the community policies related to nuclear energy. We also contribute to an effective safety and safeguard system for the nuclear fuel cycle. The JRC supports the ESA research program on radioisotope power systems based on americium-241. Here, we focus on the development of methods to stabilize the americium and to establish a safe and reliable pelletizing process. To enable these activities, JRC Karlsruhe has a unique infrastructure for handling, characterization of highly radioactive materials. For instance, the so-called minor actinide laboratory, which consists of shielded glove boxes and remote handling tools to protect the workers from the radioactive radiation, and allows working with significant amounts of minor actinides. Slide 4. There are different options to supply a space probe with energy. First, there is solar energy, and if the mission target is close enough to the sun, this is probably the best and most efficient way to generate power. However, the intensity of the solar radiation is decreasing with the square of the distance from the sun, and this means that for all destinations in the outer solar system, the surface area of the solar cells would become unpractically large. The slide indicates the solar distance of circa 3.5 astronomical units of the ESA space probe Rosetta when it met with the comet 67P Churyumov-Gerasimenko in 2014. It can be seen that the solar radiation has decreased to circa 8% of the solar radiation at Earth orbit, and really large solar arrays of 64 square meters were required. This is also roughly the limit of practical applications. Another option are chemical energy sources, but such as liquid fuels or batteries, but their energy densities are usually too low to provide enough power for longer time periods. Nuclear energy sources have much higher power densities, and essentially all missions which go beyond the orbit of Jupiter require some sort of nuclear power. This is also the reason why ESA has defined radioisotope power systems as a key enabling technology for future European activities in space. Slide 5. The next slide shows the application range of different energy sources as a function of mission time and required power level. Nuclear power systems are divided into fission reactors and radioisotope power systems, RPS, which utilize the decay heat of a radioisotope to provide heat and electricity. Nuclear power systems are needed for all missions where a continuous power supply for a longer time period is needed, and where the distance to the sun is becoming too large, or where operation in the shadow of planetary bodies is required. In the following, we will speak only about radioisotope power systems and not about fission reactors. Slide 6. Radioisotope power systems have a number of advantages compared to other energy sources in space. They are compact, long-lived, reliable and robust, resistant against cosmic radiation, independent of sunlight, maintenance-free, and they have a high energy density. RPS have been used in space missions since the early 1960s by the United States, Russia, and recently also by China. The first launch of a RPS was 1961 by the US Navy on board the Transit 4A navigational satellite, and RPS were then used on many of the most spectacular missions in space history. The picture shows a SNAP-27 radioisotope thermoelectric generator used to power specific scientific instruments on the moon. Slide 7. There are two types of radioisotope power systems: heat-to-electricity conversion systems to supply onboard devices with electricity, and radioisotope heater units, RHU, which are only used to keep sensitive electronics at a minimum temperature during operation in the coldness of space. Heat-to-electricity conversion systems can be classified into dynamic and static systems. The dynamic systems employ moving parts and use a thermodynamic cycle to convert heat into electricity. Dynamic systems have the highest conversion efficiencies, but till today, they have not been proven to be reliable enough to support long-lasting space missions. The static conversion systems are called radioisotope thermoelectric generators, RTG, and they are composed of a stack of radioisotope heat sources inside an insulating casing. The heat is transferred to the outside via an array of thermocouples, thereby generating electricity. Finally, the heat is dissipated into space by thermal radiation by a number of fins. The picture on the left side shows an example of an RTG, the US multi-mission RTG, and the picture on the right shows the US lightweight radioisotope heater unit. Slide 8. RTG have no moving parts and are therefore extremely reliable. They are based on the Seebeck effect, where thermocouples made of two dissimilar materials generate electricity when they are connected in a circuit, and a temperature gradient is applied. Thermoelectric conversion is not very efficient, and practical RTG systems show typical power conversion systems of up to 7%. However, if they are operated at low temperatures, they are very reliable, show low degradation, and can provide power over many decades. Because of the importance of reliable and maintenance-free systems for automated space probes, relatively low conversion efficiencies are usually accepted. Slide 9. The most important design criterion for any space nuclear power system is safety. If an RPS is employed on a space application, it must comply with Resolution 4768 of the United Nations General Assembly, which states that the design of the RPS shall ensure that radioactive material does not cause a significant contamination of the biosphere. The accident conditions relevant to space systems are uniquely challenging. Potentially, the RPS has to survive a blast shock wave, followed by a fireball, impacting fragments, re-entry heating, and ground impact at high velocity, and all of these potentially in series. The picture on the left side shows an Antares rocket at NASA's Wallops Flight Facility exploding a few seconds after liftoff. Slide 10. There are a number of credible events to be considered in the safety analysis, and some of them are listed here. Especially the so-called swing-by or gravity assist maneuvers, where the relative speed and gravity of a planet are used to accelerate the spacecraft, constitute a risk and can lead to a re-entry accident. The graphics on the right side shows the trajectory of the spacecraft Rosetta, which performed 3 Earth swing-by maneuvers before it reached the comet 67P. Slide 11. The first RPS used metallic plutonium and were designed to burn up into fine particles, which would then disperse into the atmosphere in case of an accident. However, modern radioisotope power sources follow a strict containment philosophy and are designed to meet the highest safety standards. The fuel is encapsulated in a cladding of high refractory material, like iridium or platinum rhodium, which can safely contain the radioactivity under all credible circumstances. The cladding is surrounded by thermal insulation, which is usually made of pyrolytic graphite and protects the cladding from high temperatures. Finally, the thermal insulation is surrounded by an aeroshell made of carbon-carbon composite, which provides additional protection against explosions or high-velocity impacts. Slide 12. There are many criteria for the selection of a suitable radioisotope. For instance, it should have a long half-life and a high isotopic power. The radiation should be low and there should be a compound which is chemically stable. The material should be compatible with the encapsulation materials and it should resist high temperatures. In case of an accident, it should not disperse into small particles and it should have a low solubility in the environment and the human body. The specific power correlates inversely to the half-life, which means that a compromise has to be found between specific power and durability. And the selection of a suitable radioisotope always depends on the application. Alpha emitters are usually preferred over beta emitters because the alpha decay does not generate Bremsstrahlung when stopped in the surrounding beta. Slide 13. The following slide shows a selection of potential radioisotopes, which were considered to be used for RPS. So far, mostly plutonium-238 was used as power-providing radioisotope due to its high power density, its long half-life, its chemically stability as oxide, and its low neutron and soft gamma emissions, which require no shielding. In a few cases, plutonium-210 was employed by the former Soviet Union, and americium-241 was selected by ESA for future European power systems. Slide 14. Another important criterion is the availability of the radioisotope and the effort which is needed to produce it. Plutonium-238 is produced by neutron irradiation of neptunium-237 and subsequent chemical separation. This process requires dedicated facility and is extremely costly. Currently, there is a global shortage of plutonium-238, and the USA are the only country with a significant program for its production. Europe does not have facilities which are suited for plutonium-238 production. Americium-241 is generated by the decay of plutonium-241 and can be separated from existing stocks of civil plutonium in France and the United Kingdom by chemical extraction. This is the reason why ESA has selected americium-241 as power-providing isotope. Slide 15. The next slide shows a comparison between plutonium-238 and americium-241. While americium-241 is easier to produce, it has some disadvantages compared to plutonium-238, such as a low power density and slightly higher radiation levels. In addition, the oxide shows chemical instability at high temperatures, and the experience with americium-241 is limited. Its relatively long half-life of 433 years can be seen as an advantage, since it would allow long missions with very low decrease in power generation, especially when the thermoelectric materials are operated at low temperatures. Slide 16. Unfortunately, the americium oxygen system shows a complex behavior. The cubic dioxide, americium AmO2, loses oxygen at high temperatures and in the vacuum of space. This leads then to an increase in volume and finally to conversion into the hexagonal sesquioxide, Am2O3. The sesquioxide, on the other side, is prone to oxidation and converts easily into AmO2 in air, even at room temperature. In both cases, dimensional changes are induced, which can cause the disintegration of the pellets. The diagram on the right side shows the different phases of the americium oxygen system, and the red arrows indicate the described phase changes which cause the disintegration. There are several options to overcome this issue. In principle, one could operate with AmO2 at very low temperatures and avoid the oxygen loss, but this would lead to very inefficient systems. Another option would be to find an alternative compound which shows sufficient high density and stability, and JRC is investigating this option. The third option is to stabilize the oxide in its cubic form. Slide 17. The stabilization of AmO2 was achieved by addition of circa 12% of uranium. In this way, it was possible to stabilize the cubic phase and to sinter a number of disks and pellets, including 2 prototype pellets in the dimensions of the US lightweight radioisotope Peter unit and a larger disk representative for a future European RHU. Due to the absence of phase changes, the stabilized material showed a good sintering behavior, and it was possible to sinter a number of disks and pellets with good quality and without cracking. Slide 18. After sintering, oxidation testing was performed and the material proved stable up to 1000 degrees Celsius, as can be seen on the left side. This result represents a significant improvement with respect to safety of the material against radioactive material dispersion in case of accidental conditions. In addition, the swelling behavior was assessed and no macroscopic swelling was observed. Crystallographic swelling occurred due to the self-irradiation, but saturated after circa 60 days at circa 0.4 volume% increase. Overall, the pellet showed good stability under self-irradiation conditions. Slide 19. In order to meet safety requirements and to safely ship the RPS to the assembly site, qualified welding of the capsules is required. The encapsulation has to be performed in a nuclear installation, and it has to be ensured that the fueled clads are free of external contamination. In order to test the feasibility of our welding equipment and to gain experience in the welding of platinum-rhodium, 2 types of safety encapsulation were constructed and welding tests were performed. The capsules were welded using established tungsten inert gas welding. Non-destructive as well as destructive weld examinations were performed and showed good results. Thank you for your attention.
By the way, the email is full of questions and really appreciate that. We have to pick a few of them and I'll talk about in a minute. It's not only a global conference, but also with your professionalism, we're going out of space. So thank you for this, Daniel. Dr. Daniel, can you hear me? Okay, they will bring Dr. Daniel.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. If they can bring you, we have Dr. Daniel. Thank you very much for your enlightening presentation. And I would like to bring a question from Mr. Pierre from France in Paris, and he's asking: today it looks like there's no energy problem in the world. So if we have a battery that can go to space, is there or there is not a limit of energy once we go on a space? Did you hear my question, Dr. Price?
Yes. Well, I understand the question like this, that I think once you have the radioisotope power sources in space, you ask for the limit of the energy supply with respect to time and I guess power level. So with respect to time, I have to say that the limit is given by the half-life of the radioisotope, but more important is actually the degradation of the thermoelectric materials. So I think the most popular example for a space probe, which was sent in 1977 and is still operating, is the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 space probes. So you can see that they are fueled with plutonium-238, actually, with a half-life of about 88 years. And you can see that they are still operating after more than 40 years of mission time. Regarding the limit of power levels, if you have radioisotope heat source, you have normally power levels of up to a few hundred watts electric. So that is not something to supply a huge starship with it, but more for research for space probes.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Dr. Price. Thank you very much. And I forgot to say, but you're a major member of the Nuclear Forum. So thank you for presenting Germany. And please keep exploring space and teach us about it. So thank you very much, Dr. Price. I would like to invite for a few comments, Dr. Stilian Gelberg. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Ori. Thank you, Daniel, for your inspiring presentation. When speaking about radioisotope power supply, one can have to mention the micro nuclear reactors. I think that this is the future of the nuclear reactors. They are small reactors, the size of a refrigerator. You can move from one place to another. They can provide something like 20 megawatt, something it's enough for 50,000 houses. And there are already more than 50 companies working in this field. And I am quite sure that in the next year in London, we'll speak much more about this micro nuclear reactor. And this is the future of the energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Stilian, for this information. And it is important because it's really the future of the nuclear as a small medium reactor. And we all know that the United States and many other countries today, in 2021, in a few months from today, there are more than 50 patents all over the world. For example, Lockheed Martin and other companies that are applying for patent in the small medium reactor. And the point is to take a truck, not too big of a truck, to take it in the middle of the desert and to supply electricity to more than 100,000 citizens. So they do not need to be connected to an electrical grid, but to get a power of a city of 100,000, the same as the base, and hopefully good things and not bad. I would like to remind you two things before we go to the break. First of all, we have this email. So if you can put the email on the okay. So thank you. Okay, you see the World Nuclear Forum, so you can keep us questions and discuss about information that we can take. And can you please put the slide of the break? We're going to take a break of 10 minutes right now, and we'll come back after the break to go on to number 2. Thank you to Block B. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Thanks you for coming back. And we concluded the block A, and now we're going to go into block B with Dr. Benny Brosh, we've heard today. Dr. Benny Brosh, Director of the Building Department at Israel Standard Institute, lecturer at Building Design in Department of Civil Engineering in Ariel University, expert in physics protection against conventional and unconventional threats, a member of the Nuclear Forum. Dr. Benny Brosh will talk about survival of medical centers after a nuclear bomb. Please, Dr. Benny Brosh, take the floor.
שלום לכם, אני דוקטור בני ברוש, מנהל אגף מעבדות הבניין במכון התקנים הישראלי ומרצה באוניברסיטת אריאל לתכן מבנים במחלקה להנדסה האזרחית. נושא ההרצאה שלי היום זה שרידות מרכזים רפואיים לאחר פיצוצים גרעיניים והיותם כל כך חשובים להפחתת תוחלת הנזק בעקבות הפיצוצים הגרעיניים. בפתח הדברים אני רוצה להעריך את דוקטור אורי לוי, יישר כוח אורי, על הובלת הכנס הראשוני הזה, שיהיה פתח לכנסים רבים ולעיסוק גדול בנושא החשוב הזה. הנה אני מעלה את הרצאתי. זאת הרצאתי, היא מבוססת על עבודה להשלמת הדרישות לקבלת דוקטורט בתחום הזה. העבודה נקראת פיתוח מודל תומך החלטות, מבוסס על חקר סיכונים למיגון מרכז רפואי עירוני בפני פיצוץ גרעיני. אנחנו נבין במהלך ההרצאה למה עירוני ולמה מרכז רפואי ולמה כל מילה כאן במקומה. העבודה הזאת נעשתה בהנחיית הפרופסורים מאוניברסיטת בן גוריון בנגב, פרופסור דוד אורנאי, פרופסור יגאל שוחט ופרופסור גבי בן דור. ואולי השקף הזה זה הסבר תמציתי מאוד ומתכלל מהו נושא ההרצאה ולמה הנושא הזה כל כך חשוב. התמונות האלה הן מתוך דוח שעשו האמריקאים לאחר קניית יפן והטלת שני פצצות האטום על יפן, ואנחנו רואים פה בית חולים במרחק יחסית גדול מהפיצוץ הגרעיני, של כ-5,000 רגליים פיט, ואתם רואים, למרות שהמבנים עצמם לא נפגעו, השלט שלהם עומד, לכאורה היה אפשר להשתמש במבנה, אבל כמובן שהם יצאו מזמן בכלל תפקוד, ללא חלונות, ללא מערכות, ככל שהיו, אז היום כמובן המבנים הרבה יותר רגישים ועם הרבה יותר מערכות, ובעצם יכול להיות שהמבנה הזה כמבנה היה יכול להמשיך ולשרוד ולתפקד, ואולי להציל כמה חולים, ואם היו עוד כמה בתי חולים כאלה, אז היה אפשר באופן משמעותי גם לצמצם את הנזק לאחר הפיצוצים, או את הנזק הפוטנציאלי שלהם, ומפה אנחנו נפתח את הרצאתנו. אז מה בעיות המחקר? אנחנו תחת איום של פיצוצים גרעיניים, בהתחלה של מדינות ולאחרונה גם של ארגוני טרור, כיובל וחצי שנים, וזה האסון המרכזי החמור ביותר אולי שנעשה, שפוטנציאל האסון שהוא בידי אדם, זה לא אסון טבע, לא שיטפון, לא רעידת אדמה. לאחר פיצוץ גרעיני יש לנו כמה משימות בסיסיות מאוד, כמובן שיקום, התשתיות המרכזיות להמשך החיים, חילוץ, ניטור הסכנות והטיפול בהם, ומשימה מאוד מאוד חשובה היא טיפול בחולים הרבים, או בפצועים הרבים, בנפגעים הרבים, כתוצאה מפיצוץ גרעיני. יש פה בעיה קלאסית של ניהול סיכונים, האם אנחנו רוצים לקדם את פני הרעה ולהשקיע באיזושהי הכנה, באיזשהו ניגון באותו מרכז רפואי, להגדיל את תוחלת השרידות שלו לאחר פיצוץ גרעיני, ובכך להקטין את תוחלת הנזק, כאשר השאלה הבסיסית היא כמה להשקיע מראש. כמובן ההשקעה היא יחסית מאוד קטנה, אמורה להיות ביחס לערך הכלכלי של התפקוד שלו לאחר פיצוץ גרעיני. מה שמייחד את המחקר הזה, פיצוצים גרעיניים, ההשפעות שלהם נחקרו כבר המון שנים אחורה, בדרך כלל גם אין שינויים, יש אפילו כל מיני מחשבונים ברשת להעריך השפעות של פיצוץ גרעיני כתוצאה מכל מיני גורמים, אבל בדרך כלל זה בא מעיני הפצצה ומסתכל על המעגלים השונים. עד כאן יהיו הרוגים מהדף, עד כאן יתמוטטו מבנים, עד כאן תגיע הקרינה, זה יהיה אזור השריפות. המחקר הזה הוא קצת הפוך והוא ייחודי, ובזה הוא תקדימי. המחקר הזה מסתכל מעיני המבנה. בעיני המבנה יכולים להיות כל מיני סוגים של נזקים כתוצאה מפיצוצים במרחקים שונים. כלומר, אם הפיצוץ מאוד, נניח אותה תפוקה גרעינית של 30 או 40 קילוטון, כשהוא מאוד רחוק, אני כמבנה של מחלקה רפואית אספוג רק קרינה מסוימת, תלוי בלוח הזמנים לאחר הפיצוץ, ולמשל שבר חלונות, אבל אם אני אהיה מאוד קרוב, כבר יהיו שם קירות בלוקים שיעופו, הצוות שלי ייפגע בצורה זאת או אחרת, המערכות ייפגעו, ויכולת התפקוד שלי תושפע מכך לאחר הפיצוץ הגרעיני. אז אנחנו מסתכלים פה מעיני המבנה עבור כל מיני סוגים של פיצוצים, תכף נדבר על איזה פיצוץ חקרנו כאן, אבל במרחקים שונים של פיצוץ. בכל אחד מהמרחקים האלה, מה שנותן נקודות בדידות ואחרי זה עקומה מלאה, אני יכול לבדוק מהי תוחלת הנזק אם אני אסכום את כל ההשפעות השונות גם על המבנה וגם על האנשים שבו. ואת תוחלת הנזק הזאת, עם ההסתברות של הפיצוץ, אני אוכל להשוות להשקעה הראשונית שאני מבקש אולי לעשות. אז יש לנו איום של פיצוצים גרעיניים. האיום הזה קיים, הוא מוחשי, המדינות המערביות מתכוונות אליו, הם קבעו גם משקל לחישוב או משקל להנחות. מה שחשוב לנו להגיד שפיצוץ גרעיני זה לא, כמו שאנחנו אומרים בישראל, חורבן בית שלישי ואין מה לעשות, אלא זה משהו מאוד מדיד. הוא כמובן משהו שירשם בדברי ימי ההיסטוריה, אבל זה משהו שאנחנו יכולים להכיל אותו, למדוד אותו, ולדעת בדיוק, או בהערכה מאוד סבירה, מה הוא יעשה. לפיצוץ גרעיני יש כל מיני השפעות, אנחנו טיפלנו במחקר הזה ברובם, כמובן באפקט ההדף, באפקט הטרמי גם של כוויות וגם של שריפות, באפקט של הקרינה הרדיואקטיבית המיידית, ובקרינה המשתיירת, מה שנקרא הנשורת הגרעינית, אם הפיצוץ הוא על-קרקעי, ובדופק האלקטרומגנטי וכל שאר ההשפעות. מה שפחות מדדנו זה נושא של רגמות שהוא מוכלל בנושא של ההדף, הנושא של הלם הקרקע שהוא קטן ביחס להדף, ונושא המכתוש שאין לו עניין בפיצוצים גרעיניים. כמובן שאם המרכז הרפואי שלנו באזור המכתש, כל העבודה הזאת מתייתרת, כי שום מיגון מראש שנעשה, גם לאזורים הקרובים מאוד, לא יעזור. מרכז רפואי גרעיני, מרכז רפואי עירוני, קודם כל הוא לא המטרה בפני עצמה, אבל הוא עלול להימצא באזור שבו הייתה התקפה על מרכז עירוני, יש בו מערכות מאוד רגישות, וכמובן אנשים, ברגע שאין לנו מערכת חשמל או מערכת של גזים רפואיים, כמובן שהוא לא יתפקד, הוא מאוד חשוב, גם לחיי השגרה, אבל כמו שאמרנו, גם לטיפול בהשפעות של פיצוץ גרעיני, ויש לנו כל מיני סוגים של נפגעים, החל מנפגעי עיניים כתוצאה מכוויות, כתוצאה מרסיסי חלונות, שהטווח שלהם מאוד גדול, גם כשהמבנה עצמו לא נפגע, כוויות ועדף, מהעדף עצמו, מהלחץ ומפגיעת רגמות, מה שנקרא נפגעי טראומה, יש לנו נפגעים מהקרינה המיידית והמשתיירת, ויש לנו הרבה פונים למרכזים רפואיים שהם בעצמם לא נפגעים, אבל הם נפגעים וירטואליים כי הם לא יודעים או הם חוששים שהם נפגעו מקרינה. אז לקחנו מודל של בית חולים או של מלר"ד, מרכז לרפואה דחופה, מה שאנחנו קוראים בישראל חדר מיון, אפיינו אותו בדיוק לפי תקנות משרד הבריאות בישראל, הוא בסדר גודל של 40 מטר על 55 מטרים, כולו במפלס אחד, בהתאם לתקנות, ויש בו איזשהו open space, קרי ללא מחיצות פנימיות שהן קונסטרוקטיביות, אלא עמודים בחזית ועמודים פנימיים. אתם רואים פה בפינות מערכות הקשחה, בעיקר כנגד רעידות אדמה, הוא לא תוכנן לפיצוצים לא רגילים ולא גרעיניים, וככה הוא מתפקד. בנינו אותו כמו שאמורים לבנות מרכז רפואי לכל דבר בעניין, ויש לו פוטנציאל, יש לו ערך מסוים. המבנה שווה 30, יש ערך למבנה, יש ערך לנפגעים בו, שיכולים להיפצע, יש ערך להרוגים בו, והערך הכי גדול, ושימו לב שהציר פה הוא ציר לוגריתמי, הערך שלו הוא המרכזי ביותר, הוא התפקוד שלאחר האסון, וככה אנחנו בעצם, אם אנחנו פוגעים לו בתפקוד, זה הפגיעה הכי גדולה שלו. אם אנחנו בודקים את המבנה הזה בשני מצבים, מבנה קיים ומבנה משודרג, ובודקים את עלות השדרוג, אבל גם את הפוטנציאל החיסכון לאחר הפיצוץ, אנחנו בעצם יכולים לקבל פה נקודת החלטה. אם אנחנו עושים את זה במספר סוגים של שדרוג, אנחנו יכולים לקבל גרף של החלטה, וקבלת החלטה איזה סוגים של שדרוג לעשות, האם על המבנה, האם על העתיבות שלו, האם על המיגון שלו לקרינה. זה מה שעשינו, זה די תואם את תקנות אג"א, תקנות ההתגוננות האזרחית, לקחנו, הוצאנו את קירות הבני בין העמודים, ועטפנו את העמודים הקיימים במעטפת בטון פנימית, עם זיון מוגבר, פנימי וחיצוני, כדי להתמודד עם בעיות העדף. כמובן שיש בטון, אנחנו גם מתמודדים טוב יותר בפני הקרינה הטרמית, ועוד יותר טוב בפני הקרינה הרדיואקטיבית. בנוסף, התאמנו את המבנה, הוספנו לו מערכות אוורור וסינון עם כניסות ויציאות מוגנות ויכולת שמירה על לחץ אוויר פנימי, וככה אנחנו מקבלים מבנה משודרג, כאשר המודל שלנו אומר שככל שהמבנה חזק יותר, הוא במרחקים יותר קרובים, יהיה עדיין בתחום האלסטי, גם בתחום האלסטופלסטי הוא יוכל לקבל את השפעות העדף במרחקים הרבה יותר קרובים, עד לתחום הפלסטי לחלוטין ועד הרס מלא שאתם רואים פה, במעלה העקומה שלנו. התרחיש שלקחנו זה מוטיבציה של טרור, לכן גם המטען הוא מאוד קטן, למרות שהוא מצוי בהחלט בכל הספרות כמטען שאפשר ממנו למדל גם מטענים גדולים יותר, אבל כאן הוא 1 קילוטון, כיוון שזה טרור, הוא גם מתפוצץ על הארץ, ולא כפי שהראינו בתחילת ההצגה ביפן היה פיצוץ בגובה. האזור הוא עירוני, כי אנחנו כטרור רוצים להגיע למרב הנפגעים. המבנה חשוף באופן מלא, כלומר, לאו דווקא שהמבנה הוא המטרה ליעד הטרור, אבל הוא נמצא באותו אזור עירוני, אבל ההנחה שלנו שהוא לא מוסתר, הוא חשוף לחלוטין לפיצוץ, גם במרחקים מסוימים. אנחנו נמצאים בחזית המבנה, והמרחקים שבדקנו אותם הם 0 עד 5 קילומטר, אנחנו מדברים על אור יום, על אנשים שעובדים, שאין להם שום התראה, ולכן הם לא נמצאים במיגון, אבל הם ערים. ההשפעה המרכזית שהתעסקנו איתה ברמה הגבוהה ביותר, היא השפעת העדף. קודם כל התאמנו את המקורות, והחלטנו באיזה עקומה להשתמש. לקחנו את העדף, הפעלנו אותו גם על תקרת המבנה, אתם רואים את זה בצד ימין, יש עלייה מתונה וירידה מתונה עוד יותר, אנחנו מגיעים סך הכל ל2.5 אטמוספירות, כאן במקרה הזה מדדנו במרחק של 1,500 רגליים, ולעומת זאת אתם רואים על חזית המבנה, ששם יש לנו תופעה של לחץ מוחזר, עלייה מאוד גדולה ביחס לאותם 2.5, אנחנו מדברים על 12 PSI, הרבה יותר הרסני, וגם הלחץ הוא לחץ חזיתי, ולא מה שאנחנו קוראים לחץ צידי, עם עלייה מאוד תלולה, שאפילו לא נכנסת פה בגרף, ועם דעיכה מסוימת. מיפינו את כל חלקי המבנה, גם המבנה המשודרג וגם לא, עשינו חישובים בדרגה אחת של חופש, ולכל מבנה עבור כל מרחק אנחנו יודעים את התגובה שלו, רואים את זה בצד ימין, ואז מיפינו את כל הרכיבים, החל מגזירה, אתם רואים בצד שמאל, אם המבנה יהיה ב-409 פיט, כל המבנה הזה ייסע ויתפרק לחלוטין, לא יישאר ממנו זכר, עד שאנחנו מגיעים לאזור שבו התקרה נחדרת על ידי העמודים, גם כן קרוב מאוד לפיצוץ, ועד מרחק שעדיין המבנה נשאר כשלוד, אבל ירסו בו קירות הבלוקים, ובסופו של דבר גם החלונות. את אותו ניתוח עשינו גם לשאר ההשפעות השונות של הפיצוץ הגרעיני. פה אנחנו רואים דוגמאות גם לנושא של קרינה, גם קרינה טרמית וגם אחת מהקרינות הרדיואקטיבית, קרינות גמא, עם מרחקים שונים והשפעות של הקרינה, ואנחנו רואים פה למעלה שחילקנו את המבנה לאזורים שונים. ברור שהאזורים החיצוניים שסמוכים להדף יסבלו מההדף הרבה יותר מאשר האזורים הפנימיים, לעומת אותו דבר גם בנושא הקרינה הטרמית והשריפות, אבל למשל בנושא של קרינה משתערת שעוטפת את המבנה, אז מאוד מאוד חשוב גם שאר הפאות של המבנה, וכך עבור כל השפעה מיפינו את רמת הסכנה, או רמת ההשפעה על אזורים פנימיים יותר ופנימיים פחות, ובסופו של דבר גם על ההשפעה כמה אנשים נהרגו, כמה נפצעו, וכמה מאנשי הצוות ומהתשתיות ומהמבנה עצמם נפגעו, מה שאומר איך תרד רמת התפקוד של אותו אזור במבנה. תכללנו את זה על כל המבנה בגיליונות אלקטרוניים עמוסים מאוד בנתונים, ובסופו של דבר הגענו עבור כל מרחק ומרחק, מה תהיה ההשפעה של התפקוד, האם התפקוד יישאר 100%, או שהוא יתחיל לרדת ל-99%, ל-98%, עד ל-0%. כך סכמנו את כל הדברים ואת כל המרכיבים השונים, והגענו למיפוי של מבנה משודרג, שאפשר לראות אותו בכתום, פה העקומה הפנימית, ומבנה לא משודרג, וככה רואים, שניהם למשל, התקרה שלהם שלא טופלה בשדרוג, תיארס באותו מרחק. אבל כבר ב-5,000 מטר מבנה שאנחנו יודעים שהוא לא אטום, כבר תהיה לנו תופעה של אנשי צוות שעוזבים ונמלטים יחד עם יקיריהם ומשפחתם, ולא יהיו בבית החולים לעזור בתפקוד, מה שלא קיים לנו במבנה המשודרג, והמשך בחלונות שיש לנו רק במבנה שאינו משודרג, ואין לנו בקרינה, במיגון היותר טוב לעדף, ככה במעלה הגרפים, ויותר טוב לקרינה, ופחות הצתה, כיוון שאין לנו חלונות, אז אין לנו גם נפגעי קביעות שונים, וסכנת הצתה כתוצאה מהצתה פנימית. הצתה חיצונית זה משהו שהוא פחות חמור בהיבט של המבנה, וככה אנחנו מייצרים את הגרף הזה, שהוא כמובן סיכום. מאחורי כל נקודה פה יש את כל הסכימה, גם של ההשפעות השונות, וגם של האזורים השונים במבנה, וגם על מרכיבי התפקוד השונים, כמה הרוגים, כמה פצועים, וכמה אנשי צוות, מערכות וחלקי מבנה יהרסו ויפריעו את התפקוד של המבנה. ובסופו של דבר הגענו למספר הזמנות. כמובן בעבודה עצמה אנחנו משווים בין ההשפעות השונות לבין התפקוד השונה, מה יגרום לתפקוד שונה ומה ישפיע יותר על התפקוד של המבנה, ומה משפיע יותר, האם העדף, האם הקרינה, האם הקרינה הטרמית או הרדיואקטיבית. את כל זה כלול בעבודה. אנחנו כמובן רק נציג פה את המסקנות העיקריות, וקודם כל הצלחנו בעצם לאמוד את הנזק על המבנה, אבל השתמשנו בהמון הנחות. ההנחות האלה הם כולם בבסיס נתונים של טבלת אקסל. למשל, הנחה כמה חולה ממוצע או כמה נפגע ממוצע יישב במחלקה הזאת וכמה בעצם ימי מיטה הוא תופס. אנחנו הערכנו מספר מסוים, אפשר כמובן לשנות את זה, או כמה חדר שנפגע משריפה או מעדף מסוים, כמה הוא יפריע לתפקוד, האם 70% או 30%, כל הנחה כזאת אפשר לשנות על ידי מידע רפואי או מידע הנדסי. כמובן שכל מה שנתמך בחישובים, ההנחה פה היא ברורה, זה לא נתון לשינוי, ואלה רוב הנתונים. הצלחנו לעשות מודל שאם אני יודע את השדרוג של המבנה ואיך זה משפיע על ההשפעה, אני יודע גם כמה כסף אני אחסוך בהינתן פיצוץ גרעיני. אם אני יודע להעריך את ההסתברות של הפיצוץ הגרעיני, אני יודע גם בפועל כמה כסף חסכתי, וזאת מעבר להצלת החיים, להצלת החוסן, להגדלת החוסן הלאומי, וגם לשדרוג המבנה כנגד אסונות אחרים, למשל רעידות אדמה, פיצוצים קונבנציונליים, אירועי טרור אחרים, בעיות רדיולוגיות או טרור רדיולוגי. העבודה הזאת או המודל הזה רלוונטיים גם לאסונות האלה וגם למבנים אחרים שבהם צריך לטפל, למשל מבנים לשימור אנרגיה וכיוצא בזה. המסקנה החישובית שגם היא כמובן מותנית בכל ההנחות שבבסיס המחקר, והם כמובן ניתנים לשינוי, אם נשנה אותם אז נקבל את המספרים שעליהם אנחנו מדברים, אבל לצורך העניין, לו יצויר שבמדינה מסוימת, בתוך 100 שנים, יש לנו איזו הסתברות קטנה של 1.16% לפיצוץ גרעיני של 1 קילוטון בלבד, אנחנו מקבלים הצדקה כלכלית, מעבר לכל היתרונות האחרים, לשדרוג המבנה הזה, להשקיע בו למיגון, גם אם ההסתברות היא כזאת קטנה. אם הפיצוץ שלנו, אנחנו חוששים גם לאיום מלחמתי או לאיום טרור שיעלה ל-20 או 30 קילוטון, באותו סדר גודל שהוא היכה בערים היפניות בשלהי מלחמת העולם השנייה, כמובן שהמספר הזה של 1.16% יעלה לאין ארוך. אז הנה יש לנו מספר, הוא מותנה כמובן בהמון דברים, אבל כולם ניתנים לדיון ולשינוי, ויש לנו הערכה כזאת. אפשר לקחת אותה, להשתמש בה גם לתרחישים אחרים, וזאת סוף הרצאתי. אני מודה לכם על ההקשבה, מאחל לכם המשך סקרנות והנאה מההרצאות האחרות, ומאחל למיזם הזה שזוהי רק פתיחתו, שימשיך ויצבור תאוצה, כי הנושא הזה הוא לצידנו, הוא מסביבנו, ואנחנו נדרשים להמשיך לדון ולעסוק בו. אז כל טוב, להתראות.
Thank you, Dr. Benny Brosh, for this presentation. And I would like to, Dr. Benny Brosh is here with us in the broadcasting room, and we do have a question. I hope I pronounced the name of the people correct. So if I'm not, please excuse me. We have a question from Maria Belov from Bulgaria, and she asked the question as this. We know that the Hiroshima bomb was one about 15 to 16, I don't know, kiloton more or less. And your PhD, as we know, was only 1 kiloton. What happened once you go or the higher number? We know that the world today have bombed like 1 megaton and enormous numbers. So what will happen to the research that you do and research? What are the, so what is the influences? So I would like to invite you, Dr. Benny Brosh, to answer this question, please.
Thank you very much, Ori. Thank you very much, Maria, for your questions. I have a big experience in conventional explosion test, and I can do it by full scale and to close a lot of area, kilometers for security, and a lot of money and people and big building. And I can do it by small charge, small building or small targets, and to save money, but to be enough smart to make conclusions. Here, it's not a lot of money, but it's a lot of hours and time and days and years. So 1 kiloton or 1 megaton, it is very existing in the literature as a number that we can work with and to conclude to all the other numbers of charge, of weight of charge. And 1 kiloton and 1 megaton is very comfortable for the blast and the other influence. And for 1 kiloton, it's now a terror threat, because terror, it's not like a big countries that can make for a long time, a lot of years, a very big charge. For terror, you collect from here, from there, and you have to move it from one country to other country. 1 kiloton can be a good number, but this number of 1.16 of cost effective of protection is for 1 kiloton. If you take 20 kiloton, 30 kiloton, like we had in the 70 years ago, and you put this number, you will be much bigger number of cost effective, and you have to deal with more, and it will be more cost effective to protect existing hospitals buildings. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you, Dr. Brosh, for this reply. I would like to go over to Italy and to introduce our colleague and dear friend, Dr. Luigi De Dominicis. Luigi is a ENEA National Agency for New Technology Department of Fusion and Nuclear Security, head of the Including Project led by the EU. Including Project is a fascinating 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, project who make a super consortium of 15 countries, 15 European countries led by Luigi. And they're all doing together a project which is fascinating. So the lecture will be about European nuclear security collaboration. Dr. Luigi, please take the floor.
Hi, everybody. I am Luigi De Dominicis from the Department of the Fusion and Technologies for Nuclear Safety and Security of ENEA. ENEA is the second largest research institute in Italy with more than 3,000 employees. Before to start my speech, I would like to thank the organizers for the kind invitation to this successful conference. In my presentation, I will give details on a project supported by the European Commission to improve collaboration among member states in a sensitive sector like nuclear security. The name of the project is Including, that is in some way the acronym for Innovative Cluster for Radiological and Nuclear Emergencies. But before to go through the project, let's try to give an answer to a prominent question. Nuclear security, where do we stand? The answer is quite complex due to the global dimension of the matter, but quoting the distinguished opinion of the former US Secretary of Energy, Dr. Moniz, we can say that nuclear security has progressed slowly in the past 2 years, and that relevant weaknesses still exist in internal regulation for each state, and that there are also major gaps in terms of global collaboration. I would like to remind that capacities building to prevent or respond to a nuclear security event rests entirely within each state responsibility, despite it is in place an international regulatory framework and many international initiatives, most of them coordinated by the United Nations. But what the European Union is doing to bridge these gaps? The European Commission recognizes that nuclear security in Europe must be improved by a better coordination among member states in terms of information and expertise sharing, effective use of available resources, organization of joint training and exercise activities, uptake of new technologies. This is a multidimensional challenge which demands the participation of all the stakeholders in the sector, from first responders to military organization, from policymakers to crisis managers and research organizations, industries, and small and medium enterprises. In view of this, the European Commission has activated on 2019 the Including project with a duration of 5 years. Including brings together 15 partners from 10 different member states and with a total budget of nearly €3.5 million. There are representatives of all the categories of stakeholders I mentioned before, like for instance, the Hellenic Ministry of Defense, the French, Italian, and Hungarian Atomic Agency, the Police of Portugal, Fire Corps from Finland, the Nuclear Security Center in Lithuania, a big hospital in Rome specialized in the treatment of contaminated people, big industrial players from Poland and Portugal, a university from Greece, research centers from Germany and Portugal, and finally, think tank organization from Austria and Italy. The project has 4 main objectives. The first objective is to map how the scenarios for nuclear security are evolving, and if the training exercise programs in member states are properly updated. We are essentially trying to give an answer to the question, are we training on yesterday threats? The second objective is to develop a network of facilities for training of nuclear security practitioners and to promote sharing of resources. Objective 3 is the development of a centralized management tools for the remote booking and utilization of resources among the partners. Finally, the fourth objective is the organization of real threats-driven exercise and trials at the partner facilities and aimed at validating the previous point. The network of facilities that are within the Including Project Consortium covers all the required capabilities for the implementation of training and exercises activities in nuclear security operational scenarios. We have an excellent coverage of the European territory from north to south, from east to west. I will give now you some details of specific facilities, but for a full description, please refer to the project websites and to the dissemination material. The Enea Nuclear Center in Casaccia, north of Rome, operates 2 nuclear reactors for research, a medical center for people decontamination, and equipment laboratories for samples collection and analysis, and with the possibility to execute mass evacuation exercises with up to 1,000 people. The center has already hosted a large-scale demonstration for nuclear security scenarios in previous EU projects. Another facility is located in the Enea Research Center of Frascati, south of Rome, where there is an area qualified for experimentation with radiological and explosive material. The facility has hosted an exercise on the intervention to prevent smuggling of material for the realization of a dirty bomb, and with the deployment of innovative technologies and the test of new procedures. The Area 500 of Sea in Saclay near Paris is a testbed fully equipped for implementing nuclear security scenarios, and with the possibility to use radiological sources with high activities and even in the liquid form, like for instance, technetium-39. The joint CBRNE Center in Athens area in Greece is operated by the Hellenic Ministry of Defense and is a facility where to test civil-military cooperation in nuclear security scenarios. In this regard, I would like to outline that the project also deals on harmonization of civil and NATO military standards for joint intervention in nuclear security events. This facility will host in June 2021 an exercise on counteracting an attempt of smuggling radioactive sources from a port. This joint action will be supported by the Including project. The city of Mikkeli in north of Finland is a one-of-a-kind setting where to test in the urban area nuclear security event with the mobilization of drones and robots. Mikkeli has been home to several trials in previous projects, and it will host in April 2021 an exercise organized by the project and related to search of an orphan radiological sources. The testbed of the Hungarian Center of Energy is located in Budapest with an area of 1,000 square meters for exercise and training, and is also home to one nuclear reactor, and it is equipped with all the resources to set up exercise scenarios. The facilities has hosted recently an exercise within the activities of the Global Initiative to Counter Nuclear Terrorism. The Gemelli Hospital in Rome is a facility specifically devoted to the medical aspects of a nuclear security event. Most of the time, hospitals are not equipped with resources and knowledge to face massive arrival of contaminated people in case of radiological attack in a densely populated urban area. Gemelli Hospital has developed over the time the capabilities to cope with this severe scenario and has a long-standing tradition in organizing drills and trials. The Nuclear Security Center of Excellence in Vilnius, Lithuania, provides high-level training on nuclear security to specific target groups and with activities which ranges from the organization of drills to management of a radiological crime scene and to nuclear forensic. It has a very strong collaboration with the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna. Finally, the massive laboratory of NISTEC in Vila Rosa, Portugal, that is devoted to virtual reality training, an emerging field in the security sector. There are a lot of advantages on adopting this new approach to training before to move on the field. And most notably, the possibility to recreate real scenarios in a high-fidelity virtual reality environment, interactivity, the creation of safe training environments, and enabling a systemic training on unusual events, and the last but not least, the reduction of costs. To manage such a widespread structure, the project has developed a centralized management tool. It is a web-based platform accessible by registered users that can explore the resources in the network of facilities and to book their use. Some resources may be used remotely, some others require the physical presence at the facility. In any case, the results of the training exercise activity will be shared with the members of the network for a final common evaluation. The project, during its lifetime, will organize 9 different exercises in the facilities of the consortium, and all based on nuclear security scenarios. The trials will have the objective to improve capacity building at European level and to bring innovation in the sector. All the trials will have some common elements like radiological crime scene management, interagency coordination, first responders situational awareness, medical aspects, elements of civil-military cooperation, communication with the media and the civil society. This action will be open to participation of stakeholders external to the project. So I kindly invite you to simply give an eye to our website where you can find announcements on future project activities. We also release every 6 months a newsletter that is disseminated also through social media. For contacts, it is here reported a dedicated email address. So that's all from my side, and I would like to thank the audience for the attention.
Io parlo italiano, but just a little bit. So I have a question from Mr. Kevin Lee from the United States. So please reply in English, Luigi. Luigi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a question for you from Mr. Kevin Lee, and the question is, can you open the camera, Dr. Luigi?
Yes. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Hi. The question that has been sent is, you leading quite a big scale project of 15 countries, and to coordinate such a big and important project, please tell us what are the difficulties you find in coordinating so many countries in a project, and how do they get to a good research result, please?
Okay, thank you, Hori, for this question. Thank you to all the audience for the attention. So first of all, let me say that the partners are making my duty very easy, because they are all collaborating with a very great engagement and with a great level. So this is why the European project is supporting this kind of project, to boost collaboration between member states, to improve the overcome of a different approach in nuclear security. There are a lot of problems. We start from different culture within this matter, but also problems related to standardization, because several countries adopt several standards. So the problem that you are referring to are the objective that the European Commission would like to solve. So I am working very hard with all the partners to create an European area of collaboration within in this kind of matters. And so let me say that from an operational point of view, the web-based platform that I showed before during my presentation is the tools that allows for an improved, smart management of such a widespread consortium in terms of geographical areas, but also of equipment and resources. So we are still, the project has a duration of 5 years. We are hitting the second year, so we are already excellent results. So let me say that we are open to collaboration with the non-European countries, like the very excellent collaboration with the initiative that Dr. Ori is carrying on demonstrate. So I think that we are doing a good job, but we need obviously the feedback of the external evaluators.
Thank you very much. And I don't know if you would like, I would like you if you can say a few words about, we know from the operational nuclear defense model, not only from that all the models we have today all over the world with the advanced country, they all talk about collaboration. But we know that once something happened, and unfortunately we have the COVID-19 to know that nobody is really cooperating with each other, and we see countries that actually are fighting about, breathing machines and others. So we see that in research and in theory, everybody talk about collaboration, but in real life, there's no collaboration. Can you say a few words about this, please?
Yes. So I totally agree with you. Collaboration must be demonstrated on the field during the moment of needs, but must be planned and programmed before the emergency, because when we come to emergencies of every kind, the work is never done. So preparedness is essentially the words that indicate these activities. Our project is focused on preparedness, on collaboration on preparedness, and I greatly appreciate your comment about collaboration. It must be not a word on our mouths, but a real operational action.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luigi De Dominis. I really appreciate all the effort in the Nuclear Forum and the team we have together. So I really appreciate that. Take care. I would like, with your permission, to go to Professor Aaron Friedman, which you have seen and heard today. Professor Friedman is the head of the Schlesinger Accelerator and Radiation Sources and Ariel University, winner of the Brighter Award, senior scientist in the Reagan Star War project, member of the Nuclear Forum, chairman of the NP1 Nuclear Power Conference scientific track. So Aaron, first of all, thank you for this, leading the scientific track. He's going to talk about the use of subatomic particles for medicine and defense purposes. I would like to add a few more comments. First of all, Professor Friedman, I would like to remind you that I was looking through the Wikipedia of the accelerators in, we all know Wikipedia, and they mentioned a little bit Ariel University. And from what I know, you have and please correct me if I'm wrong, you have the most advanced accelerator all over the world in the Terra subparticle. I hope I pronounce it right because it's not my profession. And so I know also that you invite companies, small companies is more accessible than companies think, to come and use your accelerator in order to make a trial and to get advanced with research. Nobody knows, or some people know, that in the year 2000, Aaron was second place in all over the world in running in 100 meters. So Aaron, thank you very much. And please take the lead.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Friedman. I'm the head of the Schlesinger Center for Accelerator and Radiation Sources. And let me, without further ado, start the presentation. I'll start by sharing my PowerPoint. Here we go. Okay. So I will talk today about the use of subnuclear particles for medicine and for defense. Obviously, I will talk a lot more on medicine than about defense, but there is what to say about defense also. The two people that are the authors of that presentation are myself, I'm the head of the center, and Mr. Yechiel Vashdi, who is the administrative manager of the center. So I'm going to give you a short history of the center. The conference, by the way, is broadcasted from the accelerator room in the center. You will actually see, if you didn't see already, the background of the accelerator center. We'll talk a little bit about the resources of the center. And then I want to talk about proton helium accelerators, why you need them, why use a linear accelerator instead of the conventional ring synchrotron type accelerator, what we propose. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about defensive weapons. Of course, not too much. We're not actually defense people, we're civilians. And then, of course, summary and conclusion. So the center was established by Professor Avi Gover of Tel Aviv University. It became a knowledge center for the Israeli FEL, and then it granted a continuation as the knowledge center for the Israeli accelerator and radiation sources. I'll talk a little bit about existing accelerators. We have an old millimeter wave accelerator. We have in development a photocathode based accelerator. I'm glad to tell you that it's actually working now very reliably. And we are building a terahertz radiation device based on that, a free electron laser. And we have a thermodynamic accelerator in which we're actually doing research with chemistry research, radiation chemistry. It's operational. It's one of the most advanced radiation chemistry devices in the world. And we're doing research with people from university and from outside the university there. So this is the electrostatic accelerator. If you're wondering about the dimensions, from the length of this accelerator is 15 meters. And if it reminds you a little bit of a submarine, the reason is because it was built originally by a submarine factory. And this accelerator was built in the 1950s. At that time, a lot of the defense industry in the United States was looking for other things to do, and so this submarine company was building the tanks for 1 digraph accelerators. What we have in there is actually there is a free electron laser in it. It's still working. It's still producing usable data for research. Here's how a free electron laser looks. That's what's inside there. And what you're seeing here, a beam of electrons is at high energy, is going through a bunch of magnets. If you see, the magnets are arranged periodically, north-south, north-south, you know, so basically that causes the electrons to oscillate. The electrons oscillate, they emit radiation, but in order to be a laser, you also have to have mirrors, and there are mirrors, and we get millimeter wave radiation, and it's actually, for that wavelengths, this is the most coherent, the cleanest source of millimeter wave in the world. This is the design of the new accelerator, the one from which room the conference is being broadcasted. One of the things that people ask me when I show it in conferences, and they say, this accelerator here, is this longer than 10 meters or shorter than 10 meters? And the answer is 63 centimeters. So this is probably one of the tiniest accelerators in the world. Even though it's tiny, it produces very high energy beams. It can go up to 8 mega electron volt beams, currents of up to 2,000 amperes or 3,000 amperes. So it's actually a very hefty accelerator in a very modest packaging. The idea is that electrons come out of here, they go through, they go into an FEL device, very similar to the one that you saw with the previous one, where terahertz is being produced. This is the chemical, what we call the chemical thermionic accelerator. Actually, what we did is we bought a radiation therapy accelerator from Ichilov Hospital. It was at the end of its life, and we had to convert it to a research accelerator. So by the way, just that you get some numbers, what we had to do to convert this accelerator to a research accelerator is actually increase its current by 200,000. And so we did it. And we increased the current by a factor of 200,000. And now it doesn't look like this anymore, but rather it looks like this. So obviously, when you bring a patient and you want to radiate him, things have to have a certain aesthetics, because otherwise people get scared that they put them in a machine that looks like this. But when scientists go to do research, what they care about is functionality. So what we have here, I will not go into the details of how this thing works, but basically we have a machine that measures how radiation affects chemistry. So there are about 3 or 4 places in the world that has radiation chemistry experiment. We're one of them, and right now we're the most advanced in the world because it's the newest that was built in the world. So let's talk a little bit about proton helium accelerators and why we want to do that and why we want to use them. So if we're looking at those accelerators, if we're looking at them for medical use, but also for other uses, namely for defense uses, the nice thing with protons is that they actually don't do any damage or almost don't do any damage on the way to the target. So basically the proton will go through tissue and will not do damage, as opposed to the regular the regular radiation therapy today, which is X-ray. So you start with electron, you convert the electrons to X-ray, and X-ray is basically like sticking a knife through the system. So it goes through the system and damages everything on the way to the target and also after the target. So the proton is a 3-dimensional treatment rather than a 2-dimensional treatment. In other words, it's not like you're stabbing a picture, it's more like you approaching into an area where you want to create damage, namely the area where the tumor is, and there you definitely want to create damage. You want to kill the tumor, but you don't want to hit anything else. And they actually started with proton accelerator when Enrico Fermi wanted to get rid of an accelerator and basically donated it to a hospital. And they said, okay, well, let's see what we can do with it, to patients with it. But really where it got really serious is in PSI, Paul Scherer's lab institute in Willigen in Switzerland. And they realized that they could actually treat tumors in the eye. And the idea was that if you treat a tumor with X-ray, you may actually save the patient's life, but he goes blind. The eye, you cannot save. And they started working with that, and they started treating tumors in the eye, especially children. And today, they actually have 100% success in treating the tumor, and 96% where the vision of the patient is not affected. So that's a big thing. So now they started doing body tumors, and now in Switzerland, because of the availability, they actually treat all kinds of tumors, including large tumors like spinal tumors and stuff like that. In Israel, we don't have that facility, so we have to send to Switzerland or Austria. And so only cases that cannot be treated with proton accelerator are sent there. Unfortunately, we really want to treat every tumor patient with that because of the minimum damage. Okay, here's what's called the Bragg curve. The Bragg curve actually says how much energy a particle exchanges with the environment as a function of the depth it goes into the tissue. So if you look on photons, that's X-ray, you can see that most of the energy goes in the beginning. And then there is an energy going on all through. If you look at protons, you see that the majority of the energy is at the end where the proton stops. Why? Because it's actually chemistry. The proton, once it stops, it's no longer a proton. It's basically a hydrogen ion, and it starts doing chemistry. And chemistry does not happen between bodies that move fast relative to each other. So you have to get the proton there to stop it, and then it will do the job. And that's what's nice thing with it. And so helium is also like that. They also use carbon. Here's the Bragg curve for helium. You can see it's very nice. It gives the energy at the end. Okay, so why do we want to use a LINAC? Today, proton therapy is using synchrotrons because it takes a lot to accelerate the proton. So it's using synchrotrons, and what do we do is we basically accelerate it in a circle until we get to the speed, and then we release it. So we want a LINAC. Why? We use better energy, a better energy control, better current control, and better control of the valve, of the width. We have a better quality. So we know exactly where we're gonna hit. And we can create more pulses because we create the pulse all the time. The problem with LINAC here is, for instance, you see the slack accelerator. As you can see, it's not short. So it's not something that a hospital will put in its basement. And so that's the problem. So what is our solution? We actually have a gyrotron lab, and we can create very small linear accelerators. So that is what we are suggesting, create small linear accelerators. We can go and create an accelerator for therapy for between 2 and 5 meters. That's definitely something that the hospital can have. So this is how a gyrotron or a gyroclastron looks. This is the tube. It creates radiation at the area between 95 to 300 gigahertz. So very small particles you can actually accelerate very fast. let's talk a little bit of defensive weapons. We have about 2 minutes left. Now, there are 3 types of defensive weapons to intercept missiles, rockets, and mortar. One is projectiles, okay? So expensive and limited capacity, like in Tel Aviv when they want to, or in Jerusalem, they have to shoot 2 of those for each missile. So basically, somebody shoots a rocket that costs $5 to make, and you need to spend $500,000 or $250,000 to intercept that. And that's just simply not very, it's not very cost effective. Lasers are weather dependent. They don't have enough energy. You need to hold the laser on the target for about 10 to 15 seconds. And don't forget, the target moves while you're holding it. And the range is short, okay? And the other issue is you can actually, if you're the enemy and you want to prevent that, you can actually use special coating to actually reflect the laser light, and then it will not be able to do damage. Charged particle beams, what we're suggesting is, number one, is weather independent, is highly energetic, and only requires electricity and maintenance. So the charged particle beam was first proposed by Nikola Tesla as death rays, that's how we call them. Now, a single pulse of 10 nanoseconds, is like 250 grams of TNT. That's definitely enough to cause fatal damage to a weapon. And the range, if we're talking about protons, is about 6 kilometers, but we have looked at, and it has been looked in the world of muons. And with muons, you can get to 60 kilometers or more, get even to 100, okay? Now, we believe with our technology, a weapon like that will be about 5 meters in length. The cost of operation will be less than 500 per interception. And I just want to say that both US and France have done initial studies with that. Especially France has been working on it quite lately. And then all of a sudden it went very quiet, and we all know what that means. So to conclude, we specialize in compact accelerators, and that's why we suggest compact accelerators both for medicine and for defense. And that's the positioning that we have for us. Thank you very much.
So Stilian Gelberg to get some comments. Okay, so, okay, can I go on? I would like to call Professor Stilian Gelberg to comment on Aaron's. Okay, so we have a technical problem, so please be patient, and we'll go on in 2 minutes. Yes, you have in your WhatsApp. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for this small delay. Thank you, Professor Friedman, for enlightening presentation. We would like to go over to the United States for Mr. Alex Capson. Alex is a managing director and co-founder at ACU Energy International, a new path forward. He was talking about a new path forward, super changing and protecting Abraham Accords to the next 30 years. Mr. Capson has an overview of a really global perspective, and he wants to talk about 40 nuclear power plants that should be in the Middle East. So I would like to take over the floor to the United States. Mr. Capson, please take the floor.
Thank you, Ori, for inviting me to give a short briefing on the ACU project. Although ACU Energy International is a commercial entity, it is designed to bridge the gap between government policy and facts on the ground, while providing a lasting common denominator between governments in the region. The most important value large-scale nuclear power can provide the wider Middle East is the ability to unite economically and strategically two or more superpowers and hold them together productively for more than 80 years to effect urgently needed economic and security changes. The game-changing horsepower of a super consortium is obvious and rapidly beneficial on many levels to all in the region. Nuclear power provides a sustainable bonding agent if done on a scale large enough to meet regional needs and with a built-in forward-looking capacity to fast-track reconstruction and manage defense from the Mediterranean to the Gulf. As the US has no equivalent of either Rosatom or China General Nuclear, the first mission of ACU Construct is to correct this status with a private sector platform that ensures US non-proliferation standards are sustained and enforced by the Supply Operational Partnership. The US government does not have the capability without an act of Congress to create a state enterprise to replicate the abilities of ACU Construct. ACU is unique as the only US entity with the knowledge and expertise to put into operation a viable and functioning compatible US architecture. Super Consortium is structured to create a Middle East version of the Tennessee Valley Authority, which will be funded by the Arab Gulf states. Super Consortium will be the cornerstone of a necessary new oil production partnership between the consortium partners and the Gulf Arab states. All 40 ACU reactors will be built, owned, operated, controlled, and secured by Super Consortium, with their operational lifetime. Unlike other providers of nuclear power, ACU Super Consortium does not sell reactors or promote the sale of reactors, or requires, as others do, any softening of the US gold standard or 123 civil nuclear cooperation agreements. The ACU construct's very nature and architecture prevents at all times the transfer of any sensitive nuclear technology or any access to fissile materials to anyone in the region. It reinforces and gives teeth to the US 123 nuclear cooperation agreements that can easily be disregarded over time if reactor ownership is granted to regional states. The US-based Super Consortium, with an 80-year operating life, by design gives Israel an order of magnitude greater capability to defend itself and by extension protect more effectively the Gulf Arab states in the neighborhood. The project reinforces and supercharges Israeli and US government's efforts to normalize Israel's relationships with its neighboring Arab countries, ensuring a lifetime of decades. The consortium mitigates the potential of long-term proliferation risk of independent non-super consortium reactors by securing them in the ACU fleet under its operational security umbrella. Thank you, Ori.
Thank you, Mr. Kapson, for this very big-scale overview of talking about superpowers. We have a question for Mrs. Yelena Lavdev from Russia, and the question is divided to two parts. First of all, why would the country of the Middle East, that not all of them, in a good relationship with each other, will go with the super consortium, and why will they pay for it? And the second half of the question is, how does this big-scale project will relate of the oil of a barrel of oil barrel price? Mr. Kopson, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, can we give him a minute to bring you up?
Yes, of course.
Kopson, can you please turn on your camera?
Yes, I'm looking for it. Speaker on.
Take the time. Everything is okay. Thank you for being with us.
Do I see? Let me see here.
On the left bottom, you see a camera.
Oh, right, I've got it. Here we go. Start the video.
Okay, okay.
There we go. You all see me?
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much,
Right.
Mr.
No,
Kassan.
you're very welcome.
Okay,
Thanks.
did you hear my question, Yelena's
I did,
question?
yes.
Okay.
I did
Thank
indeed.
you very much.
Well,
Please.
let me put the question in context. First of all, ACU's product is Super Consortium. Super Consortium is a nuclear secured oil and gas deal, because after all, it's got to be funded, and we don't print money. So the important thing here is to understand that the Gulf states are going to face two issues. One, the demand of reparation from the Iranians to the Biden administration, if that's the case, if that's in fact the case that the Biden administration is a reality in the next couple of weeks. And of course, that's ACU and the Super Consortium is a lot cheaper than that. But more importantly, that ACU Super Consortium acts as the cornerstone for a new OPEC, a replacement for OPEC. OPEC's a dated vehicle, it's just preposterous. 15 years ago, two major events happened, and that was Russia became a major oil producer and exporter, and of course the shale revolution in the US. OPEC preceded all that. So at 90% of the troubles in the Middle East, you'll find all roads lead to the price of oil. The low oil price was an absolute result of the Saudi crashing the price in reflection of the Obama nuclear agreement. And of course, they've painted themselves now into a corner. The only way out is for the 3-4 parties of the major producers to just simply come to a production arrangement and then hold it. There's no good having these talks and, today we agree and tomorrow we disagree. You've got to have something permanent. So really, as I said, you can't do that. You can't get there from here, as they would say. You really need to start something very strong that it can defend itself, can be very, very non-interrupted. And this is where nuclear power plays a great role. But it has to be done by 2 or more superpowers. You just can't have these civilian little projects, no matter where they come from. Okay, so that's the first part, I think. I can't remember what the second part was.
Okay. I thank you very much, Mr. Kopson, and I really look forward next year to hear what's going on with this project, because you really need the big superpowers to cooperate and understand what you told me over the phone and much more. I wish you had more time to stay with us. So I really appreciate your time and your reply of question. And Yelena, I hope we answered your question. Thank you very much, Mr. Kopson.
Thank you.
Okay, we'd like to go on next to Professor Stilian Gelberg, which you all heard him today. Professor Stilian is the head of the Noise and Prevention and Radiation Safety Division in the Israeli Minister of Environmental Protection, major member of the Nuclear Forum. He will talk in his presentation about the law and regulation gaps in radioactive materials, lack of legislation. I would like to say some scoop. About 2 months ago, we had a legislative decision, not decision, but a committee that we're working on the legislation to improve Israel legislation. And we were talking about 11 guys on the Zoom, and some of them are not from Israel. And Professor Stilian just said, listen, I have to tell you something interesting of today's morning. And we said, what? And he said, this morning, a car full of radioactive material was stolen in the morning, was stolen to the Ramallah city, and the thief just stole a truck. He didn't understand that he's stealing much more problematic item. And he said, unfortunately, those events happening not once and not twice and a lot. So please, Professor Stilian, take the floor.
My name is Stilian Gelberg. I'm the head of Noise Abatement and Radiation Safety Department in the Ministry of Environmental Protection. Our department is the Radioactive Materials Licensing Authority, and also we are defined as first responder to radiological emergency in Israel. I will present gaps in law and regulation of radiological events. To be properly prepared for emergency response and management, you need continuity on a mandatory base. For this, you need the legislative framework that will assure the necessary budget and workforce. Only law lessen uncertainty, lessen stagnation, and lessen inefficiency. An radiological event is an emergency situation of exposure that arises as a result of an accident, a malicious act, or other unexpected event, and requires prompt and correct action in order to avoid or reduce adverse consequences. In our memory, I pinpoint usually nuclear disaster, like Chernobyl nuclear disaster, like Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster, but there are many other radiological events, like Guyana in 1987, an accident in which source of cesium-137 was lost and dismantled. Airborne radioactivity increase in Europe in 2017. Radiation released during explosion and fire at Russian nuclear missile test site, and all these kind of radiological events have to be properly addressed and dealt with. The law dealing with radiological emergency has to deal with all kind of events, release from a facility, missing dangerous source, severe overexposure, space object re-entry with like example a satellite or another space object with nuclear power sources, confirm elevated radiation levels of unknown origin, and all other radiological event. The concept of an emergency response is first of all to save lives, but after that to regain control of the situation and to mitigate consequences, to avoid or minimize severe deterministic effects, to render first aid, to provide critical medical treatment and to manage the treatment of radiation injuries, to reduce the risk of stochastic effects, to keep the public informed and to maintain public trust. This is very important. We can see it these days when Corona is doing what it's doing. To mitigate to the extent practicable the non-radiological consequences, to protect to the extent practicable property and the environment, to prepare to the extent practicably for the resumption of normal social and economic activity. A very good base to put in law requirements for an adequate level of preparedness and response for radiological emergency in the work of International Atomic Energy Agency in the safety standards. First of all, the General Safety Requirement Part 7 dealing with preparedness and response for nuclear or radiological emergency, but also in the basic safety standards, General Safety Requirements Part 3. The requirement 2 in the General Safety Requirements Part 7 is asking the government to ensure that all roles and responsibilities for preparedness and response for radiological emergency are clearly allocated in advance. and that the necessary human, financial, and other resources are enough to prepare for and to deal with both radiological and non-radiological consequences of radiological emergency, whether the emergency occurs within or beyond national borders. The ability to adequately respond to nuclear or radiological emergency continues to remain a central element of the international legal framework on nuclear safety. It's very important that the participation in an international system of emergency preparedness and response will provide the practical means by which this can be achieved. The legal foundation of the system and the international legal framework are the Convention on Early Notification of a Nuclear Accident and the Convention on Assistance in the Case of a Nuclear Accident or Radiological Emergency. Both of them were agreed upon and signed in 1986 after Chernobyl nuclear disaster, not before. Gap number 1 is the information collection, sharing, and dissemination. It's clear that in order to make accurate and timely decision, one have access to an accurate perception of the situation, and the ability to have access to the right information about the situation is essential to this cognitive state. In order to achieve this, you need first of all to agree on roles and responsibilities, to articulate a common outcome, to establish mutually reinforcing or joint strategies, to identify and address needs by leveraging resources, to establish compatible policies, procedures, and other means to operate across agency boundaries, and to develop mechanisms to monitor, evaluate, and report on the results. But the most important is to agree on roles and responsibilities, and to be able to cooperate with all other organizations dealing with the emergency in the same time. Emergency communications are essential within and across agencies dealing with the emergency and all over the lifetime of an incident. Communication system during catastrophic disaster must operate sufficiently well to meet internal and external emergency communication requirements. You have to assure that we are not giving too much information that no one can process clearly, and but the most important thing is the communication with the public. You have to communicate with the public all the time to provide useful, truthful, and consistent and appropriate information, to put the health hazards in perspective, to help the decision concerning emergency response to be taken, to help assure that action taken do more good than harm, and to address public concern regarding health consequences for themselves and for their families. You have to monitor and address misleading information and action taken beyond action that are warranted, and to respond to inquiries from the public and the news media. It's very important to communicate with the public. It's critical to communicate between agencies, but you also have to maintain an appropriate level of security for sensitive information. And this is the reason that information security concerns and operational needs often at odds. With concern of various types of cyber attack, information technology staff members have an interest in providing a high degree of security. When you have this threat-based security, it's very difficult to have the right information in the right time in order to achieve what you have to achieve in a short time in an emergency. This will variety security protocols at different agencies also complicate the situation, and all these have to be put clearly in a legislative framework. Another kind of security is the handling-based security. Organizations usually are responsible for making sure that their staff handles sensitive information appropriately, and this means that sharing between agencies is often limited, and also is need to handle this this problem. Strong analysis and decision support are essential to managing the complex environment of an emergency, and analysis involves evaluating information that has been collected and drawing conclusions about the information to enhance decision making. There are areas in which the information relevance may be lost due to existing gaps. The first area is the information overload, when an overwhelming amount of information exists such that users may not be able to identify or efficiently access relevant information. Another tendency is to allow new information to supplant all the important information. And each of these highlights gap in attack the ability to add value to information. The role ambiguity exists when individuals or organizations are uncertain of their job, duties, and level of authority. This is usually typical with new unknown situation. Role ambiguity can be seen in emergency management community in unplanned and unexercised situation, and in situation where authority is transferred to an organization that not drill or exercise within the community. The problem is that you have to decide now when the temperature, for example, in a reactor is increasing with almost 1 degree in every second. You have no time to take decision, and you have everything to be in place before. The last gap I will present is the knowledge transfer. Effective knowledge transfer is critical for operations, multiple handoffs, and shift changes during the course of an event. Knowledge transfer deals with communicating knowledge between both individuals and organizations across a huge range of domains and timescales. One of the knowledge transfer is the shift changes. Usually there is a local face-to-face communicating during shift changes, resulting in loss of information. Is the incoming staff will have an incorrect or incomplete model of the system state, will be unprepared to deal with the impacts from previous events, will be very difficult for the incoming staff to anticipate future events, and not rework activities that are already in progress. This is the reason that it's very important during the shift changes to transfer all the information needed. Another kind of knowledge transfer is the organizational memory. Few organizations have a standardized process for transferring the knowledge and expertise held by experienced personnel to other personnel. And it's also very important to keep the organizational memory and transferring the experience gained. And the last one is training for technical and cognitive skill. For this you need a lot of exercise, and only this exercise is fundamental in acquiring the honing skills necessary in responding to an emergency. Usually it's difficult to exercise often enough to adequately train for breadth of emergency scenarios and for sustained performance of personnel. When speaking about knowledge transfer, we have to speak a little bit about the Dunning-Kruger effect, about how difficulties in recognizing one's own incompetence lead to inflated self-assessment. This means that if you are 100% sure that you are very well prepared for a radiological event, you are only in the beginning of gaining experience in the field, and you have a long way to gain this experience. My strong recommendation for everyone dealing with emergency in a radiological event, it's never give up. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Stilian, for this interesting presentation. I would like to remind you all that we have at hour 14, 2:30 at noon, we have a panel with the Channel News leader broadcast, Nir Dvori, and we have a few panelists for the parliament member and about the Israel ambiguity, if it's still correct, yes or no, or we need to recalculate. I would like to ask Professor Aaron Friedman to comment on Stilian's information. Professor Friedman, please.
Hi, I think to put it in perspective, what's so important with Professor Stilian's information? You know, in the end of the World War II started an era, and that's the nuclear era. United States threw 2 atom bombs on Japan. Some say it was justified, some say it was not justified, but that actually started a Cold War. And in my opinion, the Cold War was for one reason only. And so that the defense structure in Europe, the United States and Russia will continue to stay alive and make atom bombs and create a threat that was so bad that it's inconceivable to ever use it. And the funny thing is, in the 50s and 60s, children in the United States would do drills, how when there's an atomic attack, they need to go under the desks, because the desks, you know, this little wooden nothing desks will protect them against an atom bomb. And they would do nuclear tests. And there was this Marine general would actually put his division close to the test, because Marines are real men and radiation doesn't do anything to them. And so, but we learned pretty soon that the actual threat is different. You know, the 3 Mile Island, definitely Chernobyl, Fukushima, and some other small incidents. I used to live across the river from a university, Fairleigh Dickinson in New Jersey, and they had a small research nuclear reactor. And then one day, one of my friends was running along the shore, and he sees a pipe, a hose coming out of the nuclear reactor and draining water into the river. And so he came and he asked me for a Geiger counter, and he actually measured that water, and that was very radioactive water. So I think it was illegal even then, but I think what Professor Stillian was talking about, it kind of put this in perspective. You know, the real nuclear defense is from those incidents, from those radioactive radiology incidents. You know, we think things like, you know, you have a conveyor belt in an airport, and people come and they put a baby inside it because, you know, they think they need to put everything they're carrying inside it. So I think that puts into perspective the importance of what Professor Stillian was talking about. Ori, back to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Stillian, and thank you very much, Professor Aaron Friedman. We do get some people that are asking to join the Nuclear Forum, and especially this project that we announced today as a formal project about the state grading of all over the world. So we get questions like, are they capable to contribute? So I said yes. Whoever is dealing with the nuclear and radiology from all over the world, more than welcome, because this project is going to be transparent. So we're not going to do anything hide. We're not going to behind numbers and say, you know, with this and that because of. The because of will be open equation. Everybody can understand what we did. And of course, we know that people from all over the world will improve this project. So please keep sending emails and join us. I would like to invite a very special friend with a lot of experience, Dr. Louis Lederman. Dr. Louis Lederman is an expert on nuclear reactor safety, the representative of the Department of the Nuclear Safety and Security of the International Atomic Energy Agency. He was sent in 2005 to receive the Nobel Prize on behalf of the agency. He's a member of the Nuclear Forum. He'll talk about really global perspective. He's been all the places, and he's going to talk about NPPs, nuclear power plants, weak points, and all the kinds, the French one, the United States kind of, the Russian, and the comparison of reactors type around the world. So please, Dr. Louis Lederman, please take the floor.
Dear participants, good morning. My name is Louis Lederman, and I'm pleased to present a lecture on the safety of nuclear power plants. My presentation will cover different topics related to nuclear safety, including the fundamental safety principles, the defense in depth, the basic safety functions, nuclear power accidents, emerging nuclear power reactors worldwide, and I will complete with a global overview of the nuclear safety governance. Let's start with the first topic, which is the nuclear safety objective. It's the basic topic, of course, that underlines the whole presentation. And for that, I'll take advantage of the fundamental safety principles issued by the International Atomic Energy Agency. The International Atomic Energy Agency is the international organization in charge of developing safety standards and security guidelines and assisting its member states in implementing these guidelines and these standards in their national infrastructure, including regulatory and governmental infrastructure. The document I'm talking about, the fundamental safety principles that you see in the picture, is actually at the top of a pyramid of other documents issued in the nuclear safety area by the IAEA, and which includes the safety fundamentals, the safety requirements, a number of safety requirements documents, and safety guides. For that particular document, the fundamental safety principles, there are 10 fundamental nuclear safety principles, and from these 10 fundamental nuclear safety principles, I will only concentrate on one of those, which is the principle number 8, which is the prevention of accidents. And that says that all practical efforts should be made, must be made, to prevent and to mitigate nuclear accidents. And the primary means that we use, the primary concept in the prevention of accidents, and is the defense in depth. So defense in depth is to be understood as a structured implementation of 5 consecutive levels of protection based on preventing accidents and mitigating measures. So the basic objectives of the defense in depth structure is to first anticipate that there is a possibility always of having errors, human errors, cognitive or procedural. There could be component failures, and despite these things, they have to be predicted in advance, and we have to have measures to maintain the effectiveness of what we call the safety barriers or physical barriers, and ultimately, of course, to protect the public and the environment from harm in the event that one or more of these barriers are not fully effective. Here is a graphic indication of what we're talking about with these multiple physical barriers, is that we say that the fuel pellet, that where the fuel is located, encapsulated in this form, the cladding, which is the structure where the fuel pellets are inserted, the various cooling systems, and the containment building. This is all displayed in that figure. So let's talk about the 5 levels of the defense in depth. The level 1, the first level of protection, is to prevent abnormal operation and failures. We try to do a most conservative design, high quality construction and operation, and comprehensive consideration, of course, of the human factors. Then the level 2, the second level of protection, is to, in case something fails in the either in the design or in the operation of or human factors are violated some procedures or so on, then we start to deviate from the normal operation. And that's what we need, an early detection of failures and control of the abnormal operation to try to go back to the safe condition. The third level, if in case level 2 also fails, is the prevention of core damage. So a number of engineering safety features are designed and operated based on postulated accidents, representing what we believe to be the limiting conditions. So level 3 is a situation where we were unable to stop the initiation of an accident, but we are able to prevent that these accidents progress into a core damage situation. The level 4 is a situation where we cannot prevent the accident to go into a more severe scenario. And then we have, of course, to prevent it through the situation where multiple systems can fail, and we need to stop that, and mitigate the consequences of these severe accidents. So from level 3 to level 4, we are already going into a situation where the systems have failed in a certain way, and we are now in a situation that we need to prevent the progression of the accidents. Level 5 the last one of the 5 levels of protection is a level where we have failed in the previous 4 levels. There's been radiation released inside the containment. These have escaped in some way, and then we are in a situation we have had a release of radioactive material to the environment. So at this point, all we can do is to do as much as possible to prevent the consequences of this released radioactivity into the public and to the environment. And we formulate on-site and off-site emergency plans, and we test and exercise these periodically. So in all of that, we are always looking at the 3 basic functions of the reactor. Is to control the reactivity, it means to shut down the reactor, to cool the fuel, and to contain any radioactive release so that it doesn't affect humans and the environment. When I talk about this, is not only during the operation of the reactor, but also after the reactor, the chain reaction is controlled. Because as you see in this picture, even after 1 hour that the chain reaction has been stopped, we still have a fraction of the initial power, something like 1.5% of that power still being generated inside the reactor. And that remains for years. In case of a reactor fueled with uranium fuel, and after long-term operation, we may have 1.5% after 1 hour of residual heat still generated in the reactor. And that's a substantial amount. For a reactor of 1,000 megawatt electric, we have 3,000 electric, for 1,000 electric megawatts generated, we have 3,000 of thermal megawatts, and 1.5% of that would be nearly 45 megawatts still being generated after the reactor is shut down after 1 hour. And that's a substantial amount of heat that needs to be removed to avoid damage of the fuel. So let's talk about the defense in depth that we presented and how this was applied and how this can be analyzed in 3 accidents, 3 of the major accidents which have happened in the nuclear industry. First of all, the 3 Mile Island accident, which occurred in 1979 in the United States, the Chernobyl that happened in the Ukraine, former Soviet Union, in 1986, and the Fukushima accident, most recent accident in 2011 in Japan. So the first one, the 3 Mile Island accident, was an accident that was initiated due to some equipment malfunctions. The operator has committed errors, misunderstanding the situation of the reactor, and that led to uncovering the core, decreasing the heat removal of the reactor, and that caused severe damage of the reactor core. This was controlled in a way that there was no release of radiation to the environment. So in summary here, we can say that levels 1, 2, and 3 have failed. Level 4 was able to control the damaged core inside the reactor vessel, and level 5, which is controlling the releases, was not necessary. The Chernobyl accident, a well-known accident, was the result of an ill-conceived experiment, which caused an excursion of power, a very high excursion of power, with a steam explosion, complete destruction of the reactor building, and radiation from the reactor core being released to the atmosphere. This was such a situation with all the 4 levels of defense and that have failed, and only the level 5, which is protecting the public, was partially successful. And this was due to efforts of the operators and those responsible for the plant to construct very hastily a shelter which covered the open reactor building and was able to substantially decrease the release over the continuation of the accident. In this case, actually, this shelter remained a large number of years, and the final shelter, which simulates the reactor cover, was only terminated early in this year, 2020, and is now completely finished. The last one is the Fukushima accident, which was the result of earthquake followed by a tsunami, which flooded the reactor building or the reactor site and made on-site and off-site power unavailable. And that led, of course, to decrease and interruption of the removal of heat in the reactors, causing severe core damage, actually core melt, and then again, level 5 and level 6, levels 4 and 5 were the only ones left where the operators were able to partially control the radiation inside the reactor building and control the releases to the atmosphere. So basically, the accident damaged 4 levels of protection, and only level 5 survived. I have a few lessons that we have learned from these various accidents. In the first one, the TMI accident in the US, led to a great review of the ergonomics and situations where the operator can be misled by confusing signals. And that was a big development in the area of ergonomics. Then also probabilistic safety assessment methodology has tremendously improved and been introduced and used in reactor safety. The Chernobyl accident was the trigger for a very large international cooperation, and the concept of safety culture, responsibilities from management, leadership for safety, and organizational culture have been very much developed as lessons learned from the Chernobyl. From the Fukushima accident, which was a situation where we had very low probability events with very high consequences due to very complex scenarios that developed, has been also taken very much into account in the lessons learned from the Fukushima. This was a case where there was a complete breakdown of communications between the plant site operators and the headquarters due to a very unusual situation where there was almost no access to the site due to the breakout that occurred with the communications, and also access to the site due to the damage of the earthquake. So a lot of systems which are not intended and trained so much for emergency management had to be used, and the more training was identified that's needed in order to properly operate these systems under these complex scenarios. Now I'd like to move on the status of nuclear power worldwide, having taken the learning from the experience of operational experience and the accidents which have occurred to date. This table shows the current situation in the beginning of 2020. US is still the country which operates the larger number of power reactors, but it's not the country where the share of nuclear electricity is the highest. It's in France, and then followed by Slovakia, Ukraine, and others, as you see in the picture, the share of nuclear electricity. The reactors, the most common types in the world, actually the large majority, are reactors operated with light water moderation and also cooled by light water. And this you see the various percentages here. I'd like to just show you briefly this situation regarding to new coming countries, which are countries that are now embarking in nuclear power. First, I'd like to mention United Arab Emirates, where the first reactor has entered in operation in this year, 2020, Others are under construction, followed by Belarus, Bangladesh, Turkey, and so on. Other countries in different stages of consideration about embarking in nuclear power programs. This includes Egypt, Uzbekistan, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and a few others. I'd like to complete this presentation by giving you some words on what we call the nuclear safety global governance. The logo for that is the understanding that an accident anywhere is an accident everywhere. So we are all in the same boat. We are all preoccupied with the same type of nuclear safety concept. And for that, there's a number of international governance items, including the agency IAEA non-binding safety standards and security instruments. There are a number of what we call international binding conventions. There are also non-proliferation treaties for the non-proliferation of nuclear material. There's the effort in the various countries to develop their own national infrastructures, and those are supported very much by the international cooperation through the safety networks for knowledge and experience. So the intention of the global nuclear safety governance is to understand and to work together so that we prevent the next anywhere is an accident everywhere. So that completes my presentation, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lederman. We appreciate this insight, information, and a global perspective, which is, I don't know, I mean, experience is the most important vector as we see it. Once you connect research with the experience, you get a powerful tool. So thank you very much for this. Now we're going to go for a break, for a half an hour break, 30 minutes, and we're going to see right after that the panel. The panel is going to expose the nerve, the open nerve of Israel. We did get some, let's say, comment about to be careful on this conference and this panel, because we will discuss the open nerve of the Israeli states and the ambiguity of the nuclear perspective and how we talk about it. So the people we're going to see on the panel, the journalist, Nir Dvori, he will lead the panel, and then we'll see Major General Uzi Dayan. We're going to see the panel, Professor Uzi Even, which you have not seen so far. He's a professor in Tel Aviv University, and we're going to see myself. And so we'll take a break at the moment for 30 minutes, and we'll see you right after that. So exactly on what time is the panel exactly? 2:30. So we're going to see each other on 2:30 exactly. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in a bit. Take a quick coffee and be prepared for the highlight of the day, and hopefully we'll go on without too many accidents. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and I hope you're all okay around the world, and it's different times, morning, afternoon, evening, and maybe even night. First of all, two announcements. Our host, which is the journalist Nir Dvori, unfortunately needed to go for a real emergency in the south. So I will replace him, and hopefully he will be in the middle and can join us. But if not, Nir Dvori and the news, we hope that everything is okay. Second of all, unfortunately, we have in Belarus, we have a real nuclear emergency. So we hope that in Belarus, everything is okay. And once we get more information, we will explain everybody about it. I would like to open and also say that we got a briefing from the government in order to be quite careful about what we're talking, but this is a sensitive topic about Israel. So I would like to refer to you, Major General Uzi Dayan, and would like to ask you, what do you think about the Biden administration? Do you think the Israel ambiguity might change according to Biden's new administration?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he doesn't know. I think that in the first, I don't know, 1-2 years, will be so much occupied with the remainings of Trump, with the American economy, with the corona and other issues like the fuel and the energy problems. But it's up to us, the ambiguity policy. And I don't see a good reason to change this policy. From time to time, there is a kind of a leak in Israel. You never know whether this leak is intended to be a leak or just something. And we does have our deterrence within or with the ambiguity policy. So we are better on everywhere. We are a responsible country. We don't threat. And even in Yom Kippur War, we didn't say what we might do, etc. We don't make any experiments. And in the same time, I think that in the grand strategy, our deterrence works. So I don't see a good reason to change it.
Thank you very much, and I really hope you're right. But the future is, I mean, reality is more surprising than anything else.
Only in Israel.
Yeah, I think in other countries as well. I would like to refer to Professor Uzi Even in the University of Tel Aviv, and to ask you, can you hear me, Professor Even?
Yes, of course, I can.
Thank you very much for joining us today. And I wanted to ask you, do you think is the Israeli ambiguity still relevant today with all the changes all over the world and also in Israel?
It was a very useful policy. We only gained from it so far, you may think, but this is not the full story. I think the time that has elapsed, if you ask anybody in the world, do you think that Israel has nuclear weapons? The answer would be overwhelmingly yes. So we are cheating only ourselves. But in addition to that, I want to point out that there are several items that we cannot buy from abroad, those items that are considered with nuclear capabilities. And it affects the research and development in all our research universities. This is a result that we refused to commit ourselves one way or the other. So is it relevant? Yes, it has some benefits. Is it free? No, it harms us.
Thank you, Professor Even, for your reply. Professor Friedman, I would like to refer to you quite a big question. What do you think the disadvantages and the advantages, but I'm more willing to know what are the disadvantages of the Israeli ambiguity policy, which has been going on for more than 70 years?
Well, I believe that when the policy started, it was the right policy. Israel, we all know that Israel spent a lot of resources on the issue. And like Professor Evans said, if you pick up a kid in France and ask him, is Israel a nuclear power? The answer will be, he will answer yes.
But this is not a disadvantage.
It's
this
not
is
a
one of the advantages.
It's not a this is not a disadvantage. I'm saying it was a very advantageous policy to begin with. I believe the disadvantage today is that Israel, it's one thing that puts us politically outside of the circle. You know, there is a circle of countries which are considered nuclear powers, and there are a few countries that are out of the circles. So we are actually one of those countries. In other words, we're in the same category as North Korea, as Iran. Iran, by the way, has the real ambiguity. And so those are the countries that we're outsiders. And I think it's about time for Israel to be an insider. Okay, we should come and say we have or we don't have, you know, be as transparent as we can about it. Of course, we don't have to detail exactly what we have and what we don't have, but we have to acknowledge to the world whether we're a nuclear power or not and become part of the world. We're no longer at this tiny, very poor country surrounded by enemies. You know, we're actually a very strong and quite rich country, and we're not so small anymore. As for Biden, I believe Biden will respect whatever the Israeli government decides to do. You know, even Obama respected that. So I believe Biden will respect that. That sense.
You see Biden is a kind of extension of Obama.
I don't see that. I don't believe he's an extension of Obama. I think he's quite a polar opposite of Obama with regards to Israel. But he will respect it. I'm saying if Obama respected that, then Biden will definitely.
But we don't want to be a part of the world. To be a part of the world means that we are going to sign all kinds of.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to sign the MP3, etc.
Why not? You know, why not? By doing that, you're acknowledging that you are a nuclear power, and yes, you sign it.
So this is not going to be an ambiguity anymore.
Yeah. Exactly. I think the ambiguity, the time for the ambiguity is over. I think it was.
Then why not Iran? If Israel is a part of it,
well,
why not Iran?
We don't want Iran to be a nuclear power, but is it a nuclear power? Is it not a nuclear power?
Nobody knows.
Iran has an ambiguity.
It's not, by the way. It's not ambiguity. She is not.
Maybe.
Yet. And we don't intend.
We don't really know.
We don't really know.
We have
we are going to prevent her from being, because it's irresponsible country.
We have friends.
We are responsible.
Exactly. And so is Hodu, India, and Pakistan. They're nuclear powers. They acknowledge they're nuclear powers. They're at war with each other, and they don't use nuclear weapons.
I was in India in 9/11.
You were the funny gate? Yes.
And I was in the American embassy. I want them to know that that the Americans and us, we are on the same line and on the same wave. And I asked them, why don't you adopt the policy of ambiguity? And they said, because we want the American to know that we have this power. If you don't have this power, everybody step on you. Once you have a nuclear capability, you are an honorable student.
Right.
We are honorable student in Washington anyway.
I would like to go on, and this is give me the kind of material for the next one. And I promise to bring one Iranian scientist to talk about Iran ambiguity, and we can do that. We do have partners from Iran listening to us, and you're more than welcome, as I said before.
Yeah, but I don't think they can talk.
They will be able to talk. Maybe we'll find the right guy.
One day.
One day. So, Brigadier General Dayan, I would like to ask you about Israeli ambiguity. Do you think that any topics, other topics than nuclear, that also Israel is dealing the same policy of ambiguity? Not nuclear, but others.
Well, exactly the same, no, but there is something which pretty much resembles to it, and this is the ambiguity policy that Israel used vis-a-vis attacks in Syria. This year, we attacked in Syria more than every previous year. And nobody talk about it. Why? Because we don't say we did it.
Maybe
we
it's
don't
not
say,
us.
no, by the way, this is a very good example that if you have the power and you adopt a ambiguity policy, it works, which means Syria has a lot of enemies. Once you say about an attack, you say you deny it, you say we didn't do it, then every attack, every night, you will have to refer and say whether you did it or not. So I really love the ambiguity policy. We don't say yes, we don't say no, or that we say it's that we don't say anything.
Well, I think that with Syria, it does work because, and I think there's other ambiguities, and they work because the fact is we don't know. We don't know whether Israel has chemical attack capabilities. We don't know whether Israel has biological attack capability. We don't know. That's your real ambiguity.
We don't know if China is.
Well, we know that China has. They're not even denying it. And
no, I mean, okay.
But the thing is that, of course, with Syria it works because what you have there is you have a unique situation. There's a ruler that nobody wants in power, but we do. And yet we have no choice but attack that country. So I think that we're actually helping ourselves, and in a sense, we're helping him stay in power by denying that we're the ones attacking. We have no choice. We have to attack the Iranian and the Hezbollah depots there. And we said, but it wasn't us. We don't know who it is. They came out of the smoke and, you know.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Evan, I would like to address to you the same question. Do you think in Israel still have this ambiguity in different topic than nuclear as is revealed in the nuclear?
Yeah, I can only add to what was already said. Yes, we have a research institute that is called the Biological Institute in Ness Ziona. And it specializes in what he says, chemical war defense, and maybe also offense. We don't talk about it. Israel did not sign the treaty that prohibits the use of chemical weapons. And so we maintain an ambiguity. We don't say if we have it, we don't say if we don't have it. The presence of this research institute can say a lot about it.
By the way, chemical and biological weapon, it's the weapon of the weak. If you have a nuclear capability, you don't need now to go to chemical and biological, etc.
Some say the biological is more dangerous than the nuclear, and the nuclear is only a cover for the problem.
It's supposed to be dirty, and once you use it, you are not a responsible country anymore.
Right, but the thing is that nuclear you're not going to use. I mean, nuclear you're going to use only. That's the last resort. Chemical you're going to be using before that.
And
if you have that.
I want to point out that the Americans used nuclear weapons not as the last resort.
Not the last resort, yes.
That is correct. And that's one thing that Chinese keep saying. They keep saying, your America are coming all to us all the time and telling us we want proliferation, we want this, we want this. But so far in the history of man, you're the only ones that threw atom bombs on population, and you did it twice in 2 weeks.
In their opinion, they saved life, but we're not going to.
No, but it wasn't invented and used, not in the
savannas. It was not the last resort,
not in East Asia, in the democratic country.
Okay, and it was not last resort. Professor Evan is right.
The next question, I don't know how much time do we have, but we'll see. Major General Dayan, what do you think about what's going on with Iran and development in the region?
We are very determined to prevent Iran from achieving nuclear weapon. We don't have to give a speech about it. I have a very short sentence to say why we prevent it, and we want to prevent it. We want to prevent it because if Iran will go nuclear, all the problems in the Middle East will remain the same. It doesn't solve any problem. Some of the problems will be even worse. And in top of everything, we'll have another mega threat or mega problem, which is nuclear Iran. And nobody wants to mess with a country who use terrorism and at the same time has a nuclear umbrella behind it. So we are very, very determined about it. And by the way, when I am asked why so, etc., which kind of a threat? Is it an existential threat? If I say it's existential threat, in a way, I am kind of hurting the ambiguity policy. What I usually say, it's intolerable threat. And one of the reasons, by the way, to use ambiguity policy that I'm so fond of it, as you understand, is because you're responsible. I mean that you don't threaten, you don't use it. Why? Because from my point of view, the first country that will use nuclear weapon, and she will be the second one, as you said, she will never use it again. She will never use it anymore. And this is why we need ambiguity policy. And the story that I heard that maybe it's not only Vanono, but Golda Meir met Bruno Kreisky.
Yes.
In 73, and she was very angry at him. He didn't say a word about the 73, the Yom Kippur War. He knew about it 3 days before. And when they went out of the meeting, the correspondent say, how was the meeting? She said, bad. He asked her, she said, very bad. And she asked him why. He said, she said to me, be careful. The next time that you are doing it, she referred to the Holocaust, we are going to take you with us. All of you with us. And she said, is it true? And you know what she said, Golda Meir?
No.
She said, he didn't offer me even a glass of water.
Well, okay. Thank you very much. I would like to remind you that Einstein, people ask Einstein, Albert Einstein, what do you think, when and how it's going to be the third World War III, how it's going to be? He said, I don't know how what's the three going to be, but I know how the four is going to be with stone and rocks. So hopefully he was mistaken, but we'll see for sure.
He exaggerated.
It's exaggerated because once culture and technology are destroyed, you cannot have a world war anymore.
With stone and rocks. I would like to ask you and start to go to the end of this panel. I would like to ask you, three of you, what do you think this ambiguity will or will not, excuse me, I have a question before. What's your opinion if you were sit and decide of the decision maker in Israel? Would you change or not change this ambiguity? Professor Friedman, please.
Well, I made my opinion clear. I think the ambiguity, the nuclear ambiguity, yes. I'm not talking about the other ambiguities. I think the nuclear ambiguity is no longer relevant. The other ambiguities, obviously they're working. The nuclear ambiguity worked up until Vanunu came up with his thing and showed pictures and showed everything, and then the ambiguity was gone. And I think it's not relevant. So Israel can do what it wants. I mean, if Israel doesn't want to sign the treaties, I think that's probably the easiest way to do it is said, we don't know what you're talking about. So, but I think the time for that ambiguity is over.
Thank you.
That particular one, the nuclear ambiguity.
Thank you very much. Professor Even, would you comment about this question, please? Do you think it's, if you were the decision maker?
Let me say the following. The Nuclear Research Center in the Negev is now operational for more than 55 years. If we wanted to make nuclear weapons, we had 55 years to do it. Whatever has been done there, and I cannot talk about it, if we didn't do it up till now, there is no point in waiting any longer. The essence of the whole thing is that I think now you can shut down the Dimona Center without losing any of the research of the products of research for 50 years. And if we'll do that, I think people will feel more inclined to reach a solution that may include also Iran. In short, we can change our policy in order to help renegotiate the nuclear agreement with Iran.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I
Please.
don't have to say if. I was there. I was the national security advisor of two prime ministers, and I advised them, and I advise today, don't leave the ambiguity policy. It's a win-win-win situation. One, people, we do have deterrence. Two, we are responsible. And three, we don't go into, nobody can corner us when we use this policy.
Thank you very much. And I would like to conclude this panel and really appreciate and thank you, all three of you, Professor Even, Professor Friedman, and British Journal, Uzi Dayan. Thank you very much, the audience. And we would like to go now, please, to Dr. Eyal Levin. Dr. Eyal Levin is the Department of Middle Eastern Studies and Policy Science at Ariel University. He will talk about the resilience measure in individual, community, and nation preparedness for radiological disaster. Dr. Levin, please.
So, hello everybody. We will speak a little about resilience and preparedness, but let me just put on the screen so that we can all see our presentation. My name is Eyal Levin. I work with Dr. Avi Zigdon. We both come from the Disaster Research Center in Ariel. And our topic today is the Ariel Index, in which we measure resilience and preparedness. And before we start, let me, just a second, let me share with you the following story. Something we all know about, the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear accident, which is actually a triple accident. It started with an earthquake and then went on to a tsunami and ended up with nuclear plants totally being destroyed, melting down. And the result was almost 500,000 evacuees, almost 20,000 people dead, and the damage was $200 billion US, which is about 20% of the annual Japanese budget. Now, what's interesting in this accident is that when you analyze this accident, you can actually see all the different stages and understand what it's all about. If any of you want to know the details, and we went into the details, there's a fantastic book by Daniel Oldreich, who inquired for about 8 or 7 years the place. He visited over and again and saw the different results. And we should go back in a short while to the Fukushima nuclear accident. But before that, just slightly certain definitions. We all know that resilience is all about absorbing the hit. It's the bounce back and bounce forward effect. But what's more important is that it's actually built from 4 different factors. One of them is prevention. That is what we can do before something happens in order to be prepared, in order to prevent it, in order to eliminate it. Then there is the element of mitigation, diminishing the damage. Also, resilience is all about response. How do we react when something happens? And then there's the rehabilitation, which is concerned with what happens the day after. So if we take those 4 bases, actually, the final result is that resilience is not only resilience, it also has to involve preparedness. Now, there are 5 basic factors of the social dimension of resilience. The first factor is patriotism, we should speak about each of them in a short while. The second one is horizontal trust, that is how much I trust the community, the friends, the people that surround me. Vertical trust is trust towards hierarchy, political trust. And that's the third factor is fear. Too much fear paralyzes people. Too little fear means that they might be indifferent. So that there's a certain proportion of fear which is essential for resilience. And then optimism. How much hope we have for the day after, how much hope we have for our future. Now, in our Ariel index, we measured those 5 things on 3 levels. One is the personal level, how much of these 5 things we find within each person, and then there's the social or community level, and then there's the national level. So we should go back to our measurements in a moment. If we take those 5 bases, for example, patriotism, we usually speak about patriotism when we speak about war. But here, for example, if we take the Fukushima accident, there was a lot of patriotism. There was the engineer of the place, Masao Yoshida, who actually volunteered to be there and solve the problem when he was actually ordered to evacuate. And together with him were what's called the 50 of Fukushima, 50 people who knew that they were sacrificing their lives in order to be there and to try and use seawater in order to cool the plant that was melting down. So patriotism is not only on the battlefield, it is also, for example, in such an accident. By the way, Yoshida himself died 2 years later at age 58 of cancer, of course. Then there's horizontal trust. And this is very interesting because in this case, there's a sort of a strange combination between horizontal trust and vertical trust. Because as far as horizontal trust went, people were very much concerned with the vicinity and what other people were doing, and they were helping each other. But the regulations for which you need vertical trust were that they should all leave for the mountains, no matter, even if they're abandoning their families, which they didn't do. So there's a strange combination here between horizontal trust and vertical trust, and eventually the horizontal trust was stronger. And then there's fear. It's worthwhile checking. We didn't actually realize how much fear they had, even though the Japanese knew that they were in danger. They knew that they were in danger of tsunami, of earthquakes. They were not aware of the fact that it might lead to the nuclear power plant destruction. And then there's the optimism, and that's a great question. Is optimism only those who went back to Fukushima in order to live there, or did most of the people who did not go back and started their lives all over again? Maybe that's what optimism is all about. As for the Israeli index, we measured patriotism, and taking a Likert scale from 1 to 6, patriotism scored the highest, 5 over 5 out of 6. Horizontal trust was, I think, relatively strong too, 4.36. Vertical trust, that is the political trust, is rather low, certainly beyond 4 points. Fear was 488, which is, by the way, very much near to the patriotism, and optimism scored 4.37. Now, we added 2 more measurements to the resilience, and that is the community preparedness, which scored 3.29, and personal preparedness, which scored 4.14. That's very interesting because that means that people tend to view themselves as prepared for disaster more than the community. We added another question. In case of disaster, who would you turn to? Now, it's very important that every respondent could actually have more than one answer, and still you'd expect that most of them would jump and fill most of the cases, which they didn't. Now, who would you turn to? So 87% would turn to the close family. Maybe it's slightly because still in Israel, many families tend to live more or less together, at least in the same city. Emergency services are almost half of the close family, only 44%. So people would turn to emergency services or to neighbors only on 43 or 44%. Friends score only 31%, but then again, not all of our friends live near us. So maybe we have good friends and we trust them and we want their help, but it's totally irrelevant because they live somewhere else. Local authorities scored only 22%. That means that only 1 out of 5 people sees the local authority as relevant in cases of destruction. And then workplace colleagues, then again, they may be friendly, but they might live elsewhere, so it might be simply irrelevant. And virtual community, even in the 21st century, when we have Facebook and Twitter and whatever, the virtual community is not really there to help us. We don't expect it to help us. What we also did in this index, because we have all this data, we can actually try and see how things go as far as ethnicity, locality, age group. What is the profile of those who are more prepared and of those who are more resilient? Now, this is very important because once we have this picture, we can map those profiles and we can locate needs and locate certain populations for local authorities or for the national authority to try and understand that these are the populations that in case of need more help or less help. So actually it's all about modeling preparedness. So what I think that we did here is we took this index, which we started only a year ago, and I think that this index, which is also based on other indexes that have been run in Israel for several years, the major one in the Haifa University, I think we can take this index of resilience and preparedness, and actually we encourage other researchers, well, I wouldn't say to imitate it, but yes, to copy it and to try and put it into motion in other places. And then the more data we have, the more data we can analyze, and the more wise we can be about resilience and preparedness of the population, first of all in Israel, but certainly elsewhere in the world. So thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewin, for this kind of the side of the public, which is most important and usually forgotten by all models and all countries once we have a nuclear event. And unfortunately, also when we have this COVID-19, we see governments all over the world making rules and exceptions and decisions, and they only forget that the customer in the end is the public. So hopefully, all over the world will change this thing. Now, I would like to talk about a few words about what do we have to do once we have a radioactive problem or accident. So, for example, let's say about Fukushima or Chernobyl or 3 Mile Island, we all know that once the radiation material was developed to evolved to the air, there are some things we can do. I think that some people know the Logol. Logol is a small pill. It's basically as you died 131 or so, and then usually people take it and you swallow it once you have an accident event. And then what it does very simple thing. It's just salt, and you take it and your thyroid get the saturation, and then the saturation happens not to take more problematic air inside your system. So I know only about 2 or 3 companies that does this thing. For example, as we see Pharmaset, and they have a breakthrough medicine that people and crews can take before they go into the ground or the specific problematic ground, and they can take the medicine and be more secure before that. So hopefully a company like Pharmaset will get advanced and will all be able to be more protected, especially the crews, but not only. I would like to present Professor Eli Salzberg from Minerva Center for the Rule of Law Under Extreme Conditions, former president of the European Association for Law and Economics. The lecture will be Legal Assessment of Israel in large-scale emergencies, radiological situation in comprehensive perspective of state around the world. So as we know, the money talk, but also the judge and the laws talk. So Professor Eli Salzberg, please take the floor.
אני חושב שאין הרבה מחלוקת שישראל נכשלה באופן קולוסלי בטיפול במשבר הקורונה עד כה. ואני חושב שיש לך 2 סיבות מרכזיות. הסיבה הראשונה, והן קשורות אחת לשנייה. הסיבה הראשונה היא פוליטיזציה של החלטות, החל מהעובדה שכל ההחלטות עוברות דרך ראש הממשלה, שמה שמעניין אותו במיוחד כרגע זה ענייניו האישיים ולא ענייני המדינה, וכלה בהשפעה של גורפים פוליטיים שונים שמייצגים אוכלוסיות שונות או מגזרים שונים על ההחלטות ועל אכיפתם. אני לא אתייחס לעניין הזה היום, אני רוצה להתייחס לכשל השני או לסיבה השנייה לכשל הישראלי, והיא היעדר מוכנות. מדובר הרבה על מוכנות בריאותית, על העובדה שמערכת הבריאות תוקצבה בחסר עשרות שנים ולא יכולה להתמודד עם המשבר. אבל אני חושב שהנקודה החשובה שאני רוצה להדגיש היום זה היעדר מוכנות בהיבט הכללי. כמה שמפתיע שמדינת ישראל שסובלת מאירועי חירום מאז הקמתה די תדירים, אין דוקטרינה חירום כוללת המגובה במוסדות ומעוגנת בחקיקה. ואם הייתה לנו דוקטרינה שמגובה בחוק, שמגובה במוסדות, אז גם הפוליטיזציה של ההחלטות הייתה מוחלשת יותר לאור מוסדות ודרכי קבלת החלטות שקבועים בחוק. מי שמסתכל, כמוני כאיש משפטן, מסתכל על החקיקה הישראלית בנושא חירום, או מי שעושה משפט משווה בארצות הברית ובודק את החקיקה הישראלית, יגלה שהחקיקה הישראלית להתמודדות, הכנה וניהול מצבי חירום, היא חוק התגוננות אזרחית ב-1951, חוק הגה. אולי הקשישים שבינינו זוכרים, בשנים הראשונות של המדינה הסתובבו אנשים נחמדים ברחובות, לבושים מדי הגה, עזרו לסיוע במקלטים וכו' וכו' וכו'. החוק הזה הוא בעצם החוק המרכזי גם היום, והחוק הזה לא נשכח. הוא גם תוקן עם השנים לאחרונה ב-2011, וכפי שאתם רואים על המסך, החוק אומר, מוקם שירות התגוננות אזרחית, שיארגן את ההתגוננות האזרחית במדינה, ויהיה מוסמך וכו' וכו' וכו'. הסמכויות שניתנו להגה בחוק הזה, כוללות את התראה לאוכלוסייה האזרחית, להדרכת האוכלוסייה, תיאום פעולות הממשלה ושל הרשויות המקומיות ושל מפעלים פרטיים בענייני התגוננות אזרחית ועוד ועוד, ובראש הגה ממונה קצין בצה"ל, למרות שהגה זה גוף אזרחי, ששר הביטחון, על פי המלצות הרמטכ"ל, ימנה הכל על פי החוק. מה בעצם בפועל, כן, קרה עם חוק הגה? אז חוק הגה, כאמור, שבנוי אגב על פי מתכון החוק התגוננות הבריטי הישן מהתקופה המנדטורית, ולכן אני גם אתייחס לחוק הבריטי החדש תכף. החוק בעצם הוא המסגרת החוקית המרכזית להכנה, התמודדות ולמעשה גם הבראה מחירום. בפועל הוקם פיקוד העורף רק ב-1992, בעקבות מלחמת המפרץ הראשונה והתחושה שפתאום העורף או מרכז הארץ סופג טילים, אבל פיקוד העורף הוקם כיחידה בצבא, ללא בעצם יחידה אזרחית לריכוז ותיאום פעולות מול גופי החירום השונים והרשויות המקומיות וכו'. ופיקוד העורף בצד האזרחי שלו שואב את סמכויותיו בעצם מחוק הגה. מפקד פיקוד העורף הוא ראש הגה, ואת הסמכויות האזרחיות הוא שואב משם. התפתחות שנייה חשובה, קרתה בעקבות מלחמת לבנון השנייה. אני אדלג כרגע על אירוע חירום אזרחי, אבל האירוע המכונן החשוב קרה בעקבות כישלון פיקוד העורף, כישלון קולוסלי של פיקוד העורף במלחמת לבנון השנייה לדאוג לעורף, ובעקבות ועדת חקירה והמלצות הוקמה רשות חירום לאומית ב-2007, היא אוחדה גם עם גוף שנקרא משק לשעת חירום שהיה קיים עוד מהשנים הראשונות של המדינה, אבל למעשה גם לא עוגן בחקיקה. אבל רח"ל, רשות החירום הלאומית, הוקמה בעצם רק בהחלטת ממשלה, ללא חקיקה, ללא הסדרה, ללא סמכויות, וללא מבנה ברור ומוסכם. עם הזמן, רח"ל גם הוחלשה בעקבות מאבקים פוליטיים בין משרד ראש הממשלה, משרד הביטחון, משרד להגנת העורף כשהיה קיים, האם רח"ל תהיה במשרד הביטחון, האם תהיה קיימת במשרד הגנת העורף, ולמעשה סמכויותיה ואפקטיביות של רח"ל כמעט מוסמסו בעת שפרץ משבר הקורונה. אז מה קורה במשבר הקורונה? סליחה?
הכלבים נובחים והשיירה עוברת.
הכלבים נובחים, מותר להם, זכותם, גם הם בסגר. בכל מקרה, בתחילת משבר הקורונה, חודשים פברואר ומרץ, ההחלטות בעצם התקבלו בציר של משרד הבריאות, ראש הממשלה, ללא ששותפו שני גופי החירום הקיימים אצלנו, הרשות החירום הלאומית ופיקוד העורף. רק בחודש אפריל חשבו על העובדה שיש להקים גוף מתכלל, ראו שהמשבר הוא מאוד חמור, והמשימה, שוב פעם מטעמים פוליטיים, הופקדה לא בידי רח"ל, לא בידי פיקוד העורף, אלא בידי המועצה לביטחון לאומי, שלמעשה זה גוף שאיננו מתאים לא להכנה, לא לניהול, לא להבראה מחירום, זה דווקא גוף שמעוגן בחוק, והחוק קובע שהוא גוף מייעץ לממשלה ולראש הממשלה בענייני חוץ וביטחון. אז אחד, הוא גם גוף מייעץ ולא גוף מבצע, שתיים, התחומים שלו הם חוץ וביטחון ולא משבר לאומי או שעת חירום. רק בתקופה מאוחרת יותר, בסביבות מאי, שותפו פיקוד העורף בעד סוף אפריל ורח"ל, אבל גם עד עתה, 9 חודשים לתוך המשבר, לא ברור מה הסמכויות של כל גוף, מה הליך קבלת ההחלטות ומי שותף בו. אנחנו צוות של המרכז, שכלל את פרופסור שלמה מזרחי, ממדיניות ציבורית, דוקטור רוברט נויפלד, משפטים ואנוכי, עשינו מחקר שרובו עשינו עוד לפני פרוץ משבר הקורונה, כדי לנסות להגדיר מה הבעיה, ובמחקר הזה גם קראנו את כל דוחות מבקר המדינה ודוחות הלקחים לאחר כל אחד מהאסונות, כולל אסון השרפה בכרמל, מלחמת לבנון השנייה, מלחמת המפרץ וכו', וגם ערכנו רעיונות עומק עם כ-40 בעלי תפקידים מרכזיים, גם ברח"ל, גם בפיקוד העורף, גם ברשויות מקומיות שקשורים לחירום, והבעיה ממופת, והבעיה בדיוק באה לידי ביטוי במשבר הקורונה. קודם כל אין דוקטרינה, אין תפיסה ברורה, חד משמעית להכנה ולמענה לחירום שבאה לידי ביטוי בחוק ובמוסדות. יש היעדר מוטיבציה לטיפול בנושא חירום, וזה כשל שכל מי שלומד מדעי המדינה יודע עליו. הטיפול בחירום הוא לא מעניק הטבות פוליטיות מיידיות, זה לא דבר, זה הוצאת הרבה מאוד כסף על דברים שבעת שמוציאים אותם לא מעריכים, ולכן פוליטיקאים ינטו לא להשקיע בטווח ארוך של התכוננות לחירום, כי כאמור זה לא נותן פירות פוליטיים בטווח של מערכות בחירות. זה בדיוק הסיבה מדוע כן צריך חוק חירום וכן צריך מוסדות חירום כדי להתגבר על הכשל הפוליטי הזה. אין תכנון שיטתי, אין הצבת יעדים, אין מטרות, ההתנהגות היא תגובתית, וזה אנחנו רואים ברוב המשברים שקרו לנו, אם זה מלחמת המפרץ הראשונה, מלחמת המפרץ השנייה, מלחמת לבנון ושריפות למיניהן. ואחד הדברים הבעייתיים שאין תהליכי הפקת לקחים, יש לפעמים ועדות חקירה ויש תחקירים, אבל הפקת לקחים מסודרת מכישלונות בניהול של מצבי חירום או אסונות לא נעשית. ויש דברים נוספים שאנחנו יכולים להצביע עליהם, היעדר יכולת לממש אחריות, היעדר יכולת לשאת באחריות, מתח שנובע מניגודי אינטרסים בין בירוקרטים או מומחים ופוליטיקאים, דבר שמוביל בסופו של דבר גם לחוסר ציות, להיעדר דיווח ולכשלי יישום וביצוע, וכמובן שאני לא יכול להיכנס לפירוט רב יותר בהרצאה קצרה כזאת, אלא לסכם את הבעיה בדיאגרמה הזאת, שמראה, בעצם מראה למה הגענו לאן שהגענו. אני רוצה לומר מילה על מבט משווה. ישראל היא יוצאת דופן בהיעדר חקיקת חירום כוללת. רוב מדינות העולם יש חוק חירום גנרי. שיילי דיברה בהתחלה, אף אחד לא חשב על מגפה כזאת, יש גם מדינות שחוו מגפות קודמות, והיה להם חוקים מיוחדים ומסגרות מיוחדות ומוסדות מיוחדים לטיפול באופן ספציפי במגפות. אנחנו עשינו מחקר אחר בנושא הזה, וסקרנו את טיואן, דרום קוריאה, סינגפור והונג קונג. טיואן היא אגב דוגמה מדהימה איך המשבר הזה טופל בצורה חכמה, נבונה, נכונה ויעילה, עם מספר מתים שעומד על 7 כיום באוכלוסייה יותר גדולה מאוכלוסיית מדינת ישראל. אבל אני רוצה לומר מילה אחת על בריטניה, להראות שלא הכל שחור רק אצלנו, וזה החוק החדש שנחקק יחסית חדש ב-2004 בבריטניה, והחליף את החקיקה שעל בסיסה נחקק חוק הגה אצלנו, ה-Civil Contingency Act, שהוא חוק מאוד מאוד מרשים, כי הוא מטפל בכל מגוון מצבי חירום, גם מתקפות טרור, גם מגפות, גם אסונות טבע. הוא יוצר מבנה מוסדי, שגם מבנה מוסדי ברמה הכלל מדינתית, במשרד ראש ממשלת בריטניה, יש יחידה כמו רחל, המקבילה לרחל אצלנו, אבל גם ברמות אזוריות ורמות מקומיות. הוא כולל בחוק את כל הגופים שקשורים לחירום, שירותי הבריאות הלאומי, כיבוי אש, משטרה, וכאמור הוא מכסה גם את עניין ההכנה וההימנעות, תרחישי ייחוס שחייבים להציג בפני הממשלה, גם הניהול של זמן חירום וגם ההבראה. למה אני מביא את הדוגמה הבריטית? כאמור א', כי חוק הגה בעצם היה על המתכונת הבריטית, יש לנו קשר הדוק למשפט הבריטי, אבל אני מביא את זה גם מסיבה אחרת, כי למעשה במשבר הקורונה לא השתמשו ב-Civil Contingency Act. אני לא מדבר כרגע על נושא ההכנה וההימנעות, אלא נושא ניהול המשבר. ראש הממשלה הבריטית, הממשלה הבריטית בחרה במקום זאת להעביר חקיקה מיוחדת, חוק קורונה, שעבר אגב 4 חודשים לפני שחוק הקורונה אצלנו עבר, זאת אומרת זה היה ממש בתחילת הדרך במרץ, והחוק הקורונה הבריטי, שעל פיו בעצם מתנהל שגרת החיים הבריטית, הסמכויות לסגור מקומות ולהטיל איסורים שונים, הוא הרבה הרבה יותר דרקוני מה-Contingency Act מבחינת דמוקרטיה, פיקוח פרלמנטרי, הפרדת רשויות וכו'. ה-Civil Contingency Act למשל אומר שכל תקנה לשעת חירום בזמן ניהול משבר תועמד על שולחן הפרלמנט ותחייב את אישורה תוך 5 ימים. החוק הקורונה מיוחד הוא יותר גרוע מהמצב אצלנו, בכך שבכלל לא צריכה להביא את תקנות שעת חירום לאישור, לא במראש ולא בדיעבד על ידי הפרלמנט, רק דיווח אחת לחודשיים ודיון עליו. אז גם בבריטניה, שדווקא היה לה חוק שיכול לשמש כמודל מאוד יפה לחוק חירום גנרי, הכישלון הוא בכך שבעצם לא נעשה שימוש בחוק. זה אגב המבנה הניהול הבריטי, כאמור ב3 רמות, local resilience, regional resilience ו-national resilience. ומכיוון שזמני קצר, אז אני אסיים בהמלצות וחלופות שאפשר אולי לדון עליהן בזמן הדיון שלנו. אין ספק, כן, שחייבים, וזה דבר שלא צריך לדחות, לחוקק חוק חירום כללי. הייתה אגב, היו הצעות חוק כאלה, חוק הגנת העורף, שניסחו במשרד הביטחון, היועץ המשפטי הקודם של משרד הביטחון, והוא הגיע לשלבים מאוד מוקדמים, אבל למעשה אף פעם לא נדון בצורה רצינית. חוק החירום הכללי צריך לקבוע גוף, רשות חירום לאומית, שמטפלת גם בהכנה, גם בניהול, גם בהבראה ממצבי חירום. צריך לקבוע בחוק דרכי מינוי של ראש אותה רשות, כך תישמר עצמאותו. אני רמזתי על כך שהניהול, התכלול של המשבר, הוא עבר למל"ל מסיבות פוליטיות, בדיוק בגלל שראש מל"ל הוא לא אדם עצמאי, הוא מינוי של ראש הממשלה, וחוק שמסדיר מינוי של ראש רשות כזאת, הוא יכול להיות מאוד מועיל, וגם כמובן לקבוע מוסדות מנהלים אחרים, מועצה מנהלת שבה נציגים מרשויות מקומיות, חברה אזרחית, מומחים וכו', גוף שיכול לקבל החלטות. אצלנו הבעיה היא שיש המון גופים שממליצים, ואין למעשה גוף שמקבל החלטות חוץ מהממשלה. צריך לקבוע בחוק את סמכויותיו של אותו גוף, אבל גם את חובותיו, וזה מאוד מאוד חשוב. למשל, החוק הבריטי או חוקים אחרים קובעים שחובה על הרשות חירום לאומית להציג לממשלה פעמיים בשנה תרחישי ייחוס, לקבל את אישורה לתרחישי הייחוס ולעבוד על פיהם בהכנה ומניעה של אסונות או מצבי חירום. יש חובות, אגב, מדינות אחרות, אני לא יכול להיכנס לזה פה, יש חובות ספציפיים, למשל בענייני בריאות, דרום קוריאה, יש חובות שקבועים בחוק על הממשלה, לחטא מקומות מסוימים אחת לכמה זמן, לתת תוצאות של בדיקות בתקופה מקסימלית ודברים נוספים אחרים. מה שצריך לדון זה מי בעצם במצב הנוכחי הישראלי צריך להיות הגוף המרכזי העוסק בחירום, שיש בעצם 3 אופציות. אחת זה שפיקוד העורף הוא יהיה הגוף, וזה אומר עוד מיליטריזציה מסוימת של החברה האזרחית הישראלית, או שרח"ל, רשות חירום לאומית, תהיה באמת הגוף, ינתנו לה סמכויות התקציבים, המשאבים, להיות הגוף הזה, ופתרון היברידי שרח"ל, שהוצע על ידי גם לא מעט מהמרואיינים שלנו, שרח"ל תהיה הגוף המוביל בשלבי ההיערכות וההבראה, ופיקוד העורף, מכיוון שהוא גוף ביצועי עם הרבה מאוד כוחות, יהיה הגוף האחראי בהתמודדות עם משבר. כמובן שצריך לחשוב גם על האם מדינת ישראל, ועכשיו יש לנו כמה תובנות מעניינות בזמן הקורונה, האם גוף כזה צריך לפעול, ניהול החירום צריך לפעול בצורה ריכוזית או ביזורית, כמה דרגות אם המבנה הוא מבנה ביזורי, רשויות מקומיות, רשות מרכזית, או אולי מחוזות או אזורים, וכמובן, דבר מאוד מאוד חשוב, אחד מהסיבות לכשלים בניהול משברים קודמים זה היעדר קשרים בין הגוף המרכזי המתכלל לבין הרשויות המקומיות, הקהילות המקומיות, דבר שהוביל לכישלון למשל במלחמת לבנון השנייה, וכמובן שהחוק, אם יהיה כזה, צריך להתייחס גם לנקודה הזאת, שיתוף רשויות מקומיות, שיתוף נציגי החברה האזרחית. אגב, אחת הבעיות, שוב פעם, אני לא רוצה לקחת יותר מדי זמן, אחת הבעיות שאולי ערן יתייחס אליהן, אמון וציות, היו יכולים להיפטר אם היו מסמיכים, מאצילים לרשויות מקומיות, למוסדות גדולים, כמו שנעשה בהרבה מאוד מקומות, גרמניה, קנדה, מקומות אחרים. כתבו אתם את הכללים על פיהם אתם תפעלו בשגרת הקורונה. אנחנו נפקח, אולי נאשר, אבל זה צריך להיות תהליך שלכם, שמשתף אתכם, שתפו את העובדים או שתפו את הקהילות, את האזרחים בקהילותיכם, וכמובן שברגע שרשות מקומית או גוף גדול הוא עושה את התוכנית לעצמו, יש הרבה יותר אמון, ציות ופתרון יותר יעיל למשבר שבו אנחנו נמצאים. אז יש לנו הרבה מה להשתפר, ובכך אני אסיים. תודה.
Thank you, Professor Salzberger, for this important lecture, but I would like to comment. The things were discussed here is have some criticism, and I would like Major General Uzi Dayan to comment, but he just left, and hopefully come back, and maybe Yaakov Amidror, which was the head of the Israeli Security Council, to comment and to explain, because some information was looks different from inside the system. So thank you very much, Professor Ali Salzberger. If you just mentioned the Israeli FEMA, which is the National Emergency Authority, our friend, Bridget, Major General, Yoram Laredo just took office 1 month ago, and I'm sure he have a lot to put in. He was my commander in the Home Front Command, and I'm sure he will do good things. I would like to call Dr. Ephraim Lahor to talk about defense against nuclear radiation, individual and time unit level. It's important to say that we went to space today. We went to space today, and we visit outside of the globus. But Dr. Ephraim Lahor always put us back into the ground, and it's important that people like the head of the family, the head of the class, and the children and the family what to do. So Dr. Ephraim Lahor, he was a co-founder of senior researchers Afran National Research Institute Disaster Reduction in HIT, Holon Institute of Technology, former chairman of the Ministerial Committee of Earthquake, member of the Nuclear Forum. Dr. Ephraim Lahor, please take the floor.
שלום לכולם, אני מאוד שמח לשוחח איתכם היום בקצרה. אני מאוד שמח שלפחות על דבר אחד אנחנו שומרים מסביב לעולם מפני הווירוס, אנחנו שומרים על מרחק מספיק גדול של כמה אלפי קילומטרים האחד מהשני, וזה יבטיח שנקטע את שרשרת ההדבקה. אני רוצה להגיד לכם שכל מה שאני הולך לדבר בדקות הקרובות הוא מה אנחנו צריכים לעשות. כי במשך כל היום שמענו מה הממשלה צריכה לעשות, מה הרשויות צריכות לעשות, מה הרשות הזאת, מה המשטרה, מה הצבא, מה כולם צריכים לעשות. ואני רוצה להציע לכם חלוקה אחרת. היחידים שצריכים לעשות, גם בהקשר הגרעיני, וגם בהקשר לקוביד-19, זה אנחנו, האנשים הפשוטים ובני הבית שלנו. אם אנחנו נקיים מספר כללים מאוד מאוד פשוטים, שהיום בכל העולם יודעים אותם, לא תהיה שרשרת הדבקה. ואז לא יצטרכו שבתי החולים יקרסו, ואף אחד לא יצטרך להגן עליהם. וכך גם בגרעין. אני רוצה להפריד באופן קטגורי. אני יודע, זה מלאכותי. בין האנשים לבין תשתיות לאומיות ועוד מיני דברים שהם הרבה יותר שייכים לכלל. אם האנשים יקיימו את מה שצריך, תעבירי בבקשה. חשיפה לקרינה גרעינית איננה קץ החיים, ממש לא. לאחר חשיפה אפשר להשתקם ואפשר לחיות חיים טובים. הרבה מאוד תלוי בהתנהלות האישית שלנו. לא של הממשלה ולא של אף אחד, לא של העירייה, לא של אף אחד. רק אישית, כל אחד ובני ביתו. ועל זה אני הולך לדבר. תעבירי בבקשה עוד אחד. זה היה ב-1945 בהירושימה. הטילו פצצת אטום. היו הרבה מאוד קורבנות. כולם שמעו על זה. כך נראה ההרס. וזאת תמונה נוספת של ההרס. חורבן גדול. חלפו יובל וחצי, או פחות אפילו, ראו מה עכשיו. ב-2010, עיר משגשגת, עיר משוחזרת, עיר מאוכלסת, החיים חזרו. אירוע גרעיני יכול להיות קטן מאוד, ויכול להיות מלחמה כוללת. יכול להיות נזק גדול מאוד, יכול להיות נזק יותר קטן. אבל דבר אחד בטוח, שאם אנשים לא ידעו להתנהג ולהתנהל בפרופורציה, יהיה אפרן. תריצי את זה בבקשה. אלה דוגמאות של העיר, תמונות שונות מהעיר. הלאה, 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 הלאה. עצירה. אם אנשים לא ידעו להתנהג, לא חשוב מה יקרה בשטח, גם מאירוע גרעיני קטן, יהיה אפרן. אסון פתע רב נפגעים. עם הרבה מאוד קורבנות, עם הרוגים, עם פצועים, ועם עקורים ופליטים. אני אומר את הדברים האלה, כי בפוקושימה, כדוגמה שהוזכרה כאן, לא הייתה שום סיבה לפנות את האנשים, אבל פינו. יותר גרוע. הורו לבערך 500,000 או 600,000 אנשים להתפנות. כמה התפנו בפועל? יותר מ10 מיליון, פי 20. במילים אחרות, לא חשוב מה קרה בשטח, צריך, לא צריך, אם לא יודעים איך להתנהל, יש אסון. ובפוקושימה היו הרבה מאוד קורבנות. מה יכול לגרום לאסון כזה? הרבה מאוד. יכולות להיות רעידות אדמה, שכתוצאה מהן תהיה פריצה של חומר רדיואקטיבי, מחוץ למקומות שהוא צריך להיות בהם. ויכול להיות שיטפונות וסופות ושריפות, ותאונות בחומרים גרעיניים מסוכנים, ומלחמות קונבנציונליות ובלתי קונבנציונליות, כל אלה הם טריגר. טריגר, תאונות כמובן שהזכרתי, טריגר שמשחרר חומר רדיואקטיבי אל מחוץ למקומות הבטוחים שיכול להיות בהם. כשהחומר הרדיואקטיבי נמצא במקומות הבטוחים, לא קורה כלום. האנרגיה הגרעינית היא מאוד מאוד בטוחה, מאוד מאוד נקייה. פה ושם היא אפילו קצת זולה. הכל נכון. עד הרגע שהעסק לא מתנהל כראוי, וכל מה שציינתי פה ברשימה, הוא יכול לגרום לזה להתנהג לא כראוי. עכשיו השאלה היא איך מגיבים על זה האנשים. הלאה. אירוע גרעיני, אני מדגיש, אמיתי או מדומה, עלול להתרחש בעקבות התרחשות של כל אחד ממחוללי הנזק שציינתי. כאשר מתרחש, אני כבר נכנס לתדריך, כאשר מתרחש אירוע כזה, אל תנסו לברר מה קרה. מי גרם, מי אשם, מי לא עשה משהו, מי כן עשה משהו, אל תנסו לברר. במילא לא תצליחו. עד היום יש כל מיני דברים, מי גרם ומה גרם, איך התחיל הווירוס להתפשט בעולם. סיפורים, אף אחד לא יודע כרגע. קל וחומר בשעת ההתרחשות, אל תנסו לברר. אבל מה כן? כשראיתם את הסימנים האלה, תתנהגו כאילו האירוע אמיתי, וזה לא חשוב, ואם הוא לא אמיתי, אם הוא מדומה, מקסימום תרגלתם. מה קרה? לא נורא. התנהגו כאילו האירוע הוא אמיתי, עד אשר יוכח בוודאות אחרת. בוודאות, לא על פי השמועה ולא על פי העיתון. תהיו סבלניים. מחיר הטעות הוא עצום. תתנהגו כמו שתכף אני אפרט ממש ברחל בתך הקטנה מה לעשות. יש היבט נוסף השתנה ממש בעשרות השנים האחרונות, ב-20 שנים, מאז זאת. בעבר הלא רחוק רק קברניטים, מנהיגים, בכירים, מצביעים, שלטו על שיגור חימוש בעל השלכות לא קונבנציונליות. היום כל מפקד פלוגה, כל מפקד גדוד יכול לגרום לדבר כזה. איך? הוא לא צריך שיהיה ברשותו חימוש לא גרעיני, לא כימי ולא ביולוגי. מספיק שהוא ידע איפה יש דבר כזה, ואני לא אפרוס בפניכם עכשיו מפה, אבל חלק מהמאזינים בוודאות מכירים את המקומות. ברגע שיש בידיו, בידי אותו מפקד פלוגה או גדוד, יש בידיו חימוש כדי להגיע למקום הזה, לראות בו ולגרום לשחרור החומר, הוא גרם לאירוע גרעיני. וצריך להתנהל על פי כך. מה הבעיה? הבעיה היא שככל שאנחנו מדברים על זה, ואני בטוח שגם עכשיו יש אנשים שלא מבינים מה זה ממשות הסיכון. תמיד נוהגים לדחוק, להדחיק, להרחיק, להכחיש. כך עד היום בחלק מהמקומות, אצל חלק מהאנשים הכי אינטליגנטים בעולם, בענייני ה-COVID-19, שלא לומר לפני 13 שנה. אני מדבר על עכשיו. חזרה. ממשות הסיכון היא דבר קריטי. הסיכון מאוד ממשי. הסיכון הוא אימננטי, עלול להתרחש בעוד שניות במידה זהה שיקרה בעוד עשור או יובל. אבל לא חשוב מתי הוא יקרה. כנראה שבתקופת חייכם, ואם לא, ילדיכם, ואם לא, נכדיכם. תמיד צריך להיות, זה חלק מהחיים המודרניים. דחוף להיערך. ובאופן אבסורדי, מה מעכב את ההיערכות? מעגל. הפנמה של ממשות הסיכון. זה לא נכנס לראש, גם כשזה קורה. אסון בהיקף של אפרן הוא נובע מכמה דברים. בדרך כלל הנטיית הלב כי ככה, כי אנחנו אנשים סנטימנטליים, ואנחנו אומרים, וואו, כמה הרוגים היו, וואו, כמה פצועים, גם עכשיו. תפתחו כל עיתון, כל תוכנית, טלוויזיה, כל דיווח, כמה מתים, כמה מתו הלילה. לא זה הסיפור. הסיפור הוא לא המתים והפצועים, למרות שזה חשוב, ודאי. אלא מה שחשוב זה השיבוש במערכות החיים. מתו לנו כל כך הרבה בישראל? לא. אבל המדינה כבר משובשת חצי שנה, והאופק לא נראה. הלאה. הלאה. תראה אם יש עוד אפשר כמה דקות להאריך. אפשר? 10 moments. מה צריך לעשות? תחזירי רגע אחד אחורה. בורות. ידע עשוי להציל חיים. ידע עשוי להפריד בין קרות הפרן לבין תקרית נסבלת, בין קטסטרופי ואינסידנט. הלאה. האם זה עולה כסף או מחייב איזה שהם דברים ברמת הפרט? לא. ידע, תשומת לב, כל אחד מאלה שיושבים פה ואלה שמאזינים במקומותיהם, שכל, נחישות, החלטה, ועל הכל תרגול, תרגול, תרגול ועוד פעם תרגול. הלאה. עכשיו אני נותן, זה לא להפריע לי, 60 שניות ארוכות על מה לעשות. א', פול ארצה והתכסה כאשר אתה רואה הבזק. גם התכסות בעיתון יכולה למנוע כוויות ופגיעות בעיניים. יישאר שכוב במשך דקה שלמה או סביב זה. עצום את העיניים כל עוד האור בהיר כדי למנוע עיוורון. פשוט. ככה. ליפול עם הפנים לרצפה, לחכות שלא יהיה הבהק. זה הכל. למה הבהק? לא עניינכם. ראיתם הבהק חזק? זה מה שתעשו. לא חשוב מה, גם אם יקרה עכשיו תוך שנייה. הלאה. לכמה זמן? פשוט. שוב, כלל פשוט. תלמדו אותו, תשננו. כלל של 7-10. הקרינה והנשורת נחלשת פי 10 כעבור 7 שעות. כל פעם, כל 7 שעות. במילים אחרות, רמת הקרינה פוחתת אחרי 7 שעות, פי 10. אחרי 49 שעות, פי 100. ואחרי שבועיים, פי 1000. אז מה לעשות ולכמה זמן? מה שיותר קרוב לשבועיים. אתם יכולים 2 שעתיים? טוב. אתם יכולים 100 שעות? עוד יותר טוב. אתם יכולים שבועיים? מצוין. מה שיותר, אל תתחכמו עכשיו. מה שיותר, הכי קרוב לשבועיים. הלאה. פשוט, הכל צריך להיות פשוט. הנשורת נראית כמו, איך יודעים? הנשורת נראית כמו חול או אפר דק, כאשר היא יורדת ומצטברת על הקרקע או על משטחים מופקיים, או משופעים, לא חשוב, משטח שרואים. אם אין נשורת, אין קרינה. אין קרינה, אין בעיה. תמשיכו לחיות, כרגיל. כדי לוודא, אפשר להניח או דף נייר, או אפילו עיתון, סוף סוף תמצאו דבר טוב לעשות עם עיתון, או צלחת, ולבדוק בערך כל רבע שעה, יש נשורת או אין נשורת? אין נשורת, תמשיכו לחיות כרגיל. יש נשורת, תעשו מה שאני הולך להגיד הלאה. מרגע שיש נשורת, ייכנסו למחסה. איך נראה מחסה? איך בוחרים מחסה? הכי טוב מקלט תת-קרקעי. באופן ציורי, כל מה שמתחת לדשא יותר טוב מאשר כל מה שמעל הדשא. פשוט. מקלט אם יש. מרתף, יין, אם יש. מרתף אחר, אם יש. מנהרה, אם יש. סוף סוף דברים טובים למנהרה. חניון תת-קרקעי, מצוין. כל מה שמתחת לגובה דשא, שם להיות עד שבועיים. אם אין, עדיפות שנייה, בניין, משהו מעל הדשא. בבניין, שוב, להיות במקום הכי פנימי. לא בקומה ראשונה ולא בקומה אחרונה. הכי באמצע. לא ליד חלון ולא ליד פתח. שהכלל הוא מה שיותר חומר שיפריד בינך ובין משפחתך ובין המקור של הקרינה. אתה לא יודע איפה? 360 מעלות. אתה הכי מתקרבל בפנים עם מה שיותר חומר סביבך. הלאה. זה מתקרב לסוף. להיות במחסה יומיים. תראו, אם יש משהו דחוף, מה זה דחוף? לחלץ את אורי דחוף. אז איך תחלץ? להגיד משהו, לתת את זה לדרור דחוף. לעשות את זה. אבל אם לא, שבו בפנים. אם נאלצתם לצאת החוצה, כשחוזרים חזרה, לשמור על ניקיון. לא לגרור את כל החוץ פנימה. בקיצור, לשמור על היגיינה. מזכיר לכם משהו? מהקוביד-19, לשמור על היגיינה. ולא להכניס לכלוך פנימה. לנקות ידיים, לאכול רק מזון שהוא לא מזוהם. מאין? מה שהכנתם לרעידת אדמה ולמלחמה ולכל פורענות אחרת. לא הכנתם? רע מאוד. בסוף ההרצאה הזאת לכו הביתה ותכינו אתם והמשפחה שלכם. הלאה. צריך לדאוג שבמחסה יהיה לפחות מים, 2-3 ליטר לאדם ליום, דרך אגב תינוקות צריכים קצת יותר, ודלי סגור, או סיר לילה. מסתבר דבר, אתם יודעים, אנשים שאפילו חיים אינטימיים, דברים כאלה לא מוכנים לעשות אחד בנוכחות השני, עד כדי טירוף. אז צריך להסדיר את זה. חשוב מאוד, אין צורך באיתום המחסה, שלא כבמקרה של חומרים כימיים מסוכנים, אין צורך. אפשר שהוא לא יהיה אטום, והדבר הזה הוא מאוד משמעותי, כי אחרת צריך את לאוורר ולייבש את החדר. ככה לא צריך לא את זה ולא את זה, ואני קוטע עם הרבה תודה לדוקטור יהושע סוקול ועמיתיו באפנה לעניין זה. תהיו ברוכים ותתכוננו. ברוכים תהיו.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ephraim Leor, for this very important presentation, because as we said before, we're all taking care of others, but you always pointing the finger at ourselves and what we can do at the ground level. You mentioned the lightning, and I wanted to say how unfortunately the world is not ready for nuclear event, small or big. Very few years ago, Ventura County in the United States, they made a film that was on the internet for, I don't know, for a few months, and then it was vanished. Nobody could find it. And the movie was saying, once you have a nuclear bomb, what you need to do. But unfortunately, the creator of the film forgot that they're not supposed to look at the lightning. This is very unfortunate because we're talking about government movie, and this is bad, and it's only about knowledge, as you said. So thank you very much for this presentation. Also, I would like to remind you that Dr. Ephraim Leor is a colonel in the Israeli Army Reserve, and he was getting the higher priority excellence in the 6-day war as a division commander. So full of respect to you, Dr. Leor. I would like to invite Major General Yaakov Amidror, former head of National Security Council, former head of the Research Department of the Israeli Military Intelligence and Ministry of Defense Military Security. Major General Yaakov Amidror will talk about cyber in the nuclear world, and this is also a good example of a real decision-making at the right, not the right, but the official position. So Major General Amidror, please take the floor.
Good afternoon. I want to speak about something which is new in the world. It's the connection between cyber and nuclear capacity. If you look at it very roughly, you will see that there is no any connection at the end. At the end, cyber is a new capability that might be used by people to defend themselves or as an offensive tool. And nuclear capability is something different that countries and superpowers are using mainly today as a deterrence tool. But we have to be very careful about it. Why? Because cyber gives, first time in history, capability to other countries to infiltrate under the radar screen without being identified into very sensitive areas in other countries. And that might do two big changes in the whole sphere of nuclear military capability. One, those who are building their deterrence based on their nuclear capability should be very, very careful, because they might find in the crucial day under an attack that their military nuclear capability doesn't work, that the other side succeeded to infiltrate into their systems, and in one way or another succeeded to neutralize the ability to use the nuclear capability, and they are losing their deterrence and they doomed to be distracted. This is one issue, and it is why when it is coming to the combination between cyber and nuclear deterrence, those who want to build their deterrence on nuclear capability should be very, very, very sure about their ability to defend their systems. It is about their communication systems, it's about the ability to functioning the power that they have, and so on and so forth. All this area of nuclear capability should be defended by all means against any ability of the other side to infiltrate into the systems. And you never know if you succeed. This is one of the problems in cyber, that you never know if you succeeded to prevent the other side from infiltrating into your systems. So the question mark about the ability of countries to defend themselves and to prevent the other side from utilizing their ability to deter will be in there forever. You never know if it is if you have it or you don't have it. And this is a question that we didn't have an answer yet in the whole world of nuclear deterrence. What you do when there is such a big question mark about your ability. The second issue is the ability of the other side to give you a picture which is not true about the situation on the ground. You might be alarmed when it is not necessary, and at the same time to lose the ability to identify when you are attacked by the other side, because many of your sensors are connected to communication and to all the systems which might be infiltrated by the other side. And here you are not losing your ability to act, but you are losing your ability to understand what is the real situation. And again, here you have to secure all your sensors, all your systems in a way which will allow you to be sure that what you see around you and what you see on the other side is what you really, what is the real, it is the real situation. Otherwise, you will lose your ability to judge the situation, to assess what has to be done. And this is a system, this is a problem that is not unique to nuclear capability, but when it is coming to nuclear capability, is much, much more dangerous to the ability of anyone who has this nuclear capability to understand what is the situation and what should be the reactions that might be needed in those situations. This is about defensive side. Offensively, of course, whatever I said about the defense is good for those who have the offensive capability. They can change the whole structure of the other side, not let the other side to understand what's going on, and then to neutralize his ability to react. So all these connections between cyber and nuclear capability are not unique to nuclear capability, but when it is coming to the combination between both elements, it is much more problematic, and the efforts that those who want to keep this capability to deter, that they have to invest in defensive systems is huge. A lot of energy, money, time, capabilities should go to the defend the system that are the basis for the deterrence. Now, the interesting question of today is, we are now more than 70 years after the Second World War. And the question is, why many countries invest in nuclear capability when it was not used during all these years? Why countries, states, leaders invest in this capability when almost everyone understands that it is not for using it? And I think that here we are coming to something to is very, in the psychological side, more than the security side, is the need of countries to be sure that whatever will be the situation, they will not be destroyed by anyone. And countries which has some hesitations about the ability of their enemies to destroy them, the only guarantee that they can have is to build this deterrence based on nuclear capability. And this is why, although it was not used during the last more than 70 years, 75 years, you see that more and more countries are trying to build this capability, and if not to finish it to build the bomb, you can see that for some of them, they are very close, because they want to be in a situation when the danger will emerge, they will be in a situation that they can build this umbrella which will let them to walk in the rain. There is another element here which refer to countries like Iran, North Korea, and so forth. I think it's more about Iran than even North Korea. For them, the nuclear capability is kind of of a guarantee that they can continue their aggressive policy in the area, knowing that by having this capability, they will buy the shield which will let them to act behind, and everyone will hesitate to act against them, even if they are very aggressive. Take, for example, the attempt of the Iranians to build their Iranian independent military capability in Syria. Israel is very active to stop them. They know that the day that they will have the nuclear capability, Israel will hesitate. And behind the shield of the nuclear capability, they can build the military needs that they want to have in Syria. So in a way, the nuclear is their way to achieve what they want in the normal world that they cannot have when others try to contain them. The way to stop the containment by other countries is to build this military nuclear capability, which will bring the other side to be less determined in his action. So in a way here you can see the connection between the nuclear capability and the non-nuclear military capability that countries want to have, and they know that the way that they can guarantee that no one will intervene and stop them is the having this nuclear capability. In the Middle East, it's very problematic because, as far as we understand, if the Iranians will continue to build their capabilities and they will have the ability to enrich uranium in one way or another, or to have a reactor which will give them the ability to have plutonium, we know for sure that there are at least 4 countries that are saying in public and determined not in public to purchase this capability. The Turks, the Egyptians, the Saudis, these are the 3 countries that said it in public, that if the Iranians have nuclear capability, they will purchase the same capability. And it is understood why. Why the world is letting the Iranians to have it and not let Turkey, Egypt, or Saudi Arabia to have it. And there is another country in the Middle East, the Emirates, that are not saying it, but they have the economic capability to buy it, to buy the knowledge, to buy the know-how. So here we have a problem which is connected to the world didn't use the nuclear capability in the last 75 years. But by letting a country like Iran to have it is giving a license to other Muslim countries to purchase it as well, because they feel, as I said at the beginning, that the only way to deter Iran is having their own nuclear military capability. And here we are facing a huge problem that, in spite of the fact that this capability was not used during the last 75 years, the change in the balance of power in the Middle East and the ability of the Iranians to have it in the next few years is leading to impossible situation in the Middle East, in which other Middle East countries, states will have this capability, and the whole balance of power within the Middle East will be very, very shaky, because to handle a Middle East very volatile area in which there are 4 countries, Iran, Turkey, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia, with a nuclear military capability will be almost impossible. This is why, from my personal judgment, I think that it is it's critical to the world to stop the Iranians and to prevent the other countries from being in a problem that they might face when the Iranians will have this capability, and they will decide to do the same, and the Middle East will be another Middle East. It will be a new Middle East, if you want to use this term relating to the problem that we are facing. So, yes, cyber is very much connected to nuclear capability, but it's not changing it basically. It will be the same problem, the same rules will be needed, but countries with nuclear capability will have to invest huge amount of energy, money, and time to defend their capability. And in the Middle East, unique situation in which the definition line is very clear. If Iran has nuclear capability, the Middle East will change dramatically. Other countries will have it, and it will be a totally different Middle East. These are the two remarks that I wanted to make as a beginning for the panel. Thank you very much.
I'm honored to present the next speaker, Dr. Vadim Kazdan, the chairman of the Israel Union of Chernobyl Disaster Liquidators, one of 600,000 liquidators who deal with the aftermath of the Chernobyl disaster. Dr. Kazdan, you have the floor.
שלום לכולם. קודם כל, רציתי להודות למארגנים של כנס בינלאומי, הכוח הגרעיני. הראשון ומיוחד במינו על הרעיון ועל זה שהזמינו אותי להציג את הארגון הציבורי ברית מסייעים לנטרול אסון צ'רנוביל. או במילים אחרות, ליקווידטורים אשר גרים היום בישראל. תודה רבה לדוקטור אורי ניסים לוי על היוזמה והנחישות לקיים את הכנס למרות כל הקשיים האפידמיולוגיים בעולם בכלל ובארץ בפרט. שמי ודים חסדן, ואני משמש היום כיושב ראש ברית ליקווידטורים, אסון צ'רנוביל בישראל. אני לא מומחה בתחום הכוח הגרעיני, ויכול רק לנסות ולהביא בכמה מילים את התחושות של אותם אנשים שהיו באזור האסון ופעלו למען המדינה ולמען עתיד טוב יותר. אני השתמשתי בפרזנטציה בצילומים של מנטרלים מהארגון שלנו, ואני רוצה להגיד להם תודה על הנכונות למסור את המסמכים והתמונות שלהם. כפי שידוע לכם, אסון צ'רנוביל הוגדר כתאונה הגרעינית ואסון האקולוגי החמורים ביותר במאה ה-20. כאשר בעצם מדובר בדליפת של הכור הגרעיני לאחר פיצוץ באחד מהריאקטורים בברית המועצות לשעבר, בשנת 1986. 55 בני אדם נספו כתוצאה ישירה מן החשיפה לקרינה רדיואקטיבית, ובהמשך מתו אלפים כתוצאה מנזקי הקרינה. אומדן המדויק של הקורבנות לא ידוע. ועל פי הערכות הוא נע בין 15 ל-80 אלף. בשקופית הבאה אתם יכולים לראות את העיר פריפט, שממוקמת ליד, סליחה, הכור הגרעיני לפני שהוא התפוצץ. ובשקופית הבאה אתם יכולים לראות את התחנה הגרעינית צ'רנוביל על שם לנין לפני אסון, וגם אולם של אנרגובלוק או ריאקטור מספר 4 לפני פיצוץ. אני רוצה להוסיף ולציין שבברית המועצות לשעבר ניסו להסתיר כל מידע קשור לתאונת שהתרחשה בכור הגרעיני. אבל כבר למחר במדינות סקנדינביות נמדדו עלייה חדה במדד הקרינה באזור. כתוצאה מכך לא הייתה ברירה לשלטון הסובייטי אלא להודיע על התאונה ובעצם לקחת אחריות אליה. ולמרות זאת ההודעה הגיעה לאחר איבוד זמן יקר והרבה לחץ. בשקף הבא ניתן לראות כור גרעיני מספר 4 לאחר פיצוץ. וחשוב לציין שלא ידוע לנו עד היום מהו מספר מדויק של המשתתפים בניטרול תוצאות אסון צ'רנוביל. מדובר בטווח של כ-600,000 עד 900,000 בני אדם. למעלה מ-4,000 מנטרלים עלו לישראל מאז אסון הגרעיני. נכון לעכשיו נותרו בישראל כ-1,300 מנטרלים חיים, ולכל אחד ואחד יש כמובן טרגדיה אישית שלו. סיפור מצמרר משלו וטראומה מתמשכת אשר מלווה אותו ואת משפחתו עד סוף ימיו. כל יום ובעצם כל שעה נשארים פחות ופחות אנשים אשר לקחו חלק פעיל בניטרול אסון צ'רנוביל. ולכן חשוב מאוד להקשיב לסיפורים שלהם, ללמוד מהם ולזכור בלי העבר, כי בעצם בלי העבר אין הווה, ובלי הווה אין עתיד. בשקופית הבאה אנחנו יכולים לראות מסמכים של מבנה הריאקטור ומפה רדיולוגית של האזור שנשלחו אליי על ידי מהנדס בניין אלכסנדר קלנטירסקי אשר השתתף בבניית סרקופג מבטון מעל ריאקטור מספר 4. בשקופית הזאת אפשר לראות את המנטרלים מחזיקים שלט עם אליו רשום הבטחה לבצע את המשימה שהוטלה עליה על ידי ממשלה. כאן יש תעודות של ליקווידטורים שנשלחו מטעם השלטון והצבא. כבאים בעבודה ובמנוחה. וכאן תמונות שמדברות בעד עצמם. פנים של ליקווידטורים. עזרה ראשונה. הנהלה של הכור באוקטובר 1986. בניית מבנה סרקופג מבטון. כאן פנים של ליקווידטורים, עוד פעם, עם הקומנדנט של התחנה. מוסך ליד בלוק מספר 4, עם רמות גבוהות של הקרינה. וסיום, בניית מבנה סרקופג מבטון בסוף נובמבר 1986. שנה הבאה אנחנו נציין 35 שנה לאסון צ'רנוביל ולסיום בניית סרקופג. כמו שאמרתי לפני כן, בברית המועצות לשעבר, לקח הרבה זמן עד שהשלטונות הבינו בכלל את ממדי האסון וההשלכות הנוראיות שלו. הם בעצם לא חשבו על מה יכול לקרות אם הם לא יטפלו באופן מהיר ויעיל במה שהתרחש באותו רגע בכור הגרעיני. כתוצאה מכך הם התחילו לגייס בעיקר אנשי צבא, שוטרים, כבאים, רופאים ואת כלל האזרחים כדי לטפל באסון. בזמנו הייתי סטודנט בעיר גומל, בלרוס, במרחק של פחות מ-200 קילומטר מהכור הגרעיני אשר התחיל לשחרר קרינה קטלנית. הנהלת האוניברסיטה הסבירה לסטודנטים שהיו בשנה הראשונה שלהם בתואר, שאם הם מעוניינים להמשיך בלימודים, אז הם צריכים להתנדב בעבודות ניטרול באזור הקרוב לכור. אני קורא לזה התנדבות בכפייה, או גיוס חובה. למרות שרוב הליקווידטורים כן הרגישו אחריות לעזור במצב הזה. כמובן שלא כולם השתתפו במבצעים המורכבים של כיבוי האש או עבודות בכור עצמו. חלקם היו בעורף טבחים, ספרים, מחסנאים וכדומה, אשר תרמו את חלקם באופן עקיף, ובעצם הם עזרו לאלה שהיו בחזית, שנלחמו בעצם בחזית עם האויב בלתי נראה. לדעתי, מה שחשוב בסופו של דבר הוא שאנחנו הצלחנו לבלום את התפשטות הקרינה, ומנענו מאסון הרבה יותר להתרחש. כאן כמה שקופיות מהעיר צ'רנוביל, שאני צילמתי שנה שעברה. כאן פסל של מלאך מברזלים, לזכרם של הנפטרים. סמטה עם שלטים שעליהם רשומים שמות של כפרים ויישובים אשר פונו בעקבות הקרינה. כמה תמונות מהעיר פריפט שצילמתי באותו סיור בשנה שעברה. וכאן סרקופג חדש מפלדה, אשר נבנה מעל סרקופג ישן מבטון. קבוצת ליקווידטורים מהעיר באר שבע, בערב יום זיכרון לאסון צ'רנוביל בשנה שעברה. לסיום, אני רוצה להוסיף ולומר שהדבר הכי גרוע, לדעתי, הוא שרוב האנשים במדינה שלנו בכלל לא יודעים שום דבר על המקרה הנורא הזה ועל הגבורה האמיתית של אותם אנשים אשר בגופם עצרו את התפשטות הקרינה לשאר המדינות בעולם. נשאר לי רק לקוות שבעתיד אנשים לא ישתמשו בנשק גרעיני לצורך מלחמה ולא יתרחשו עוד אסונות כאלה. תודה רבה על ההקשבה.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vadim Kasdan. And I think we can all see an excellent presentation that shows us that reality is much less glory than real life and than the papers. So the reality is sad and is dramatic. And unfortunately, most of the research shows that the problem of nuclear, huge incidents is not the incident itself, is not the nuclear, is only one major thing, which is the management of a national event emergency. So thank you very much, Vadim, for this presentation, and I hope we can contribute to you and your partners. And later on, in a few presentations, you're all going to hear Professor Gad Renard, which is the one that is the head of the research, cancer research in Israel National. He will show you that he has more than 1,000 files of the real liquidators that all Vadim's friends and families and people that were actually in the event. So this will be, I really expect to hear about this, the presentation later on. Also, I would like to explain that sarcophag in Russian, as far as I understood, is a grave. And there are two sarcophags were built. The first one in 1986 was built 3 weeks after the incident. And the second sarcophag, which Vadim showed us, is the one that cost $100 billion, $3 billion with the foundation of the European Union. But why? Because, and I'll show you next in the next few presentations that I will present myself about the ONDM. I was myself at those places 3 years ago, really right in the middle of like 50 meters from this nuclear power plant, the one that got hurt, and it's not dangerous and you can be there. But the sarcophag that was built about 3 or 4 years ago is built for 100 years, and hopefully until then, they will find a solution because it's a real problem. In other words, 50 meters from the heart of the power plant is not a problem. Inside, it's a huge problem, and I hope the European Union will be able to solve it. So thank you, Vadim, for this hate to say that real presentation. Not glory is life, not glory is a presentation. This is life, and it's very sad. And I really hope that no people will get hurt, and we all, as security personnel, as researchers, will be able to be smart and to manage national security, emergency, real life in a better way in order to not to get damaged. So thank you, Vadim. I would like to present the next speaker, Dr. Joshua Sokol. Dr. Sokol is in Jerusalem College of Technology, Lev Academic Center, a member of the Nuclear Forum. He will talk about mass evacuation for saving life in a nuclear incident cost benefits consideration. I know Joshua Sokol for a few years, and I can tell you this is, in my opinion, the definition of real scientist. When we discuss and we have a deep discussion about nuclear, about research, there's not even one sentence that this person, Joshua Sokol, take and find resources in the information. And many times, like I hope you will talk about the presentation, you will see that he's talking about something that everybody takes an advantage and say, this is the real life. And he said, no, this is not the real life. And we have to study more and to change more. And on the same side, as a real scientist, he can be with a hard position about something and said, okay, I got confused, I got mistake, and I changed my opinion. In my opinion, my personal opinion, with Joshua Sokol, this is the definition of a real scientist. He also was a researcher in CERN in Switzerland, and he did his PhD in high energy in the institute, in the Weizmann Institute of Science. Dr. Joshua Sokol, please take the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and shalom from Israel. Thank you very much, Dr. Lev, for this opportunity. Thank you very much, everybody, for your valuable time. So let's begin. I'm going to speak about mass evacuation for saving lives following nuclear accident. The work was performed in collaboration with Dr. Inovsky, Dr. Levy, Dr. Shaki, and we would also wish to acknowledge our colleagues, our friends from my home institute, Jerusalem College of Technology, and from all over the world. I'm going to speak about radiation exposure consequences, about the evacuation consequences, and about cost-effectiveness analysis, which compares consequences of evacuation and of radiation exposure. When we speak about exposure consequences, we should treat differently the large-scale accidents at nuclear power plants, where mass evacuations were performed, and other scenarios like dirty bomb, transportation of spent nuclear fuel, etc., which are generally at much smaller scales. We have published two papers in International Journal of Radiation Biology dedicated to these two scenarios. And since now we are going to speak about mass evacuation, I am going to speak only about the accidents at nuclear power plants. So what do we have? First of all, the radioactive products of nuclear fusion in general have rather short lifetime. After several years, the radiation level falls to 20% of the level after just 1 year. And in general, I'll now give you a figure that may puzzle some of you. The overall lifetime exposure by the radioactive products of fission reaction is only triple the first year dose. Okay? The lifetime exposure is 3 times the first year dose. So what does it mean from the point of view of consequences? Assuming the linear no threshold model is valid, at the International Atomic Energy Agency action level for evacuation, which is 0.1 sievert during the first 12 months, we have lifetime exposure of 0.3 sievert with the cancer rate at 5% per sievert, which is a more or less accepted estimation according to the linear no threshold model. We have excess cancer risk of 1.5%, and the life expectancy shortening is just 2 months. Okay? Before I go further, I would like to stress this number. Lifetime exposure at the present action level causes, according to the linear no threshold model, to life expectancy shortening by 2 months. This number should be compared with the human cost of evacuation. So let's go further. Let's speak about the evacuation consequences now. Evacuation causes direct loss of life, evacuation related. Evacuation causes loss of quality of life after evacuation, during the evacuation, and evacuations also causes loss of wealth that causes loss of life. We'll discuss it a little bit later. Let's speak now about the loss of life. After Fukushima, during the first 2 years, about 1% of evacuees died of several reasons, mainly depressions, psychosomatic disorders, and so on. So we have 1%. Yes, most of these dead were aged 60 plus. The estimated loss of life of each person was therefore about 10 years. Very roughly half of the difference between 60 and the average lifetime of 80. We come to the estimation of direct loss of life due to evacuations, which is 0.5 life year per evacuated person. Okay, 0.5 life year. Now let's go to the loss of quality of life, which is also very important. Without going into details of our calculations, which is, as a matter of fact, rather complicated and not so important when we suggest that evacuations is to some extent analogous to deafness, we suggest that the evacuation causes 20% loss of quality adjusted life years per year of life in evacuation, according to the data of the World Bank. And assuming the adaptation time of 2 years and summing with the direct loss of life, we come to the estimation of 0.5 quality adjusted life year, or if we conservatively assume only half of our estimation of quality of life loss in evacuation, we come to the total of 0.3 quality adjusted life year as a result of evacuation. Once more, 0.3 quality adjusted life years per evacuation. So when we compare evacuation and non-evacuation at the present action level at 0.10 per year, we have certain immediate loss of life, 0.3 life year, and hypothesized, according to the LNT, future loss of life of 0.165 life year. Puzzling, yes? So the present action level is just not prudent, contrary to what is usually said. Moreover, as we know, at Fukushima, the action level was taken at 20% of the recommended by the IAEA, and as a result, the loss of life was much more than any considerable gain of life. Well, now, after we said that the present action level is not prudent, which is action level, which is prudent, is when minimal averted radiation dose that justifies evacuation. So why the International Atomic Energy Agency considers radiation a risk only without thinking about the human cost of evacuation, we should stress that evacuations bears costs. There are direct human costs that we estimated before, and there are also monetary costs that are also translated to human costs, to loss of life. Why loss of wealth means loss of life? What is sorry. So let's continue. Why loss of wealth means loss of life? First of all, less funds for health care. However, in my opinion, it's not the main reason. The main reason is that poor people live less. They take riskier jobs. They work harder. They have more stress. Their diet is less healthy. Their lifestyle is less healthy, and they use less safe products. Just as an example, rather close to me and rather tragic, I can share with you that two people that I knew personally died in two independent traffic accidents, and as the post factum analysis of the accident show, in both cases, these persons would most likely be not only alive but also healthy if their cars would be just $8,000 more expensive. So in these two cases, which once more I know personally, let's say about $16,000 were worth, let's say, 80 years of life altogether. So let's continue. Cost effectiveness analysis is therefore appropriate, connecting wealth and life. What is cost effectiveness analysis? Let's consider loss of wealth due to evacuation. We have abandoned private real estate, abandoned infrastructure, temporary unemployment. Without going into details of the calculations, we have the total number of something about below $200,000 per evacuee. And as a matter of fact, this is a low estimation, theoretical low estimation. If we go to the real world, after the Fukushima accident, compensations only comprised about $350,000 per evacuee, and not including the loss of infrastructure. So let's say $400,000 per evacuee is some, well, let's say it's high estimation, though I would say this estimation is more reasonable. So what do we have? The low estimation is, let's say, 185,000 per evacuee. The high estimation is 400,000. Let's say that the range is $200,000 to $400,000 per evacuee, loss of wealth due to evacuation, not to the accident, to evacuation. What about cost effectiveness of this money? National health insurance of most developed countries approve treatments which yield between 50 to $100 per life year. This is the number cited, for instance, by the up-to-date clinical decision database. That is, investment of 50 to 100 $100 in healthcare instead of in evacuation adds statistically one quality-adjusted life year. So let's compare the figures. The relocation costs 200 to 400 $100 per evacuee. Cost effectiveness threshold for healthcare 50 to 100. If we take figures most pro-evacuation, it means the lowest relocation cost and the highest cost effectiveness threshold for healthcare, we still have that relocation life loss due to loss of wealth is more than 2 life years, not counted the direct loss of, say, 0.3 life years that we counted before. Now we are in a position to compare the life loss due to radiation exposure if the population is not evacuated and the life loss due to evacuation. At the present action level, the life loss due to evacuation is just by order of magnitude more than the radiation exposure. And the lowest prudent action level is something above 1,000 millisievert, 1 sievert per year, tenfold the present action level. Now, an epilogue. Let's speak about the coronavirus crisis management. In Israel, for instance, $25 billion is the estimated cost of the lockdown. If we translate this figure of 25 billion to life years lost, we have 250,000 life years lost. How this translates to lives? Mean age of the coronavirus victims is about 80 years, with their life expectancy of about 6 years. This means that 250,000 life years lost means something about they can be compensated by 40,000 people saved from the coronavirus. 40,000 people in Israel saved by the lockdown. I suggest that everybody, including the decision makers, answer this question by themselves. To summarize, evacuations bears high human costs, both direct and indirect. The radiation level is not as dangerous as usually depicted, and radiation level for evacuation should be increased at least by a factor of 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sokol, for this information. And I was a part of this research, and I have to say that we all were shocked by the different number of reality and what decision makers are telling us. We have one question for you, Dr. Sokol, but one remark before. First of all, I thank everybody for surviving until now. We are training you in order to be with the nuclear real incident, which hopefully will not happen. So we do have some high numbers of viewers still so far, and I hope we will go on and hear the other presentation as well. So we have this question for Mads Johnson from Denmark, and the question is, Dr. Sokol, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The question is, what do you see the parameter or the difference between the decision maker once they make a decision, and how much do they really listen to the scientists, and not only scientists, but people from the profession, for example, from the people from the IAEA or any commercial authorities that concern to the nuclear? Please.
Well, regarding the extent of the listening of the authorities, I cannot tell you much since I don't have such an experience. What I would like to say that the scientific approach and the decision-making approach are very different. Science is about facts. Politics, and now I speak politics in the best sense of this word, is, let's say, preferences. Science can tell that this solution with such probability will cost, let's say, 100 lives, and this solution will cost 10 lives. However, it's not the question for scientists, but it's the question for the decision makers, for the politicians. And once more, unlike many people, when I say politician, I can use both positive and negative sense. Now I use the most positive sense. It's the question to politician whether 100 lives in this scenario is an acceptable price for the society. It's not the question to scientists.
Okay, Dr. Joshua Sokol, I really thank you for this. And hopefully the politicians will listen to us and cost lives in the future. Thank you very much for being part of this conference and everything you do in the committee. So thank you very much, Dr. Sokol.
Thank you very much, Ori.
Okay, I would like to invite our next speaker before the break, Dr. Joseph Shoef. Dr. Shoef is the manager of the largest laboratory of non-destructive examination with radioactive materials, a member of the Nuclear Forum. He's going to talk about uses of far-reaching examination, radioactive tools, and material. I would like to add that, as you see in the conference, we try to bring people that work with real-life materials. And Dr. Shoef, when I was in a fascinating tour they did to me in the laboratory, which I hold uranium and plutonium. I did hold it in my head. It was frightening, but I saw people like, they're bringing a bread from the grocery store. So thank you for this very interesting tour. But he told me they are the largest laboratory in Israel, and they take give and take materials, probably about 300 or 400 cars a month. So every day and every night, cars going and coming to test all over Israel, to do materials. So thank you very much, Dr. Shoef, and please take the floor.
Good day, all participants. I hope you enjoy the conference. My presentation is about the use of industrial isotopes and radioactive material and its complicity. I'm Dr. Yossi Shoef, CEO of Gabi Shoef company, which notes this year 50 years of activity in providing non-destructive testing. We will call it NDT, with high activity gamma radiation sources. The company is the largest NDT Israeli company, employing some 130 personnel, and uses radioactive isotopes in more than 10 tasks every day in different locations in the country. The use in Gabi Shoef is for radiography. The sources are transported by company vehicles and its certified employees. There are some other industrial uses except for radiography. Infrastructure testing laboratories use gamma and neutron sources for testing density of the upper layer of soil. There are some 500 sources of cesium-137 and beryllium americium-241 in the country, with low activity of 10 to 150 millicuries, where any emergency event is not very dramatic in this activity or harmful, and therefore will not be discussed in this presentation. Now, what radiography is? We use a gamma source here as radiation source. It emits beams of radiation, radioactive radiation, ionizing radiation. It goes through the object to be tested and hits the film, radiographic film, or any real-time imaging device. Now, the density of the radiation is proportional to the density of the parts, and therefore, if there is some kind of a void or air void inside, or some kind of non-metallic inclusion, we will get different color, different gray scale on the film, and we'll be able to detect this kind of anomaly. This is how we see the people working on the field. Here is the weld to be examined. This is the film. Here is the tip of the guide tube. And the isotope is here in this projector, which is shielded by heavy metal. And with a remote control, we take it out from the shielded projector to the end here, to the end, the projection at the end. And after operating this from far away means something like 10 meters. So the radioisotope will be here for a certain time, maybe seconds, maybe minutes, and hit the film after passing through the part. Another configuration of radiography on the field, you can see here how it works. This is different type of projector, an old version, this is a new version, and here is the instrument that holds the source before it starts and after it is finished. How it works, here is the stored position where it is. I said it is in a heavy metal. Usually this metal is made of tungsten or depleted uranium. And then this is where it's stored. When I want to take it out, I use the manual control unit, and then it goes out to the tip. From here, it makes the radiation on the subject. As I said, maybe for minutes, maybe for seconds, maybe for hours. When I finish, it comes back to the store, and then I take it back to my lab in the car. The projector, different types of projectors. Here on the left, we can see a selenium-75, which weighs only 8 kilograms. It is made of tungsten. In the medium for iridium-192, 23 kilograms, made of depleted uranium. On the right, this is a transport container in an overpacked drum. What we see, the blue thing is the drum, but inside there is a container made of depleted uranium where I can use it in order to send isotopes after they are not usable because they are too weak. I send them abroad for reload. And also I receive it from them this way. All these units are considered as a BU type package. What is a BU type package? BU type package is a package that can resist different environmental conditions. For example, like a thermal, it is approved after passing thermal test, which means 30 minutes to environment as of a hydrocarbon fuel to air mixture in at least of 800 degrees Celsius. After that, a free drop test from 9 meters on a solid ground, and then immersion test in a 15 meters head of water for 8 hours. Only after that, it is considered to be BU. This is what we transport in our car, or we send it abroad by aircraft. Now, the sources that we use in industrial radiography. This is radium-192 with energy, with a medium energy. It's quite high, but in the isotopes it is considered medium, up to 600 keV. The flux is, as you see, 5 millisieverts per hour for each Curie at a 1 meter distance. And so on, the selenium-75 with a lower energy and a lower flux. The cobalt-60, which has a very high energy and high emissivity, is not in use anymore in Israel. There are 2 or maybe several, let's say 3 or 4 sources that are not transported to work on site. And therefore, this is less of our concern in this stage. All sources emit gamma radiation, which is electromagnetic radiation, and are sealed for alpha and beta particles, which is good for us. Industrial used isotopes have activity between 10 to 100 curies. Remember those isotopes that we ignore that have about 10 millicuries in the beginning of the presentation. The dose limit for radiography employee, I mean a personnel that work with radiography, is 50 millisievert per year. Dose limit for any other person, we will call it civilian in this presentation, is only 1 millisievert. That's because other person can be a child or a pregnant woman. Annual background dose from sun, soil, body, our body, and medical any examinations is 4 millisievert, much more than 4 times what is allowed to the civilians from radiography. But what the problem is that if a person staying by mistake at 1 meter away from an exposed iridium-192 source of 50 curies, he will get every minute 4 millisievert. If is unnoted to that, he can stay there half an hour to get much more, of course. And this is 4 times of the permitted annual dose. Fortunately, due to very high safety margins, no biological harm can be detected until this person will get 100 millisievert or more. And remember that only 1 millisievert is allowed. But if a civilian touches, or not only civilian, but usually it will be civilian because he's unaware of the danger, if a civilian will touch the source above or put it in his pocket instead of staying at 1 meter, the dose, because of the closing of the distance, will rise squarely, and the dose will rise 10,000 times higher, and then is lethal. Now, how do we get the sources into Israel? There are some manufacturing source for the radioactive sources. One of them is South Africa reactor. They are manufacturing a reactor. One of them is from South Africa, but we have one problem, that there is embargo on export of depleted uranium due to the NPT Israeli non-signatory. And there is a problem, and therefore we usually buy our sources from South Africa, but we ordered a special transporting container which is made not of depleted uranium, but from tungsten. American reactor, no problem for the transportation through Israeli dealer. Russian reactor, the same problem with the embargo, and therefore they pass it through Belgian dealer, Israeli dealer, and the end user. What about the transportation in the country, this is mostly the origin from danger to the population, what we call the civilians. 25 uses of radioactive sources every working day. This is not only Gabi Schreff company, this is all the NDT companies. And this is 24/6 for 6 days. Each one is transported by a commercial authorized vehicle and a driver, which is with a permit. There are 2,500 kilometers every day of high-strength isotopes moving on the roads. If a job lasts a few days, the source cannot stay on site with other tools. It cannot store them. It has to be brought back to its authorized, shielded, and secured cabinet. All this leads to more traveling. What are the main hazards in transportation? One of them is theft. Theft of a hot vehicle is a controlled event. The safety measures our users are aware that the car is not allowed to be unattended. For ex-military personnel, it is like watching its personal weapon. That's what we tell to our employees, to consider that as a personal weapon. So far, only one case of radiographic source stolen with a car was published in the country, where warning announcements were spread then by the media and the car was returned. What about car accidents? This is a less controlled event. So the safety measures are that the radiation apparatus containing the source is restrained to the vehicle chassis. The instrument is a BU-defined container. Remember, can hold fire and impact, can hold this, and is approved to survive in this case. There is a proper car labeling and warning signs, and we have to report to the authorities prior to every job that we do. Then they are noted about where we are going to do that, what kind of isotope we are going to get, how many hours it may take. So they are not notified about that. What else can be done? What else is done? The users, the technicians and drivers have refreshing training and examination annually. This is what is done. Companies know that any violation of the rules can lead to termination of the permit and lose of their business. All radioactive material carrying cars are checked by authorized personnel for integrity monthly. What else can be done? Training of relevant officers in the municipal authorities to understand what radioactive material is. People naturally have overreaction and fear for radioactive hazards. After all, each of us gets 5 times the annual allowed dose from the sun, materials around, and even from our radiating body. To establish fast emergency procedure instructing how to deal if a car is stolen or has an accident in the middle of the night in a populated area. And of course, keep taking care. Thank you for your attendance, and for any questions, you are welcome to call me. Bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shoef. And I say again, thank you very much for the fascinating tour that we got. I'll tell you, all the audience, I'll tell you a secret. Until today, we're doing a reserve in the military. I myself was in the coronavirus at the beginning of the year for more than 2 months. And I want to tell you a secret. When we bring a soldier to the reserve, what we do with them, we squeeze them until the end. And when they finish, they say, oh, this is a good army. The money is expended good, and so we're trying to do the same with you, the audience. Instead of dividing this long day for 2 or 3 days, we decided to do it in one long day, and I hope you agree with us, and if not, we'll see what to improve for next year. In a few minutes, we'll take a break of 10 minutes, And I want to tell you what's going to be right after the. First of all, we know we have to improve one thing, which is very important. We only have 2 or 3 women on this fascinating day, and we know we need to improve this. The lady should come forward, but we are, as the organizer, should improve that too. But right after the lecture, right after the break, we have Dr. Michal Margalit. She is the head of a laboratory, very unique laboratory that they're doing radiological dosimetry, biological dosimetry. What they're trying to do with the foundation of the Israeli Ministry of Health and the foundation and the supporting of the IAEA in Vienna, they're trying to do dosimetry. Each one of us and each person will have, like you have a blood type, AB, etc. You're going to have a specific code, and they will know how sensitive you're going to be to radiation. So that's the time to do. And Dr. Michal Margalit, which is also took us a tour. We took this fascinating tour in Tel HaShomer Hospital, and we'll see this tour. So she's going to tell us how it goes. So I would like to take a break with all of you for 5 minutes break, and then we'll come back and we'll go on. Thank you. 1 minute. Let me say we're jumping into section D, which is the last section. We still have a few more lectures, and Michal will open the next session. Okay, so let's take a 5 minutes break. Hi, everybody. We are concluding Block C, and we're jumping right off to Block D. I would like to introduce Dr. Michal Margalit, Director of a Laboratory Biological Dosimetry founded by the IAEA, the Israeli Ministry of Health, and the Tel HaShomer Hospital. Michal is a member of the Nuclear Forum. She'll talk about medical assessment for radiological event and biological dosimetry. These are exposure to the saucer. So, Michal, please take the floor.
Hello, my name is Michal Margalit. I am the director of the Biological Dosimetry Laboratory in Israel. And I want to talk about developing the national biological dosimetry capability in Israel. We established this lab in order to fulfill our mission for personalized medicine. We want to imagine a better future of radiation protection. The last decade is characterized by increased use of ionizing radiation for medical purposes. It caused increase in the use of radiation emitting modalities, increase in the primary and secondary cancer malignancies, greater awareness of radiation risk in the short and long term, stochastic and deterministic effect, and advance in technology towards personalized medicine. Today, the doctor made a risk assessment, the patient, using a few questions like former exposure to radiation, medical history, family history, age, gender, and that's the way they manage or prevent cancer incidents. And then the doctor decide on a treatment, imaging, occupational change, or only follow-up. One thing that is missing today is some early predictor that is specific for this person to risk stratify this patient. And here we want to use the biological dosimetry method for specific and objective tool for risk assessment. The Ministry of Health, the Israel Ministry of Health, use these three ways to prevent, to action. This is the action strategy, the Ministry of Health Act. They use the prevention method to avoid unnecessary exposure to radiation, screening for early diagnosis, like a predictive model for patient response to radiation, and of course, treat better than the people. I am focusing on the screening of early diagnosis and risk stratify the person. Biological dosimetry is an international approved method to quantify the exposure and perform dose assessment following suspected radiation overexposure. In contrast to the physical method, not the dose itself is recorded, but the effect of the dose at the cellular level, and taking into account the inter-individual variation in the response to radiation. If I want to make this biological dosimetry, or if I want to summarize this project in one sentence, I can say that the goal is to predict how the patient will respond to the radiation treatment in order to plan the treatment, in order to tailor-made the treatment. The process includes taking blood sample for the patient, isolating the cells from the blood, radiate the cells in the radiation doses designated for this specific person, searching for abnormal chromosomes in the blood, and comparing them to the average normal amount of abnormal chromosomes in the population, and thus understand the person sensitivity to radiation. We can see that we have analysis system. This is a microscopic system, and we can use 3 methods for. We have a lot of methods, but these are the 3 gold standard method for radiation protection and for biological dosimetry. Why are there so many different methods? I think that each method has created for different emergency scenario with the emphasis of specific parameters. Currently, the biodosimetry is being used for emergency only, maybe for research. But our aim is to use this biological dosimetry method for clinical purposes, for screening for early diagnosis, personalized medicine, personalized employment for occupational employment, and also for emergency. Our implementation strategy includes define the goals, the clinical, occupational, research, emergency, choose the exact population to be focused on. Of course, establishment dedicated laboratory, collaborate with worldwide experts, and build a short and long-term working plans. Our big goal is to develop a fully operational national biological dosimetry capability in Israel. Develop a biomarker of radiation sensitivity based upon chromosomal abnormalities induced by X-ray exposure, and use this new biomarker to risk stratify individuals. We tied up the clinical research and military goals and united forces for the establishment of a national biological dosimetry laboratory, with the main focus of predicting the patient response to radiation and identify radiosensitive individuals. We decided to focus on this population. First, cancer patients showed acute side effects to conventional radiation therapy. We think that these are the radiation-sensitive population. Occupational exposure, medical and professional staff that exposed to radiation, and the tinea capitis population, which were exposed to radiation in the 1940s. But first, first we need to know what is the normal response for ionizing radiation before we know who is extra sensitive for it. We are now making a dose calibration curve for induction of decentric chromosomal aberration as a function of increasing doses suitable to medical, occupational, and emergency scenarios. You can see here that many laboratories who is dealing with this methods using 7.6 MeV neutrons, cobalt, X-ray. They use a lot of, I think most of them using X-ray and cobalt to look for abnormalities in the chromosomes. And we used 0 to 5 gray radiation. And we radiate the blood in 0 to 5 gray radiation, and we count how many decentric in each dose. And we make a calibration curve. And this calibration curve said that this is the normal response to radiation. So we defined the vision, the goals, created local and international collaborations, learned about our gaps, defined working stages, and accordingly working protocols. We are raising money and personnel, started purchasing heavy and consumable equipment. Now we are continue marching towards our vision. This is our new laboratory. And now we are in the first step of building the national calibration curve. This is, you can see us in action. Our next step is complete the calibration curve of each of the study group, taking into account the radiation source and radiation doses, test population who are known for their sensitivity to radiation and compare them to the calibration curve, test the cancer patient before and after radiation therapy to know how they are reacting to the radiation. And we want to examine also the radiation workers in order to know if they are risking themselves in their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Margalit, for this very interesting presentation. And there's one thing I want to say to you. I wish you a lot of luck, because if you succeed, we all understand that we know who's going to go to a treatment and can be more sensitive to some kind of radiation, and who is we should be very careful with. So I really hope you succeed in your vision, and I do think you're in the right direction. I would like to go on to the next presentation of Oren Artal to talk about HEMP. Most people call it EMP, electromagnetic pulse, but the more professional is to say HEMP, which high amplitude electromagnetic pulse. I would like to explain to the audience who's not familiar with the term, radioactive electromagnetic pulse. If you blow an atomic bomb very, very high above ground, when I mean very high, I talk about 400 kilometers above ground. Nobody knows that atomic bomb will explode, but it can disable a full country from electricity. A year and a half ago, the American Congress got an official report. I'm not talking about newspaper article. I'm not talking about news. I'm talking official report that if an atomic bomb, not too big, will be explode above 400 kilometers above the United States, all the United States will be shut down from electricity. I know I'm saying something very big. This is not my report. I just read it. And this is huge of a problem. I remind you that water, air, hospitals, aircraft, everything's can turn to electricity. Oren Artal will explain a little more details about it, but just like Ephraim Laor said, what we need to do, if you have your telephone number at night and you plug it in and you have the code, if something like this happen, nobody knows, the human being does no harms, the cars will stop electricity and will stop going, so nothing happened to the human tissue. but phone will stop working. Computer, if they were inside the electricity and the wall, they will be shut down. So I would like to invite Oren Artal, and I'll tell you a few words about Oren. Like many others in today's presentations, Oren is really, first of all, he was the head scientist of Rafael, which is a huge factory for equipment of the army. And he was the chief scientist and responsible for 150 scientists in the Rafael factory. And he's a person that until today, every day he's still working on defense and how to make our life better and more protected from EMP. Oren Artal is a former chief scientist of Rafael, member of the Nuclear Forum. He will talk about HEMP, attack and defense, protection of lab facilities simulation. Please, Oren Artal, take the floor.
Hi, I'm Oren Artal, graduate of the Technion, 1966. Most of the active years in Rafael, working in defense projects, military projects, and as of 2005, retired, still working with defense and commercial projects. And we'll be discussing the topic of EMP, which is quite different from the other topics you've been discussing in the assembly. Mostly you're discussing the effects of a direct strike of a nuclear bomb. This is completely different. We'll talk about the EMP, its the phenomena and its effects, and how to protect against it, and how to measure and simulate its effects. This is a explosion, I expect, above the sea. It doesn't relate too much to our topic, but it still has an EMP effect of a much lesser extent than the EMP effects we'll be talking about. The history starts from the work done on the nuclear bomb in the Manhattan Project in the 1940s during the Second World War. And one of the scientists there, Enrico Fermi, an Italian scientist, predicted that this effect will be noticed, and he suggested that all the equipment be protected against, all the measurement equipment be protected during the experiments that they were doing on ground explosions from the effect of the EMP, and they actually did that. The experiment apparatus was well shielded, but the equipment measurements went off scale, but because they couldn't stand the amplitude of the EMP that was under the effect during the explosions. It was told that the effect of the EMP was most noticed in the vicinity or in the conditions of asymmetrical conductivity. One of the asymmetrical conductivities was on the ground, where above it you have an air which is less conductive, and ground which is very conductive. And the most symmetrical conditions was about 2 kilometers above in the air, where you have air all around you. You don't have asymmetry at all, almost none. And the highest asymmetry was above the surface of the Earth, high altitude. And the Americans and the Soviets experimented with this effect during the 1962 experiments, and it was verified. High amplitude electromagnetic fields were noticed during these high altitude explosions, and they were conducted by the United States in the Pacific Ocean around Johnston's Island, and by the USSR in Kazakhstan. We'll describe them in a moment. And once they found out that the amplitudes were high as expected, then they said that this effect can be used as a non-lethal weapon because there is nothing physical involved in it, only electromagnetics. Because of the non-physical damage, no heat and no pressure, only a flash of light and the electromagnetic pulse. This is very good for the decision-making leaders of nations, because they cannot show damage and blood and children crying, only electromagnetic effects. And this has an effect on the decision-making personnel. The EMP effect covers a large area, and as we shall see in a moment, we're talking about hundreds of kilometers and even thousands of kilometers of coverage, which means it covers everything electronic in that area, and everything which is connected to cables. All electronics connected to cables may be damaged. Electronics not connected to cables, such as our cell phones, would probably not suffer any effects from the EMP. And it can be considered as a first step in a war where the adversary can say, well, I can show you that I have a nuclear bomb and I can reach your area. Here is an EMP. And also that all the electronics have been disabled, so you cannot protect yourself. So you may as well bring in the white flag and surrender. The United States experimented in 1962 in the Pacific Ocean, not far from Hawaii, far enough, of course. And there was a series of explosions, high altitude bursts, HAB, in that area. And one of them was called Dominic Star Fish Prime. And the effect was, it was exploded in midnight. And the effect was seen very well from Honolulu, Hawaii. This is the flash of a light, or it lasted for 15 minutes, not only a flash, which is called the aurora, which is similar to the one we see in the North Pole, interaction of the solar wind, which is gamma rays, with the particles of the air interacting with the gamma rays. And this was also seen here. You can see the street lights in Hawaii, here, down at the bottom. They're still glowing. It has an effect on what we'll say. The bomb itself was 1.4 megaton, which is a hydrogen bomb at height of 400 kilometers, about 1,400 kilometers away from Hawaii, 800 kilometers from Oahu, which is one of the islands of Hawaii. The results is given here, and not too much was said about it, but this is what is publicized. The red highlighted text. The EMP from the test sent power line surges throughout Oahu, knocking street lighting, blowing fuses and circuit breakers, and triggering burglar alarms, which means the effect was noticed. The Soviets did it in Kazakhstan at the same year. I think it was in November. The ballistic missile was launched from here, the Cosmodrome, the Baikonur Cosmodrome, and the ground zero, the explosion was above this point, which is the mining area, the coal mining area of Kazakhstan. The scale
Okay, I see we have a technical problem. You'll be able to solve it? Okay, we'll just take a minute, and if you see it's too long, please put up my presentation that should give in the end, and we'll give it now until you fix the problem. Okay. Sorry for this technical problem, but we'll go on. I will give a quick overview about the ONDM. This presentation was supposed to be in the end, but life is different than planning. The ONDM operational nuclear defense model is laying on the ground of three. First of all the information you see here is nuclear, because the ONDM requested by countries is now implying and to be for national security of a country. So 3 countries are considering right now this model to be their national security methodology. And it's especially for large scale emergency. Next slide, please. Okay, I will fly kind of through 6 steps. First of all, I will define the problem. Then I will talk about the philosophical operative solutions. Philosophical because we see a glass ceiling of systems and technology that they're stopped there, and why the team of experts think that we can go behind this ceiling. Then we'll talk about comparison. I'll compare to you the methodology of France, Germany, and other countries. Then we'll talk about users and users. We talk about limitations of technology, and then a conclusion. Next slide, please. Okay, this is just to show you that this is me physically in Chernobyl doing with Professor Igor and Professor Natasha, actually going through the millisievert is not dangerous, and each one is flying to Europe, to the United States, get 5 times more radiation than anyone visiting the power plant in Chernobyl. Next slide, please. Okay, I would like to discuss a little bit about the problem. So next slide, please. So the problem in general is one problem. The problem is managing a wide nationality scale emergency. So we see a lack of synchronization. The public, which is the most important customer, is forgotten. No principle. The model is talking, the methodology is talking about principle. For example, if we take the coronavirus, the mayor of Tel Aviv, which has been the mayor for 20 years, was really upset with the prime minister of Benjamin Netanyahu because Benjamin Netanyahu, as talented as he can be, he cannot tell a principal of a city for Tel Aviv to tell him how to run a city. And the same goes to the manager of a city, the mayor of a city. If he decides to tell a principal of a school how to manage the school, this is not good. So one difference between the methodology of the ONDM with the current methodology is that they give a principle and not directions. So once you give direction and procedures and protocols, it's a problem for the level below you to fill it up. Stable foundation, priorities we see by pressure. I'm talking about the corona right now, and the coordination between. So basically, we need to take care of a triangle of regulation, technology, and human. So the problem, if I summarize in very short, the problem is how to manage a wide-scale incident like Fukushima, like Chernobyl, and unfortunately, like the COVID-19. Next slide, please. Okay, so we talk about the OEDM. It's one step above the ONDM. It's Operational Emergency Defense Methodology. And we talked about the principles, and we talk about infinity, which means once you work by this methodology that I'll show you in 2 minutes, everybody can come and use it. We can talk about the pupil in school. We can talk about mayor. We can talk about the chief of staff, and we can basically talk of any personnel that would like to dance, what's so-called, to dance by this symphony. That's what the ONDM does. Next slide, please. So we have to take the 3 most important legs and vectors. We talk about philosophical why, because we take technology, we take a regulation, and we take the weakest link, which is human. Next slide, please. So if we say a few words about regulation, if you take advanced country like Germany, like Israel, like Canada, the regulation is quite advanced, even though we improve them. But still, we have existing and evolving at a rapid pace. Now, let's go to technology. So regulation is not a problem. Let's go to technology. Technology, as we all know, is a non-stop exponential development that is still in infinity, which means it's growing very fast. Quantum, nano, cyber. So technology is not a problem. Then we go to the next vector. We talk about the human, us, the operators. It doesn't matter which level. It doesn't matter if we talk about army, university, or mayor of a city. The slowest of all does not keep up the pace, so we are the weakest link. Next slide, please. Okay, what you see here, it's basically the heart of the life cycle stage of nuclear and radiological event. Not some, but most models of the world, in any stage they're talking about 3, 4, or usually 5 steps, like before the incident, through the incident, and after the incident. The team of experts, through a research in a PhD level, decided to do it in 9 steps. Why? Because each step and each color, the colors are very important. They're not just color. This is the symphony. This is the constructor of a symphony. So once we get a 2.5-hour lecture, we all, it doesn't matter what you do, which country you are, what is your position, if you're low position, high position, trained, not trained, everybody know what to do. We just need the government to give us the news and tell us, listen, we have this event, COVID, for example. We are now going to step number 2, and each one of us knows what to do. Each one of us is say, if you have a father of a family, if you're principal of a school, and even if you're pupil. So I just go for the steps. We have LCS, the life cycle stage, we have routine, then emergency routine, then the moment of incident, then the initial immediate response. I can tell you from real operation and also for the COVID, LCS4 is a step that everybody does many things, usually wrong, including myself. If we have a situation, a real situation, we do fasting. Many people give me a telephone number, they call me and they ask questions, and I ask and I answer. And I can tell you from real life and for myself and for my other people that above me and below me, everybody is doing mistake because that's life. The ONDM take this mistake in consideration. So LCS 4 is really important, is the immediate initial response. Then we go to LCS 5. This is the second response, more establishment, more well-educated and more. Then we have the broad response, which the government comes in, short-term rehabilitation, long-term rehabilitation, and attempt to return to routine. Why attempt? Because we see in Chernobyl, in Fukushima, and very unfortunately, the COVID-19, we all understand that even if tomorrow we have the vaccine, the corona will not disappear and will stay for long. So if we look about today for Ukraine with Fukushima, we see that we've still today, first of all, they put electricity over there in the power plant, until 2007. And until today, there are more than 2,500 people still working in Fukushima as well. A lot of people are still working. So Fukushima and Chernobyl and the COVID, they did not finish and they will not finish, unfortunately, for many years. So those are the steps. If I go, for example, on the top right, teams, in advantages, for example, up and down. So levels below you and above you can all dance. We just need to see in the news what step of the occasion are we. Now, if I ask people all over the world, and I do ask, what level in the coronavirus right now? Some people stage 3, some people stage 2, some people think the corona is done, some people we're just the beginning. Why? Because the government does not tell us, listen guys, you in Canada right now, in the city of Quebec, you're going into level 3. And now, when you told me level 3, I know what to do in my school, etc., etc. So if I want to give you just a tip of the ice of the 71 recommendation, operational recommendation, we have to 1 to 10. What's 1 to 10? 1 to 10, if the mayor of Amsterdam, for example, will have an atomic bomb or huge incidents of nuclear radioactive material, we know for fact, because of research, that if you will tell 100,000 people to move, we know for fact that 1 million will move. Why? Because if we take Fukushima, people that were supposed to move were 600,000. Unfortunately, more than 12 million people move. If we take Chernobyl, for example, 136,000 people were supposed to move, and then we have 1 more than million. So we know 1 to 10. One more tip of the ice, and then I will almost conclude the presentation. We talk about the 15-minute rules. We see from research that once you have a huge incident, the government does not say anything until 40 minutes. So, until 40 hours, which means, for example, if we have now in Israel or in Amsterdam, we have an incident, it takes more than 2 days until the government will come out and tell us something about the incident. But research shows that people say to the government in the research, in the survey, they said, we know you don't know, it's okay, no problem. Come out, tell us something you know, and then change it. It's okay. So we have the 15-minute rules, and once you use the ONDM, you know. Once you have an incident, 15 minutes after the incident, it's very, very fast. For example, if you see today a real-life incident of Belarus, the government did not say anything yet. So it's been few hours, and nobody understands what's the scale of the problem, and so on and so on. So next slide, please. Just one word about definition. All models today, and I mentioned it earlier in the day, that the French model is the most advanced. It's 117 pages. They all talk about the team, the ground team, but the research show that the ground team are very, very professional. So no general can go out to a Bridget commander unit or something and tell him what to do once you have an incident. So what you see on the left, on the right, is the red one. This is the middle models exist today. What you see on the left is we don't tell them what to do at the ground level. We do go to the politicians. And we know today we're invited some high professionals to talk, but they're afraid to talk about what happened in the nuclear. Why? Because they're not educated with this specific area, but they not should do. Next slide, please. Okay, I will not go into details, but we have input, we have output, and we have recommendation, we have algorithm, how to collect the data, how to search the data. Please, next slides, please. Okay, the comparison I did, please go on. Well, maybe one words to say about models like Germany, very advanced country. The model today said that if you have an incident in Germany of nuclear, you evacuate 100 kilometers. I'm shocked, and the team is shocked by this. Why? Because Germany is very smart culture, is very professional culture. But we all know from research that once you have an incident, the catastrophe of the event is only one. The catastrophe is the evacuate, the massive evacuation, as Dr. Chokol was talking. So today, the model today of Germany said, once you have an incident, doesn't matter what's the size, evacuate a radius of 100 kilometers. This is a fatal error. I'm sorry, the German culture. Okay, user and users, we discussed this before, politician, head of states, states and city level decision maker, and so on. Yes, you see on the bottom right, today there are three countries today are checking this, testing a OEDM, Operational Emergency Defense Model methodology, to be their overall national emergency management methodology. Okay, please go on. Okay, just to talk about the limitation of technology, I will show you 2 slides. They're too complex, but please go press next. I will not go over it, but you see from the left to the right, this is a chain system location of emergency management all over the world. System like the blue have millions of users. They're all dealing. We see data collection, influences, for example, who needs to take care of this. And once you go to the middle, the bucket number D, nobody is going in this area. Then you go to operation, rehabilitation, and back to normal. Please, next. This is the same slide, and you see all systems today, and all models today, only touching the collect information. We know that every city, advanced city in the world, have hundreds of cameras. We know to see where the missile, we know to see where people are sick from coronavirus. We know that information. Then we need what to do with it. Once we go into the middle, we need to know what to do with this information. No system take care of that, unfortunately, but the OEDM does. Please, next. And nobody touched the rehabilitation step, as you can see. So to conclude, the strengths of a chain is like the strength of the weakest link, which is us, the human. The solution is inserting into the human into the limitation of the tools. I do need to say thank you to the IAEA and FEMA in the United States and people that did look over the OEDM and gave us conclusion, gave us a hard time, but did improve it. And thank you very much. Okay, I would like to go on to Yaron Zakai. I'm going to the next lecture. Yaron Zakai is advanced weapon engineering and developing of special war materials. The lecture will be nuclear welfare simulation and scenarios, reality versus imagination. And please, Yaron Zakai, take the floor.
אנחנו עוסקים עכשיו בנושא מאוד רציני, סוף העולם כמו שאנחנו מכירים אותו. ובכן, מהרגע שהתחלנו להמציא פצצות אטום, היינו זקוקים לכלי שיגור, לכלי הובלה של הנשק הגרעיני לעבר המטרה שלו. ולמעשה כבר הפרויקט הראשון של המטוס שנועד לטוס בגובה רב מאוד כשהוא מדוחס ומטיל את פצצת האטום הראשונה על הירושימה, כבר הוא עלה יותר מאשר פיתוח פצצת האטום. הפיתוח של הנשק הגרעיני, ההמצאה שלו, המצאת דרכי האבטחה שלו, דרכי התחזוקה שלו, השימור וכו', כל הדברים האלה עולים מיליארדים רבים וכרוכים בהכשרה של המון אנשים מוכשרים ואין סוף בדיקות, מכיוון שזו טכנולוגיה שאנחנו לא יכולים להרשות לעצמנו כשל או חלילה איזו תאונה איתה. כמעט כל מערכת שפותחה בעולם המערבי, אז היא פותחה גם כן בעולם המזרחי. למעשה יש מקבילות כמעט לכל כלי נשק, אולי לא באותו כמות, ולא בהכרח באותו איכות, אבל כל צד פחות או יותר עשה את מה שהצד השני עשה, הגיע לאותם פתרונות. לדוגמה ניקח, האמריקאים פיתחו מטוסי תקיפה מהירים מאוד שטסים בגובה רב, מסוגלים להגיע לכל מקום בכדור הארץ בעזרת מטוסי תדלוק באוויר, ומיד הרוסים אחריהם עשו את אותו דבר, פיתחו מטוס מהיר מאוד לתקיפה באזורים מרוחקים מאוד, עם גיאומטריית כנף משתנה, עם מטוסי תדלוק באוויר שנתנו לו דלק, ממש אותו דבר, רואים את אותו רעיון, רק בביצוע קצת שונה ומותאם לנסיבות שלהם. אותם מטוסים חמושים עם טילים גרעיניים או עם פצצות גרעיניות שמדי פעם היו מגיעים לביקור במדינות האויב שלהם ומותחים את העצבים לחילות האוויר ולמעשה מאיימים כאילו בעוד רגע הם הולכים לשגר את הנשק וברגע האחרון חוזרים. הדבר הזה חזר לאורך כל המלחמה הקרה, מריטת העצבים הזו, כאשר מטוסי קרב מזהים את המטוס הזה, באים וטסים לידו, מאיימים עליו וכן הלאה, מטרידים אותו כדי שהוא יחזור, והחשש הזה שמטוסים יתנגשו זה בזה ויקרו כל מיני דברים, הדבר הזה ליווה אותנו עשרות שנים, כל המשחקים האלה, משחקי חתול ועכבר, שנדדו גם מעבר לתחום התעופה. כדי ליירט מטוסים כאלה, פותחו מטוסים שאפשר להגדיר אותם high altitude interceptors, זאת אומרת מטוסים שהם לא כל כך היו מעשיים עבור חילות האוויר, אבל הם היו מעשיים כדי ליירט במרחקים גדולים, בגובה רב מטוסי תקיפה מהסוג כמו שראינו. הסכימו למכור לנו את המיראז' 3, זה בעצם היה תפקידו, ליירט מטוסי תקיפה גרעיניים. ובאופן מפתיע, חיל האוויר הישראלי פיתח שיטת לחימה עם המטוס הזה, שאפשרה לו להפיל מטוסים מאוד עתירי תמרון, מה שהיה מקובל בשנות ה-50 וה-60 כמטוסי קרב, ואז הוא בעצם קבע את הסטנדרט החדש, הוא הפיל מאות מטוסי קרב של האויב, ואחריו היו דורות של מטוסים, מאחרי המיראז' היה נשר, שזה מיראז' 5 בעצם, בגרסה ישראלית, ואחריו כפיר, מטוס מאוד ייחודי, והרעיון הזה של מטוסים מהירים ועתירי תמרון בו זמנית, עם המון טכנולוגיה, הפך להיות הסטנדרט של חילות האוויר, ועם זה הם התחילו להילחם, למרות שזה לא נועד בהכרח למטרה הזו. כאן אנחנו רואים את המיראז' 3 הקטן על יד אחיו הגדול מיראז' 4. מיראז' 4 זה המטוס שאיתו הצרפתים חשבו להתגונן מפני הרוסים. תמיד היה חשש שהרוסים בעזרת ברית ורשה, כל המדינות במזרח אירופה, יפלשו למערב אירופה, ואז זה יהיה מלחמה מאוד קשה עם עשרות אלפי טנקים, עם המון כלים שיופעלו, וממש תוך זמן קצר אלה היו התוכניות, הם יגיעו למערב אירופה. הדרך היחידה שהייתה מעשית להחזיר את הרוסים חזרה הביתה, הייתה לשלוח את המיראז' 4, כמו שאתם רואים, דו-מנועי גדול מאוד, הרבה יותר גדול מהמיראז' 3, ארוך, הרבה כנפיים, ונושא תחתיו נשק גרעיני, פצצות גרעיניות מאוד חזקות. ברגע שאלה ידליקו את הערים ברוסיה, למעשה מה שיקרה זה שהצבא הרוסי וכל ברית ורשה ירוצו לכבות את השריפה, וככה תסתיים המלחמה. זה מה שבנו במערב. אחרי זה החליטו לעבור למה שנקרא מטוס חד פעמי. מה זה מטוס חד פעמי? טיל. כמובן את הטילים שאסור שהם יפלו בידי האויב, הם מאוד מסוכנים, גדולים מאוד, אסור שתקרה איתם תקלה, מאוד מסוכן לאחסן אותם מעל פני האדמה, כי כל תקלה בהם עלולה לגרום אסון גדול למדינה שמחזיקה אותם, ואז הטילים פשוט נכנסו אל מתחת לאדמה, ובסיילו שמשגרים אותם עם המון מערכות אלקטרוניות קיבלו פקודה והיו אמורים לשגר את זה, וזה היה אמצעי ההגנה של המדינות. מרגע שבנו את הטילים האלה שהם טילים בליסטיים והם יוצאים מחוץ לאטמוספירה ונוחתים אצל האויב ועושים טיסה ארוכה מאוד בכמה דקות, התחילו לפתח טילים שיפגעו באותם סיילואים, זאת אומרת גם יחדרו מתחת לאדמה וישמידו את הטילים האלה. כתוצאה מזה שני הצדדים או יותר משני הצדדים התחילו לפתח טילים בעלי ראשי נפץ גרעיניים שיושבים על גלגלים, ואלה נוסעים ומטיילים כל הזמן בארצותיהם, וככה אי אפשר לדעת בכל רגע נתון איפה הם נמצאים, וקשה מאוד להשמיד את כולם, וזו הייתה מין דרך משופרת להשאיר חלק מהכוח הגרעיני במצב שהוא יכול לתת מכה שנייה ולנקום בתוקף, וכתוצאה מזה התוקף ייאלץ לחשוב פעמיים אם בכלל כדאי לו לתקוף. אחרי הפתרון הזה הגיע הפתרון של צוללות. צוללות, קשה מאוד לאתר אותם, עד היום היה קשה מאוד לאתר אותם, יש מהם מאות צוללות חמושות בנשק גרעיני בעולם. היכולת לאתר את כולם ולהשמיד את כולם היא ממש בלתי אפשרית, וכתוצאה מזה זה נשק מכה שנייה או מכה ראשונה, אפשר לתקוף איתו גם, מאוד מאוד יעיל. תמיד חלק מהם נמצאות בים, והרעיון הוא ששוב, ההרתעה היא מאוד חזקה, ופיתחו לצורך זה טכנולוגיות מאוד 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 משוכללות ויקרות. אחרי הדבר הזה לא התייאשו גם עדיין מהנשק באוויר, והצורך להפתיע את האויב עם תקיפה שחודרת לשטחו ומטילה עליו פצצות גרעיניות או טילים גרעיניים, הכתיב בעצם פיתוח מטוסים שאינם נראים למקם. בהתחלה אלה המפציצים הגדולים שאינם נראים למקם, ובהמשך הטכנולוגיה הזו הגיעה שוב למטוסי הקרב, שגם הם אגב מסוגלים לעשות תקיפות גרעיניות, כי הנשק הגרעיני הפך להיות קטן יותר ויעיל יותר, וזה יצר תחרות אדירה בעולם שההשקעה בה היא פשוט דמיונית, באלפי מיליארדי דולרים של עלות פיתוח נשק. כמובן הצוללות שמשייטות בימים קיבלו טילים משוכללים מאוד, שיוצאים מאוד מאוד מרחוק, מגיעים אל האויב, מתחמקים מהמקם וכולי. שוב, אותו סיפור, רק הפעם זה יוצא מהים, השיגור מאוד חרישי, מאוד שקט, וזה עולה הון עתק, אבל זה עושה את העבודה, זה מאוד מרתיע. ואחרי הדבר הזה כמובן, מכיוון שבנינו מכונות כל כך מסובכות, ואנחנו לא מצליחים להעריך איך כל כזה דבר, איך מלחמה כזו עשויה להתבצע, אנחנו מנסים לחשוב איך להמציא את הנשק הזה כדי שנוכל להשיג את מטרתנו, ואז הגיעו לעולם הסימולטורים. הנה, כפי שאתם רואים, אפשר לסמלץ מתקפה גרעינית ולהעריך כמה זמן טיסה, מה לבחור את המטרות וכו', ומה הסבירות הסטטיסטית שחלקם או רובם יחדרו, מה יצליח להשתמר אצל האויב ועם מה הוא יוכל להגיב כמובן. ואנחנו רואים שהאויב לא ממש מושמד עד תום לעולם, ותמיד יש לו אפשרות להחזיר על כל מהלומה גרעינית, מהלומת נקמה שנייה, שהיא מאוד מאוד משמעותית, כי הוא לא צריך הרבה כוח כדי להפוך את כל המלחמה ללא כדאית, וכל מלחמה גרעינית בעצם הופכת להיות, לא משנה באיזה הרכב, עם איזה נשק, עם איזה צדדים לוחמים, היא תמיד הופכת להיות ניסיון התאבדות של כל האנושות. זה מה שהיא מסבכת את הצדדים וגם צדדים נוספים למלחמה. אין שום אפשרות לנצח מלחמה גרעינית, ככה כמו שהיום מבינים את זה בעולם, וזה בעצם ארץ לעולם לא. ארץ צבאות לא רוצים להיכנס אליהם, פשוט לא רוצים, כי ברור להם שהתוצאה לא תהיה טובה. ובכן, אם אנחנו מסתכלים על הדבר הזה שנקרא תחומים או דומיינס של הלחימה ואיך הם התפתחו בעולם לאורך ההיסטוריה, אז לחימה כלכלית ופסיכולוגית בעצם הייתה מאז שאנחנו מכירים את עצמנו. תמיד היו מניפולציות, אפילו ברמת השבט שנלחמו. אחרי זה אפשר לומר שאנחנו כבר מזהים לחימה מאורגנת כבר לפני כ-6,000 שנה על היבשה. כנראה לחימה ימית אולי פרימיטיבית ביותר לפני 5,000 שנה בים. לחימה בתווך תת קרקע שאנשים חושבים שזה דבר חדש, זה דבר ישן מאוד. דוד המלך כבש את ירושלים באמצעות תעלול של חדירה דרך הצינור שסיפק מים לעיר מתחת לאדמה לפני 3,000 שנה. לחימה ביולוגית ייתכן שכבר כ-3,000 שנה מאז ששמשון שחרר את השועלים כשבזנבותיהם קשורים לפידים בוערים. לחימה באוויר כנראה אפשר לומר שהתחילה עם הכדורים הפורחים ששימשו לתצפיות מודיעין בצבא נפוליאון לפני כ-200 שנה. לחימה כימית במלחמת העולם הגדולה לפני כ-100 שנה, פיזור גזים קטלניים לעבר האויב. לחימה במחשבים או בסייבר, אפשר לומר שזה כ-75 שנה, פיצוח האניגמה, בניית המחשב לצורך זה. לפני כ-70 שנה הופיע הנשק הגרעיני, התקיפה הראשונה בהירושימה. לוחמה בחלל, אני חושב שאפשר לומר כאשר אונייה רוסית סינברה לוויין ביון אמריקאי מעל איי פוקלנד לפני כ-40 שנה, זה בערך האירוע הראשון שבו מעצמה אחת עם איזשהו ציוד תקפה כלי חללי, ואפשר לומר שזה תחילת הלוחמה בחלל. בגלל שיש לנו הרבה דומיינים, הרבה אזורים להילחם בהם, ואנחנו כנראה צפויים להמציא גם נוספים, אפשר לומר שאנחנו יכולים להסתדר לא רע בלי נשק גרעיני. זאת אומרת, אנחנו נמשיך לאיים בו, להשתמש בו שימוש נורא עדין, אבל כנראה לא, בתנאים הנוכחיים לא רוצים להפעיל אותו בהיקף גדול. אבל עדיין זה לא ירד לגמרי מהסדר הגודל ומהמחשבה העולמית של הרבה מדינות. החלום הרטוב של איראן הוא להנחית פצצה גרעינית סטנדרטית על תל אביב, ואירוע כזה יכול להניב בין 20,000 ל-100,000 הרוגים. כל מספר זוכה, אנחנו לא יודעים באמת לסמלץ את זה. וכמובן לכל חלום רטוב יש מחיר, והנחתת נשק גרעיני על טהרן לדוגמה לבדה יכולה להניב יותר מ5 מיליון הרוגים ו2.5 מיליון פצועים. שוב, כל מספר זוכה, כמות המטרות היא אדירה, וכל מתקפה ולו הקלה ביותר תניב שם עשרות מיליוני הרוגים רק על מדינה אחת שתתקוף, וייתכן שיגררו לזה מדינות נוספות שיאלצו לשלם את המחיר בתנאים כאלה של אי ודאות, שכל המערכות לא עובדות ולא יודעים מה קורה, הכל עלול לקרות. בנובמבר 2016 אני הצהרתי בפורום לחקר קרבות ומלחמות, הפורום האזרחי לחקר קרבות ומלחמות בישראל, שבסוריה לפני תחילת מלחמת האזרחים בשנת 2011 היו מעל 20 מיליון אזרחים, ועד נובמבר 2016 3 מיליון מהם נהרגו. עד אותו רגע עבד הקשר עם 17% מאוכלוסיית סוריה המקורית, כפי שהייתה ב-2011. זאת אומרת, בכמה שנות מלחמה קונבנציונלית, היו מיליונים רבים של פליטים, ברחו להרבה מדינות ונהרגו 3 מיליון. וזו מלחמה באמצעים שחלק גדול מהם ממש פרימיטיבי. הנשק הגרעיני הזעיר ביותר שארצות הברית יכולה להפעיל, הוא נקרא B61 מוד 3. זו פצצה שהיא שוות ערך לפיצוץ 300 טון TNT. ממש נשק זעיר, כירורגי. אבל אפילו הנשק הזעיר הזה, אם עושים סימולציה של הפעלתו על מנהטן, יכול להניב 20,000 הרוגים. זאת אומרת, מלחמה גרעינית לא יכולה להיות דלת נפגעים. כאן אנחנו רואים את נמל ביירות, במקום שבו היה צילום מלוויין, מקום שבו היה פיצוץ לאחרונה, פיצוץ גדול, ולא פיצוץ גרעיני, פיצוץ קונבנציונלי לכל הדעות, ועשה מכתש מאוד גדול שנראה, כפי שאתם רואים, נראה עכשיו מהאוויר גם, מרחוק, מלוויינים. הפיצוץ הזה הניב 204 הרוגים, 6,500 פצועים ו-300,000 חסרי בית. זאת אומרת, זה לחץ נוראי על כל המערכות, שחייב לתת את אותותיו בתוצאות קשות מאוד. בדרך כלל אנשים שמאבדים את הבית, מאבדים את כל רכושם, את כל עתידם. הדבר הזה משפיע עליהם מאוד והם מסוגלים לעשות מעשים נואשים. אילו היו מפעילים את הפצצה הזעירה הזו שיש לאמריקאים, כמו שאמרתי, שהיא שקולה ל-300 טון TNT, אז היינו מקבלים גם כן באותו מקום 250 הרוגים וכ-4,000 פצועים. זה סדר הגודל. זאת אומרת, זה כאילו נשק גרעיני הכי זהיר שקיים הופעל באותו מקום. ב-1981 אני לקחתי חלק בכמה רבדים בתקיפת הכור הגרעיני שבנה סדאם חוסיין בעיראק. אני בטוח שהתקיפה הזו הצילה מיליונים רבים של אנשים בעולם. מי יודע כמה? אנחנו לא יכולים לשער. היו הרבה מאוד מלחמות, והנשק הזה או שהיה מופעל על מדינות, או במלחמות שהיו, או שהיה נתפס על ידי מחבלים והופך להיות סיוט של טרור גרעיני. אנחנו פשוט לא יודעים כמה מיליונים ניצלו, עד כדי כך, מאירוע אחד כזה. אני מודה לכם על ההקשבה ועל תשומת הלב.
Thank you, Yaron Zakai, our friend, our colleague, and your important contribution. First of all, thank you very much, the audience. We're very surprised for the numbers of viewers. Either it's very, very interesting conference, or they just left the screen on and they went to eat. I don't know, but anyway, we see the numbers and we like it. So thank you for being with us. You can see that the openness of information is very important to us, and you see also the lectures before that we see, and all the information we have, we just give it to you, even if it's good or it's bad, or it's give you a good mood or bad mood. We do have some questions for the audience. I'm sorry for this time, late time of the day, so we would not take the question. We will try to answer them later on the site, and we will conclude the day later on. 2 words about the direction of the nuclear welfare, which means weapon. All over the world, the states, but not only the states, Russia and other countries, they make the weapon smaller. They want to make the nuclear power plant smaller, and they want to make it with less radiation. Why? Because then you can use it more precise and more accurate. So thank you, Yaron, for this very interesting presentation. I would like to invite Professor Gad Renard, which is a colleague and helped me through the research a few times. So thank you, God, for this. The chairman of the Israeli National Center Cancer Research, director of Clinical National Cancer Control, director of the National Personalized Geometric Medicine Genomic Medicine Program. He will talk about radiation damage and the long-term effects and nuclear incident. As I said before, he has more than 1,000 files of the real people that were in Chernobyl incident. And until today, they have health problems. Many of them, I'm not saying because I'm not a physician and I'm not a doctor, many of them problems that are not concerned to the nuclear radiation. But if you evacuated the family, if they tell him, run away from the place, after that, for a life term, any pain, any problem, any health, they always will connect it to this. And Professor Gad Renaud will expand about this. So Professor Renaud, thank you being with us, and please take the floor.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to speak in this conference. I would like to share with you my experience with the health effects of the Chernobyl accident as I was exposed to them. The title of my talk is Radiation Damage and Long-Term Effects of Nuclear Accident. And I'm from Carmel Medical Center and the Technion, as you can see on this slide. The health issues of nuclear events are always of interest to everybody. And I'm taking the Chernobyl accident here as an example to say that there are major steps, conceptual steps that we need to take and understand if we want to handle a nuclear event, the medical consequence of a nuclear event properly. We, first of all, need to understand the extent of radiation exposure and the extent of the exposed population. This is logical, and without that, we don't know what to do and which is our target population, and we need to try and stratify it as accurate as possible to know the different levels of exposure within the populations that we need to handle. And of course, once we understand what happened, we have to apply remedies. And remedies are not only health remedies, they're of course also decontamination remedies and other. We'll touch on them in a minute. And it's very important to measure everything we can measure around it to see if we are actually doing well with our interventions. So, major issues are with knowing what the actual exposure was. We can talk about external exposure, internal exposure. All these issues are many times handled by dosimetrists. In Chernobyl, it was a bit of a problem because some of the embedded measurement tools disappeared under the revels of the exploded site. However, many efforts to measure the exposure were made, some of them with devices that later on were found not to be functioning properly. There are also a lot of questions about administrative restrictions to these measurements. And I have to say that if you want to summarize the exposure, you can summarize it as a low dose exposure, but you cannot say much more than that because you really do not have very good data on the exact exposures, even years after. Yes, one has to take into account, of course, the fact that we had people who were exposed on site. We have the liquidators or the cleanup teams that came in later to do the cleanup, including the medical teams, but also including cooks who prepared meals for the soldiers who were called into the site. Then we had all the local residents of the area, of Chernobyl itself, of Pripyat, which is a city that was around Chernobyl and was evacuated, and of course, of a much broader area that included a variety of oblasts or regions in Belarus and Ukraine and in Russia, Tula Kaluga in Russia, Zhytomyr and Kiev oblasts in Ukraine, Mogilev and Gomel in Belarus, and so on. And of course, they were exposed in different levels of intensity. Well, many people know that in order to restrict the exposure, a whole group of residents of Pripyat were evacuated, and a 30-kilometer zone was defined into which people were not allowed. In addition, there were physical decontamination measures. Streets of cities were washed, and other measures were taken. Medically, there's a big argument about the provision of iodine to prevent thyroid cancer. Iodine was provided to some of the population in some of the areas, and nobody actually has a very good measure as to how much and where and when. Okay? One of the major remedies in a catastrophe of that kind, in a sense, is to communicate with the public. I'll touch on it later, but that I think was one of the bigger faults of handling the event. There was no communication, and the population did not believe the government, which caused much more panic than maybe we'll call it should have been caused. And then, of course, is the whole medical intervention, examination of exposed populations, provision of treatment that is typical to the type of injuries of such an event. The CDC recently published guidelines for trauma-informed approach, and I marked very boldly the second element of trustworthiness and transparency, which are a key issue to every population-based trauma. You have to tell the truth, you have to be transparent, you have to build trust in the population in what you're doing. Without that, a lot of the interventions are due to fail. We're talking about Chernobyl, and the various words used to describe this event. I will soon show you that accident is the word chosen by IAEA and other agencies for this type of event. However, if you look at the literature, and definitely when you talk to people, they'll talk about a disaster and a catastrophe, again reflecting a major fear of what has happened, which might be way higher than the proper reaction to the proper actual accident. So if we look at the IAEA scale, the Chernobyl event was defined as level 7, a major event requiring implementation of planned and extended countermeasures with a widespread health and environmental effect. So we are to call it an accident under these scale. As expected, you have all these isotopes and all these radiation products dispersed. You see the orange line, which reflects the iodine. You see the black and the gray that are lingering there, and their effect is long-term, measured in years, for example, for cesium-137, etc. And a key element is to try and measure what the risk is, the health risk. In this figure, you see the cancer risk, what the degree of risk we are expecting. There are various models. The linear no threshold model is the one most commonly used. That's a red line that you see, and it reflects very low risk at this low dose region, which is our actual region, expected region of health effects. We are here, but we can be as high with rates as here, and we can, even if we follow a hormesis theory, be with a protective effect rather than risk. This is the A-bomb, the Hiroshima Nagasaki Bayer figure in their report. And again, one can find the rates, the expected rates, to be very low at these measures of exposure of Chernobyl, which ended up being a low dose. We want to measure. You have to constantly measure effects, but the data were not available, very low quality. Some of them were secretive, and we were not sure about to what extent we can believe the data. And there are many foreign interests involved here, among them pride of countries in being able to handle major events. Some of them were finances. A poor country like Ukraine really benefited a lot from financial support to what was presented as a catastrophe, okay? And therefore, research efforts were developed, international research led by European and American bodies and Japanese involvement too. We were part of these efforts. We had a whole line. We were involved over a decade at least with many studies, cohorts of immigrants, of about 1 million immigrants from Russia, from the Russian republics to Israel starting in '89, cohorts of hospitalization of immigrants. We were funded by the United States Agency for International Development, USAID. We were funded by the Office of Naval Research that built up a huge international consortia that included all the leaders of all the national institutes, relevant health institutes in Russia, in Ukraine, Belarus, in the US, and us in Israel, where we ran cohorts of adolescents, of immigrants, of liquidators that was studied over many years for a variety of health outcomes, at the end of which we also had a full follow-up, medical follow-up, funded by the Israeli Ministry of Health, after a cohort of liquidators, cleanup teams who immigrated to Israel, about 1,600 of them. Okay, for all these participants, we have exposure records and biological samples. The disappointment was we had minimal findings. When we look objectively at the health effects of the accident as reported by international bodies, then of course we had this acute radiation syndrome effect involving some 134 people. Of them, 28 died immediately and 14 might have died in later years. But we are looking mostly at the long-term effects. And with the long-term effects, we have statements by the UN agency that stated that fewer than 100 documented deaths can be attributed to the Chernobyl accident as of publications by 2011, and the forecast of probably a maximum of 4,000 casualties in decades ahead in the whole area of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia that was exposed to the Chernobyl accident. So we're talking about objective data on very little health damage caused, as translated into mortality caused by the radiation exposure. The WHO, the World Health Organization, also summarized that so far, and that is for 2005, which is about 20 years after the accident, so far we have not revealed any strong evidence for radiation-induced increase in general population mortality. So there's an update from a paper that just showed up this month that found no evidence of increasing incidence of breast cancer in the exposed areas in Belarus and Ukraine. A separate paper looked at the cleanup teams, was published in 2018, and summarized the overall cancer damage at about 7% increase. That is considered a very small effect, between 5 and 9% increase in mortality among the cleanup teams from cancer. That is really minimal effect in international terms. So objectively, there are no reports of a major cancer or overall mortality effect. And it really is, one has to look at this event as an event of low dose exposure with relatively little physical harm, but major psychological behavioral damage and major disbelief on part of the population, because it was mishandled by mistrusted governments. Even after 35 years, there are many people out there who survived the event and are sure that they're going to die of it every day or any day. There's a bunch of literature, mostly of, non-scientific journals, like the Irish Times or New Scientist, who doubt the dispute, they call it the dispute on casualty figures. We don't really know, and all these words. And I think that the biggest thing we can do with our experience from this accident is to learn from it, and it should serve us as lessons for handling the current COVID-19 pandemic. Again, You want to avoid mishandling. You want to avoid from being a mistrusted government. These are major issues in some of the world, most of the world, today with a different type of a medical emergency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Gad Renaert. And I'm happy to tell you that the project you discussed with me a few months ago, and I remind the audience that Professor Renaert has the more than 1,000 files of the people from Chernobyl, the actual people from Chernobyl, and hopefully we'll do a project with Ariel University and we can do this gold material of information to study and to make it a safer world. I would like to go now to Roy Laufer. This is the last presentation that will almost conclude the day. Roy Laufer is the head of the Cyber and Information Security Division in the Israeli Airport Authority. He's going to talk about constructing a cyber response for protecting nuclear facilities, lesson learned from international seaports, and land ports around the world. Roy Laufer, please take the floor.
Hello, everyone. My name is Roy Laufer. I'm the head of the Cyber Division for the Israel Airport Authority. I'm excited to be part of this highly professional event. I would like to discuss with you today in the short time that we have about cybersecurity for critical infrastructure. I will try to keep it generic, meaning that each one can relate in his own respective organization. And as we will see, there is a line that goes beyond just nuclear facilities or water facilities or electricity. It's a common ground for critical infrastructure, whatever they may be. So let's start. Critical infrastructure. What we see going on in critical infrastructure nowadays is digitalization of core processes. We see that in the way that we do security. We see that in the way that we produce certain things. And this puts IT at the core of the organization's business. Now, these are mostly traditional type of cultural organizations, and IT at the core of the business, is a new place for IT. Now, it's a very simple equation. Whenever you have digitalization on one hand and IT on the other hand, equals an increased attack surface for cyber incidents. A few basic assumptions. As you might have heard, there is a very large increase in sophisticated targeted attacks against organizations, specifically against critical infrastructure. It's not just in the sheer numbers, it's also in the sophistication of the attacks. According to different studies, they all about the same numbers, speak about approximately the same numbers. It's somewhere around 300,000 new model variants that are introduced every 24 hours. Now, this is a very, very large number. And as we said before, the increase is also in sophistication. Taking that into account, along with the second point, which states that most critical infrastructure use commodity off-the-shelf technology. When I travel around airports and electrical facilities and water plants, we see a lot of commodity off-the-shelf technology. I keep hearing, yes, we are protected, we use firewalls. Firewall is a 20-something-year-old Israeli technology. Now we are using a 20-year-old technology, and obviously it evolves a lot of new features and capabilities, but the core technology is a couple of decades old. And we're using that to protect ourselves against 300,000 new model variants that are introduced every 24 hours. And obviously the outcome of a cyber attack in the airport, in the civil aviation industry, we always speak of Die Hard 2 or Die Hard 4. I can't really remember the exact movie. but the outcome of a cyber incident might vary. It can go through, it ranges from data leakage to financial loss to operational denial of service. And it's interesting to think about the fact that incidents that we fear the most are the ones that we don't know that are happening. We call them low and slow. Meaning, if you see something happening on the computer or on one of the servers, one of the systems, then you know something is wrong. The incidents that we are concerned with the most are the ones that we don't know that are happening. Out of those, what we are more afraid of are the incidents that deal with the integrity of the data, meaning that you feel or think that you see one thing, and in reality, the system operates in a totally different status. I took airports as an example of a critical infrastructure. Why? Because this is an area which we hear less about when it comes to cyber incidents. Why is that? A lot of philosophy around that. Mainly because the cyber industry in the civil aviation sector is not mature enough. And this is, in my mind, a very good example of the status in critical infrastructure cyber posture. Now, as you can see, cyber incidents are evident. They're evident in airports, although, again, we do not hear about them as much. And what is interesting to see in this slide is the fact that the threat actor varies. We see state-sponsored cyber attacks. We see a 17-year-old kid that hacks into an airport. We see an incident that occurs due to malpractice of the IT personnel. And this brings me to the next slide of what do we do? When we speak of cyber resilience and strategy, what are the 4 building blocks that we need to look at? And again, this is generic. It relates, and every one of you can relate to according to his own respective organization. Analyze the threat. I mentioned that a couple of slides before. Threat actors. For example, in the Israel Airport Authority or the civil aviation industry as a whole, we are concerned with pretty much everyone you see in front of you. And it differs according to different sectors. For example, I used to be a CISO for one of the Israeli banks. And while I worked there, the main concern was around organized crime and disgruntled employees, for obvious financial reasons. When it comes to critical infrastructure, most and foremost, we fear government state-sponsored cyber attacks and terrorist activities. But again, it doesn't mean that anarchists or radical activists cannot cause harm. It doesn't take much. Nowadays, you can order online over the darknet. You can have a pair pay attack. You can order a denial of service attack against every organization that you like, or a ransomware attack. And it even comes with a money-back guarantee, meaning that if you are not satisfied with the results, you will get your money back. And this is available on the darknet. You don't have to have any knowledge. YouTube, internet, keyboard, and you're good to go. So we look at pretty much everyone in front of that you see in front of you. Obviously, we need to be prepared for the more sophisticated and under the radar type of attacks that it takes a nation state in order to perform those. What do we protect? And again, this is a very generic, and the purpose of this slide is to say we need to start and for each respective organization and define what are our critical assets, where does the sensitive data reside, and what is considered to be sensitive data. The computerized infrastructure, where does it lie? Is it on-premise? Is it cloud-based? Is it hybrid? And what do we do without perimeter defense? For example, in the airport, critical assets for us are the ones that potentially impact safety and security. I would claim that it doesn't vary when it comes to other sectors that are considered to be critical infrastructure. But the idea behind this is that we need to define, each respective organization needs to define what are its critical assets, where is the sensitive data, where is the computer as infrastructure, and nowadays, computer as infrastructure goes beyond the perimeter of the organization, also resides in the cloud. And obviously, the perimeter defense, not unlike physical security, perimeter defense in the logical or the virtual security needs to be very, very closely defined and monitored. Holistic approach, I will just give one example of what do I mean by holistic approach. And speaking of critical infrastructure, what is very, very prominent, is very, very emphasized is not IT, not the traditional IT, but rather the OT, the operational technology, SCADA, ICS. And for some reason, there is a concept, old school type of concept, that cybersecurity deals with IT. And when you speak of OT, when I travel between organizations, I keep hearing OT is not our business. OT is engineering. OT is electricity. OT is not part of the MIS, the information system. While that might be true from an operational standpoint, from a cybersecurity standpoint, it doesn't make sense. In order to have a holistic and a robust cyber defense or cyber program in an organization, we must have an holistic approach that views IT and OT into one challenge in the cyber arena. While, again, IT and OT differs. One is very dynamic, OT is very deterministic. It's all about processes and control. You don't patch as much. From a security standpoint, cybersecurity standpoint, we can't overlook the fact that in today's organizations, IT and OT are very much interconnected. Again, if I speak about airports, we see that everywhere. We see that in the baggage handling system. We have program POCs running together with IT, classic IT systems. It doesn't differ in other organizations, so electrical plants, water plants, and so on. And this interconnected nature requires us to have an holistic overview and to manage cybersecurity in one centralized facility that overlooks both sides of the stick, IT and OT. This is just a pretty much a more fancier way of saying what we spoke of up till now. On the outside layer, we have the cyber actors, nation state, just cyber criminals, and insider threat. When we go back into the inner layers, we have the cyber vectors that they might use, technologies that we use in order to protect ourselves against that. And in the center, we have the data. And he talks about the CIA, the classical CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the systems. Key building blocks, and this is, again, this is very, very generic. People, process, technology. It's not just about having the people, it's also about having the correct skill set in each organization in order to cope with its specific types of challenges in the cyber arena. So it's not just, it's a whole different layer when we come to speak of people, process, technology in terms of having the people and the processes in place and the technology, obviously. It goes deeper than that. It's having the team available, the resources available, but also being able to understand which are the more crucial vectors that our specific organization deals with in the cyber arena, and then making sure that the people, the processes, and the technology are there and are chosen in a way that will effectively mitigate those specific cyber challenges that the organization has. So, to summarize, tomorrow's threats will not be like today's. We see a very, very dynamic and challenging arena when it comes to the cyber arena. And the numbers and sophistication of attacks keep growing exponentially. We never underestimate our enemies, not when it comes to hacktivists and obviously, of course, when it comes on the other side, when we speak of nation-sponsored, state-sponsored cyber attacks. We never underestimate our enemies. It doesn't take much. We can do a lot today with a simple smartphone and the internet connectivity and YouTube. So we never underestimate our enemies. We think like an attacker in order to be able to, it is our belief that in order, the Israeli Airports Authority, that in order to be able to protect ourselves, we need to think like attackers. We need to always look for the vulnerabilities and for the openings that a potential attacker might use. And we hold those suppliers and partners accountable. It's not just, as I mentioned before, that IT goes today, it's very, very prominent, that IT goes beyond the physical boundaries of the organization. It goes well beyond into the cloud and so on. It also goes beyond into our suppliers and partners. Systems and information systems, computerized systems, they have a life cycle. They break down, they require new parts. Technicians every now and then come to visit them. They are installed with updates and patches and so on. And parts been taken out of the organization's premise into labs and in order to fix or to analyze. So we need to make sure that we understand the maintenance processes and what supplier has what type of accessibility into our systems and organization. So, cyber threats specifically to nuclear materials, facilities, nuclear command and control and communications, it's becoming more sophisticated every day. We spoke of the digitalizations that we see today. What we need to do in the short term is to define appropriate measures in order to mitigate. And in the longer term, we need to develop and implement policies, have the proper tools and standards. And standards is more of a sectorial effort rather than an organization's individual effort. But in the longer term, we need to have that in place in order to maintain a robust enough level of security. Key takeaways, and this is our working assumption in the IAA, the Israeli Airports Authority. If our network can be compromised, it will be compromised. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. There's a very famous saying in the cyber geeks that states that there are two types of organizations. One that has been hacked, and another that doesn't know it's been hacked. And that's why we try to take the appropriate measures, understanding that there's no bulletproof program. Even the old school concept of isolated islands and so forth, according to media, and it was on the media, I'm sure everyone aware of nuclear facilities and other facilities that are supposedly disconnected from the internet, but still certain cyber malware were able to get in. So, and again, we spoke about that because we have suppliers and we have maintenance and so on. So understanding, obviously we try to eliminate breaches, but understanding that there's no 100% bulletproof program, what we try to do is to eliminate the consequences of a cybersecurity breach, meaning that we need to be prepared. We need to work under the assumptions that it's not a question of if, it's a question of when the organization will be hacked someday. This is our working assumption. And now we need to do two things. One is to hunt down within our, not to be passive, be actively looking for anomalies within our computerized networks. And the second thing is we need to be prepared both from skill set, people, from processes, and the proper technologies in order to eliminate the consequences of an attack once, God forbid, this happens. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Roy, for this important presentation. People don't, I'm not sure people know that the wedding, what we called of nuclear and cyber, is a very dangerous wedding, even though the professional knows that many of the sites of the nuclear, even if it's power plant, nuclear submarine, they're all analog, they're not digital, but still it's a dangerous wedding, and hopefully we'll not use this information. I would like to start to conclude the day with your permission and to say a few thanks and the last announcement in a minute. So thank you very much for your participation. Thank you, Dr. Aaron Friedman, the chairman of the committee. And thank you for Uzi Dayan, the scientific committee and the committee of defense. Thank you, Dr. Avi Zigdon, who made this event going through heavy procedures of university in general and taking Ariel University into the role and go on. So I really thank everybody else. You can see all the names here. Really, a lot of people took place in order for this event to go on and to go on next week. Next slide, please. And also thanks for the Nuclear Forum, all the presenters and the presentations, consulting, and all the others. Please go on. Okay, this is, as we mentioned before the last announcement, you can join the join of group of experts, and you see the Nuclear Forum site. All the presentation will be available on all sites, which means the Nuclear Forum, Expert Consulting, who took this event and make it come through, Ariel University, and all the sites, they're all going to be in a while. The presentation will be there in a while. See you next year on the November 11th of next year of 2021. And I would like to conclude this presentation with saying good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to all the people around the world. So thank you for participation, and see you next year, and we'll decide where it will be. Thank you very much, and bye-bye, everybody.